you with love, joy, hope, and power. And I am here to speak to you today about the power within. It's a power that a lot of my more seasoned CEOs have developed over the years, but for the new and aspiring CEOs, you might not recognize it. It may not have revealed itself yet. And that is resilience. Resilience. What is it? Where does it come from? When the carpet is pulled out from underneath your feet, how do you find the strength to get back up? Resilience. When things don't work out just as you planned, you made adjustments. Resilience. Resilience is that ability to recover and adapt quickly to difficulties and or adversity. And I say and or because although they seem the same, they are not quite so. Difficulties are something that arises, an obstacle that arises and prevents you from doing something, achieving something, or understanding something. Adversity is the condition of. So, what is resilience? Resilience is that power within you that says, it ain't over. When the world says no, not just God, but you yourself says yes. Because life happens. It's inevitable. You're going to get knocked down. But it's in those moments that we're presented with a choice. Do we stay there or do we get back up? Do we stay there and get stuck or do we get up and move forward? The power and ability is there, but frequently and most often it does not reveal itself and we don't recognize it until demand is placed upon it. But each and every one of us was created for a purpose with all power and authority and the means to achieve it. But the choice is yours. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about my story. And I'm going to share my screen with you. All those initials behind my name look really good, don't they? They add credibility. And that is fine and great. But they don't tell the whole story. I did not start there. This is where I started. I started as an unmarried teenage mom, just leaving a domestic situation with no job, no prospects, broke, busted, and all the way disgusted. So how did I get from there to there? Resilience. Resilience. You know, it took me, as it does frequently with a lot of us, it took me to get to a place of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. I had to get to the place of something inside of me kicking in saying, you deserve better. You can be and you are better. So resilience pushed me to leave that situation, go back to school, and become a nurse so I could provide for my son. But it didn't just stop there. There was still that something bubbling inside of me. I wanted my own spa. So I decided to go back to school and become a certified massage therapist. And I started my own massage company. And my niche I was a home therapist. I came to you. It set me apart from the pack. Now, in 2021, it might not seem so, but way back in the early 90s, massage therapy was just coming into its own. Indeed, New York was the only company that required a massage therapist to be certified. But then what? Life happened. I was involved in a very significant motor vehicle accident, which pulled the rug right out from underneath me. I could no longer be that home therapist carrying that table back and forth. But again, resilience kicked in. I was still working as a nurse, so I went back to school, this time for my bachelor's degree. And my focus was on becoming a certified nurse anesthetist. That's when a nurse anesthetist was all the rage. But God. How many know that sometimes your plans just aren't God's plans? So while I was in that program, God connected me to a dean at NJIT. She was actually one of my professors. And she challenged me to be different. Indeed, her exact words to me were, be different. She did not want me to go down that expected path of being a nurse anesthetist. So she challenged me. And she not only challenged me, she actually pestered the heck out of me. For those of you, some of you who know the story, she kept on me and she kept on me that we made a bet. We made a bet that I would sit for the LSAT, and if I did well, I would go to law school. And if I didn't, she would leave me alone and I would continue down that expected path. Lo and behold, I did well, got accepted into Rutgers Law, and went to law school. And so I pivoted down another expected path, the path of serving as a law clerk during law school. During the summer, I interned at the federal courthouse, and upon graduation, I started a state judicial clerkship. But once again, life happened. This time, it took the form of a brain tumor. Treatment and recovery from that took over a year. Until I got what? I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. I got sick and tired of watching my friends and colleagues advance on while I was stuck home recuperating. The resilience factor. So, what did I do? I started putting out resume after resume to get back into the workforce without even being medically cleared to do so. And what I received in return was rejection upon rejection. How many of you know that that's kind of hard not to take personally? That's hard not to internalize. But in that moment, I was faced with a choice to define me, hold me down, and hold me back, or would I make adjustments? Resilience. And I came to the conclusion that others don't define me. Others do not and will not determine my path. So when they would not accept me, I decided to make my own way. I initially partnered with another solo practitioner to be of counsel for his office and to be the director of his newly formed medical malpractice division. From there, I went out on my own. Resilience has allowed me to now, because of that, continue on and be the CEO of Triumph Services, a transformation strategist, administrator of Facebook groups, and host of weekly Meet the Expert series and a quarterly or monthly Real Talk series. It allowed me to add all those initials behind my name. Resilience. It's the power that is within me and also within you. It's that power that pushes you to stand up when you've been knocked down. And like I said, the knocks are going to come. Life happens. But it's what you do after that matters. We are presented with a choice. The power and the ability is there. It's a choice that starts in the mind to exercise your resilience. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, we say. You have to believe that you are able and worthy to exercise your resilience, to not just bounce back, but bounce forward. I sometimes tell the story of being in a do-over moment. And for those of you who don't know what a do-over moment is or have not read the book, it's those moments where you stop, you reassess, and you start over. At that point of time in my life, I was playing small. And I was comfortable playing small. But God had it with me being comfortable. And he had it with me playing small. So what does he frequently do in those situations? He made my comfortable situation uncomfortable. So much so that I decided to embark on a do-over moment. And as a single parent, you are ever cognizant that the buck stops with you. No matter who is there, who's not there, who's doing, who's not doing, it doesn't matter. The buck stops with you. So as I was in this do-over moment, I was becoming ever increasingly anxious about what path I should take so I could meet my responsibilities. And on this particular day, I was led to a passage that says how God takes care of the lilies of the field, the birds of the air, the grass which is green one day, then burned the next. And I'm summarizing all of this, but it ends with a question. And the question is, aren't you more worthy than they? And I clearly heard in my mind, you know, but do you believe? You have to know that you not only possess that power and that ability, but that you are worthy of exercising your resilience. It's like that bobblehead doll. It's a toy that we had when I was growing up, the Weeble Wobble. And for those of you young folks, the Weeble Wobble was a little egg-shaped toy that no matter which way you hit it, no matter which way you came at it, you knocked it down, it bounced back up. And frequently it bounced past the point that it started from. It's like the Weeble Wobble toy. Resilience helps you bounce back up. Just like that boxer with the punching bag that comes back, Adam, he keeps on punching. And as you exercise your resilience, as an athlete would, or as that boxer does, it builds and it develops like a muscle. So when those hits come, pop right back up. When hard times arise, make adjustments. When those plans don't work out just the way that you thought they would or that you envisioned, go on and pivot. You do what you have to do to keep moving forward. Keep pursuing your goals and keep pressing toward that high mark. But the choice is yours. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. You have to know. You have to believe. Because as a Black woman in business, especially as a Black woman in business, people are going to try and attempt to label you. They're going to attempt to classify you, pigeonhole you, and put you in a box. Microaggressions are going to come your way. But that power within you, that resilience factor, has to stand up in the face of adversity and push through. It is that resilience factor that stands up and stands in agreement with God to say yes when the world says no. The resilience factor says, no, I will not dim my brilliance. The resilience factor says, I will not cower, but be bold. The resilience factor says, I will not be pigeonholed or kept in a box. The resilience factor says, I am unstoppable. Resilience. Will you tap into it or will you let it lie? Will you stand for the status quo? Or are you going to stand up and make a change? Will you continue to play small? Or will you embrace the power within and be iconic? It's time. It's time. Each and every one of us, as I said before, was created for a purpose with all power, authority, and the means to achieve it. God will never provide you with a vision that he doesn't give you the means or the resources to achieve it. It's time to tap into that power within. It's time to exercise your resilience. It's time to be iconic. Thank you for your time and your attention. Once again, I am Monique White of Triumph Services, a coaching and consulting firm. If you want to connect with me, I invite you to connect with me via my website, www.triumphsbcs.com, or by my email, info@triumphservices.com. And there are my social media handles. I invite you to connect with me on my Facebook page. My groups are there. And my handle on Instagram is Triumphs Coach. Twitter is Triumph SBCS. Thank you again. And as a free gift to you for your attention, I am giving you my 5 steps to overcome overwhelm and get unstuck. All you have to do is click the link provided and it will take you directly to the download. Thank you again, Trevor. Thank you again, BlackCEO. And thank you each and every one of you for joining me. Let's go out and be iconic.
Hey y'all, this is Shanae with SBS Hair Studios and SBS Restoration Clinic. Today I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the spiritual warfare on hair. What do I mean about spiritual warfare on hair? There's so many things that we are doing to our hair and the environmental stressors and also products and styling techniques that is destroying our temple. No one understands how important hair is. They just look at it as adornment. But it's more than just that. It's more than just for beautification. Hair is spiritual. Hair has strength and hair gives power. A lot of us eliminate that aspect of hair. But in the Bible, biblically, it talks so much about hair in about 18 chapters. There's 18 verses regarding our hair. One of the ones that stick out to me a lot is the conversation between Samson and Delilah. That is one of the biggest informative things that we can learn about our hair through his story in the book of Judges. I wanted to give you guys an understanding and a little background about myself. I am a licensed cosmetologist. I am also a certified natural health professional and a certified natural emotional code practitioner. What does that mean to you? Well, I'm knowledgeable. Knowledgeable in the areas of helping you guys have a greater understanding about the aspects of your hair and the purpose of your hair and how to treat your hair and turn things around for your greater good. Listen, many of us just go out here and we sit in a hairstylist chair and we expect them to know everything and do all the great things inside to our hair. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. Although many stylists are licensed, doesn't mean that they're following the protocols and the guidelines that they need to in the salon. So I'm calling out to every consumer, customer, and patron to the beauty industry and letting you guys know it is time for you to level up and gain the knowledge that you need regarding your own strands. It is so imperative that you take control over those things that you are allowing the stylist to have control over. In the 21st century, I've noticed that everything has been about the beautification of it, the type of hairstyles that you guys wanted to have, what type of products is trending. But listen, that doesn't always mean that it's good for you. Sometimes you have to pull back. Less is more. What do I mean by less is more? Less product, less abuse to the hair, and more quality time spent with understanding your hair and what your hair needs. A lot of you guys don't even take the time out to even exercise the right of health. Healthy hair. What is healthy hair? Healthy hair is without injury or damage to the hair strand in the cuticle layer. Now, some of you may think, oh, that is impossible. Yes, it may be impossible. However, you can also exercise your right of what will get you back to the level of healthy hair. You may have went so far off to a whole nother direction, but what will bring you back to where you need to be, to the basics? Remember growing up, when your parents used to do your hair, did they use all these products that are out here now in the industry, that it's flooding the industry and talking about this is good for this texture, this is great for this curl pattern? We had nothing but grease and water. Just the essentials that we needed, grease and water. We had thriving hair. Of course, we were living in a different day and time where the environmental stressors did not exist as much. What do I mean by environmental stressors? Let's talk about 5G, the radiation, the EMFs out here, through every electronic that we use. That also weighs on our hair. Let's talk about pollution, the things inside of the air itself, airborne, that we're inhaling and taking in. That also goes against healthy hair. Let's talk about the water. We have hard water. We have water that has different particles and contents inside of it. Listen, I could keep going on and on and on. But what I want you to know is you have the opportunity to take back what the devil stole from you. Take back every stressor that the devil has put out here and placed upon you. You have the ability to turn those premature hair loss around. You have the opportunity to change the aspect of how you view your own hair. Hair is also mental. It's what you think about yourself. Hair is connected to your emotional state. Our emotions weigh on us. Stress, things that we do in our daily routine, trying to afford a living here. Some of you are just going beyond that and you're causing a lot more stress on yourself than you have to, which creates what? Hormonal issues, hormonal imbalances, fatigue, adrenal fatigue. These are things that I want you to consider and factor in that is also igniting and weighing upon your hair. There is a way that you can take all of that back, and it's through Ayurveda herbal hair treatments. These are some of the things that I want you guys to get an understanding. Less is more. When I say that, I mean pull back on buying all of these products out here. You're overextending yourself. Every time someone says that there's a good product on the market, you're ready to buy into it. Every time there's a new gadget on how to flatten your hair or brush your hair or straighten your hair, you're jumping onto that bandwagon. Pull back. Pull back. Take a moment and ask yourself, what does your hair mean to you? Because to me, it's important. It is of the essence. Hair was created divinely and perfectly. God knows every strand of hair on your head. And every time you lose a strand of hair, it weakens your vessel. It weakens your vitality to be strong and to be present. It actually helps lower your self-esteem, your confidence, your security level. Hair really matters. But a lot of you are out here acting like it doesn't by the way you're manipulating your hair, the way you're allowing someone to work over your temple. Don't let anyone deposit anything negative inside of you. You have control of whose chair you choose to sit in. You have the ability to make the change that you want others to make for you. You are empowered. You are the vessel that is needed at the top, in the forefront. You need to acquire hair goals. Ask yourself, what did my hair used to look like? How long ago was my hair in a good state? How do I get back to those attributes of living a healthier hair lifestyle? It's imperative that we count the blessings that we have instead of abusing them. Because sometimes you're going to want to go back and you're not going to be able to. And what do I mean by that? I simply mean that you're going to have to wear a weave. It's not going to be a choice anymore. It's not going to be an option. You're going to have to wear a wig. You're going to be consumed to those things that are not authentically you. And it's going to destroy and ruin who you are emotionally on the inside. You're going to be looking in the mirror saying, I wish I had my own tresses again. I wish I had my own hair again. I wish I was able to do this, that, and the other with my own hair. But because of your choice of neglecting it and abusing it, now you have no other choice but to wear the false representation of someone who you are not. I just want to talk to you guys. I just want to open up and plant a seed and make you more aware that your hair really matters. The type of shampoo you use matters. The type of products you use matters. The person working over your hair matters. Let's get back to the basic and take back what the devil stole from us. Your identity means everything. Everything. And you can't continue to go on this way trying to live out an identity that is not yours. False representation of yourself, because now you're covering up who you really are. The benefits of hair is very valuable. Every strand of hair on your head matters. It really matters. And now, what am I noticing in my salon? I'm noticing premature hair loss, alopecia in children. Why am I noticing that in children? Because the adults who are doing the child's hair is now doing it for the sake of a look, beautification, instead of something to just help the child process and be able to have a simple hairstyle so that when they grow older, they can continue to have hair. You guys are allowing your kids to get extensions way too long. You're putting chemicals on your children's hair way too early. You're not trusting the process because you're trying to live up to the expectations of the world. The world will suffocate you. It will entrap you. It will indignify you. It will have you feeling less than. We have to learn to love ourselves right where we're at. It is our duty and our right to teach our children the ways spiritually so that we can raise them up so that they can come back and do the same and pay it forward. Our children are losing their identity earlier and earlier. You're allowing your children to get these hairstyles that are not their age, that is not of their age level. They're looking like grown adults, which is now putting on more pressure and more weight. The social media is really influencing our children instead of us influencing them within our house. There's just things I'm a mother of two girls, and I'm a hairstylist. But there's things that I will not allow my children to do or wear at such certain ages. The cycle of hair is growth, fall, and replace. You don't have your terminal hair until you're 7 years old. 7 years old is when you have your terminal hair, which means the hair for the rest of your life. And you guys are putting in products in your children's hair so early on. It's causing dermatitis. It's causing inflammation. It's causing irritation. It's allowing their scalp to be allergic and have an allergic reaction. They can't handle all of this. It's too soon. I'm asking you guys, pull back. Simply pull back. If you want to know more about holistic hair care, look for me. Google me. Reach out to me. I will educate you and inform you of different products, different level of hair care treatments naturally that could be used on your hair. It is so important to me that I help save every strand that I possibly can on everyone's head, because the people that sit in my chair, when they come to me, they're coming to me to be fixed, healed, and delivered. They're coming from other places where they have been weakened. They have been disappointed and let down. And so here I am providing surgery, being a midwife, being a doctor, being a surgeon on someone's hair to resurrect their strands, to give them back the power that they need, the faith that they need, and the strength that they desire again. So I'm telling you guys, I need you to own what you're doing, take responsibility of your actions, pull back a little bit, look at all the products inside of your cabinet. Whichever ones you're not utilizing, whichever ones are not good for you, get rid of them. Don't just have it because you bought it and you don't want to waste money. Your money has already been wasted the minute that it didn't work for you. Everything that someone else is doing and that they're advertising out here may not be for you. The thing about Samson and Delilah, Samson knew where his strength lied. He knew that his strength lied in his hair. He understood the importance of his hair. And he also realized that when Delilah cut his hair, that his strength had left him, that God had left him. The presence of God had left him. So without the strength, he could do nothing. But with the strength of his hair, he was unstoppable. He can do any and everything through Christ Jesus who strengthened him. So I ask you guys, where does your strength lie? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about where did God place your strength? We know that it's in your DNA, and you cannot change your DNA. You cannot change the mechanism of who you are. So why are you trying to change and alter your hair? Why are you losing your identity? Why are you having this war, this battle? It's time to become victorious. It's time to win the battle, defeat the enemy, and take back what the devil stole from you. I'm Shanae Reddick, and I'm just trying to teach you how to live a healthier, holistic hair lifestyle. I holla.
You know, it wasn't that long ago that I felt like I hit my emotional rock bottom. I lost my mom unexpectedly, which ripped my heart out, and I had to quickly pivot into a caregiver role for my dad. And I'm a daddy's girl. Moving toward the end of my happily ever after, also called a divorce. After the love ended, I tried online dating. I met nice dudes and a few duds. And then I have to tell you, there was the one that had the matching yellow short set when I thought I needed to expand what I thought I was looking for. Or the one that went to church every Sunday but didn't realize he was aiding and abetting his buddy with cheating. Or how about the one who could sing, honey, like Tank Luther with that baritone voice, but staying under the influence was a suitable lifestyle for an over 40 man. Honey, then there was the millionaire who thought I would chase after him when he abandoned me at a wedding. And last but not least, the one I thought that was Mr. Right, fast and exciting. I mean, a few short weeks, we walked into the house together and he said, God told me you were going to be my wife. I was stunned and a bit excited. And then I thought for a moment, God didn't tell me that. And I listened to God and I can hear him talk to me too. And for my big dreams of thinking that I was going to find Mr. Right and it would be a simple thing, I was having trouble finding Mr. Right now. And I was back on the market, frustrated that I hadn't found love as quickly as I had hoped, but still filled with hope. Yeah, I'm that woman, still dreaming of finding and believing that I would find my own version of my Barack, just like some of you, my Black and iconic fans. I know there had to be a better way. Clearly, I didn't have a clue. I'm excited to be able to share a few thoughts and connecting with the right man and influencing from the Black church that may impact your love life. I love working with my clients who are smart, fierce women just like you. Make that shift to the journey of love. The Black girl magic you have and how it shows the excellence that we Black women bring to the church, kind of like the secret sauce of our church experiences. And as that, I mean, it made me really reflect on what seemed to be going on in my dating experiences. What seemed like a never ending love treadmill. I was truly ready to get off. So I began to evaluate past prospects and even looked around at the pastor, the men in the church, my male friends, and a random few guys on the internet looking for clues. Personally, I had to reevaluate my dating experiences and what I wanted in a Christian man. In fact, it made me wonder if, as Black women, the all consuming relationship with the church contributes to our perpetual singleness. So that was my starting point to find a simple way to navigate the dating pool and to achieve my goal of finding the right man to get to that one that was my forever. So I used 3 simple steps that worked for me and I share it with clients and it's working for them. So I'm going to share with you what I discovered, 3 simple strategies that helped me to reassess my past, my relationship with my church, and why there was such a disconnect with the men I met versus the one I wanted. So my 3 strategies were be clear, be open, and be ready. But let me take you back a few years. I was divorced. I hadn't connected with my Mr. Right, and it was a Friday business workshop, and I spotted a fine, caramel, muscle-bound brother with the freckles. Got my attention, but kept me distracted until the break. Couldn't even hear the man talk. At the break, I could hear my heart pounding, and yet I had the courage to go, introduce myself. I'm C. He was cordial and pleasant, but the bad news was he had a girlfriend because he was quick to introduce me to her. But we'll focus on that a little later and get back to the topic at hand. So as I began looking through my path and my journey and wanting to be more clear about what I wanted, I want to tell you, this is for the sisters out here. This is not about settling. This is about learning and growing for where you want to go. This ain't a build a boo presentation, baby, but rather the question you want to ask is to get that real clarity on how do you find the right man that's your right fit and how I found my man. This is what I considered. I needed to think about, were the male pastors and leaders the right symbols for me to use to shape my expectations of a Christian man that I would want to date, since really they may represent an unrealistic standard that's even harder to find. You can probably guess that as I've done the scientific research, I've seen how Black women, we're like the jet fuel in the Black church. We make it run, we make it soar. We run the usher board, the choirs, the children's ministry, the food pantry, women's conferences, pastors' anniversaries, and more. And you're probably thinking, wow, I tried to do a little bit of unscientific research with conversations of men and women, otherwise known as being nosy, and asking what they thought about dating and finding the right man or woman of their desire at church. And you can guess there were probably two different sides of the coin. He had a view greatly different from hers. And even when I did my real scholarly scientific research to work on my thesis of studying us as Black women and our dating relationships, I found the important things that we needed to learn as women and how we thought about our relationships. But here's the other thought. As I was thinking and learning and talking to people, the pastor and first lady are not at church from can to can't. We act like we can't go home. And here's the difference. That's what men do. They go home. They don't do church the same way we do as single women, based on the fact that most men in general and single ones in particular don't spend all of that time at church. So I began to ask myself if all my church activities were keeping me single. Service on Sunday, ministry meeting on Tuesday, Bible study on Wednesdays, and special events on Thursdays and Saturdays. Wow. And for those of you who have children, I don't know where you're going to find the time for a relationship with a man. So I shared this question with a woman that she suggested to me. See, using pastors as your symbol of a Christian man is like basing your relationship on a reality TV show. Most are not based on reality at all. And based on my dating desires on a man whose job it is to study and present the Bible and its teaching is like trying to study and look at a film show without a script. A Christian single man probably doesn't know the script, even though he may be a praying man. So aside from the prayer that I use, some of the practical research that I used to find the characteristics and traits that I wanted in a man. I wanted things like honesty, character, leadership. Those were the things that I looked at when it came to my list. So I realized it was really important for me to be clear, to get that solid foundation for love. And next, my second strategy for my dating remix was to be open. For me, being open meant understanding that Mr. Right might not be at my church. He may not be as involved in the church as I was. This for me was a bit aggravating because let me tell you, there is a huge disconnect in the messages we women receive versus men at church. I found that most men don't attend church with the thought of meeting a good Christian woman there, whereas most of us women not only go to worship, we think and hope maybe, just maybe, we can connect with a Christian man of our dreams. After all, we are at the same church. Great theory, but not in reality. Not so much. Not to mention, Black women are often reminded that Jesus was single and we should focus on doing the Lord's work. Well, I remember thinking, I ain't Jesus and I want a husband. And my barbershop research seems to point to the fact that Black men see and hear a totally different side of pastors and deacons and church leaders, which means they don't idolize another Black man. They see him and the flaws that he has. Whereas at church, we see him shined up with his suit on, preaching from the pulpit, much more idyllic, maybe like a father, and the testimonies of their wives talking about how perfect they are. Well, the more I got to know pastors and church leaders on a personal level, I realized that they were not perfect and they got on my nerves just like any other man. That freed me to broaden my thought and idea of a Christian man. And maybe, just maybe, my guy would be imperfect too, but perfect for me. So this clarity and openness with myself first allowed me a little bit more of humanity, to see men a little bit different, and the fact that they really just want to be respected, admired, loved, just like we do. So strategy number one was to be clear. Strategy number two was to be open. My third strategy was to be ready. This one got me fighting mad because messages received at church made me think about how I could easily meet him at church, but that didn't work out like that. In my experiences, the ones that I was interested in were married, had girlfriends, and through the experiences of other women, we quickly realized that the choices at the Black church were slim. And that became really clear. I began to get more insight from other men and how they approach going to church. And one of my friends said to me, see, I can't go to church and get my praise on trying to look at another woman's butt, and God will strike me down. And I found it funny, but quite refreshing that he was honest with me. And so that led me to think, okay, I may not meet that like-minded man at church. And I had to look at my list and think about, what did I really want? I even tried the singles ministries and book clubs, only to realize those activities were much more like the women's guilds and the ladies' auxiliary meetings, meaning there were lots more women than men. So the problem was, I was ready to not give up hope on church. I knew I probably wouldn't meet him there, so I had to rethink my strategy and preparation, even though so often married church leaders actually tell us, wait on the Lord, and try to make us feel guilty for wanting a man. Yet they encourage us to participate in the singles activities. However, me, along with other women, grew frustrated at those Black Girl Magic events filled with lots of women, where it was at the singles banquet, the Bible study, the party, the singles game night. Now, don't get me wrong, I attend a huge Black church. You would think the numbers would be on my side with more men in the mix. It didn't. And while I'm not a Bible scholar, I do know that the Bible speaks on preparation, as in Proverbs 24:27. And I took that scripture to heart. And baby, I got prepared. Now, I got to confess, I had to eliminate some of my unrealistic expectations and dreams, like the ones known as the Holy Grail of what we think of as the Black Prince Charming. You know, fine, chocolate, 6 feet, six-pack abs, 6 figures. Funny how those requirements represent 666. Need I say more? So that led me to refocus on my actual list of expectations and to rethink my whole idea of finding my good Christian man at church. Now, don't get me wrong, I still wanted him to be Christian and attractive to me. I just needed to find a different plan and some preparation. And while the Black Girl Magic shows through at church, I mean the way we do things in excellence and make things happen, I saved some of that Black Girl Magic for myself and got ready. Part of being ready was to make sure I identified the places, the interests of other places other than church, where I could run across eligible single men that I might find interesting. Listen, the men I talked to were clear. They really were not thinking of church as a way to have their own dating pursuits. So that meant I needed to have my strategy continue to build to find another way to connect with other Christian men. Given that revelation, I know Black Girl Magic in the church. We deliver like a boss, baby. We create some of the biggest, baddest, and best programs, songs, conferences, and more on the planet. With God be the glory. But that said, it also made me realize that my Mr. Right might not be at church, and that while I could choose to be with the man I wanted, when he showed up, I had to be ready. Because after all, God is still in control of when, how, and what circumstances under which we would meet. I had to be ready. So if you overschedule, over volunteer on top of all of the personal responsibilities you have, you won't have anything left for a new man. Instead, you're going to be exhausted, cranky, with an attitude. And if you're still running the church and you're over there running it on all the Zoom meetings, yeah, I said it, I went there, you're going to be exhausted. And in fact, I think sometimes, and I wonder, does the Black church have a vested interest in us Black women staying single to keep our commitment and that Black Girl Magic? We're giving our best parts away till it hurts, and we're running on fumes. None of that Black Girl Magic to make our own lives better and to make space for the right man. But remember, I want you to think about this. Be clear, be open, be ready. Listen, Black women, we're rock stars in our churches and the lives of others. When we connect, I see you on social media. I see you struggling to live out your love out loud, to find that meaningful relationship you're craving. I see it. You're trying to find a good Christian man. Maybe we need to make the shift. Maybe we need to save some Black Girl Magic for ourselves. So, back to my story. On that cool sunny day when I saw him with the freckles on his face, 2 years later, before we had our first date, 2 years later, he was now single, and we just celebrated another anniversary. My love connection with a Christian man. After my love remix, you might wonder what kind of guy can deal with sometimes too loud, talks too much, but makes him feel like a king kind of woman. Well, he have done all my nails, but he will call me up and say, "What you doing in 2 weeks? I'm flying you to New York so we can hang out in a limo and go to the U.S. Open." Baby, that works for me. Well, that's my time. I'm Sue Shepherd, the Love Life Strategist, and to get my free gratitude gift because you did spend your time, tse.com quotes to get your free Black Girl Magic Inspirational Love Quote cards to keep you inspired on your love journey. Peace. Love you, girl.
Everyone, my name is Sabrina Moore. I currently reside in Fredericksburg, Virginia with my husband Moore that is off to college at Old Dominion University. Woohoo! And I just want to speak on motivation today. And the motivation that I'll be speaking on today is about my breast cancer, surviving breast cancer. I went to Afghanistan and I had to do all my medical work and everything, but then bam, it hit me. In my medical screening, they found out that I had breast cancer. I said, no, this cannot be possible. Get my own salary. So all I could see was dollar signs, dollar signs, dollar signs. And I went ahead and I went through with the process with the treatments and everything. So as I was going through my treatments, everything just started falling. It was just a mess. But I tell you what, on my very first treatment, when I went in for my chemo, it was like someone sat beside me and said, if you encourage others, watch what I do for you. So I looked around the room, I asked the nurse, did you hear anything? Nobody heard anything. So I put my headphones back on. I thought I was going crazy. Other people thought I was crazy in the room. But as I sat there, it happened 2 more times. So I said, okay, this must be God speaking to my spirit. So as I went on, I said, okay, God, if you encourage others, watch what I do for you. Had to put that into action. And motivation to me is like, you know, when I have a desire or a need and I push forward to get the desired result for not for me, but for other people. So as I went on about this and me when I tried to motivate others during my journey, but I said, okay, God, I know this was from you. So I have to move forth and do what I know that I was called to do. So as I moved on, I moved forth. I'm telling you, in this cancer journey, it was a journey like none other. Yes, my hair fell out. I had, you know, from the radiation, I was burnt. Went through, you know, with the healing process of the bandages or whatever, but that still did not faze me. I knew that I had a work to do, what I was called to do. And it wasn't about me. It wasn't about the cancer. It was about others who was out there suffering, who was depressed. There with them. So I said, okay, God, I'm that vessel. I'm open. I'm here to be used. And throughout my entire process, people think I'm crazy. They thought I was crazy. Well, why are you going through this process if you don't think you have cancer? No, I did not think I had cancer because I'm like, oh, no, God, not me. But as I went through, I saw that it was a journey. It's Not Cancer, My Journey for Your Healing. That's the title of my book. I am a published author. And as I went through, I was just so amazed at myself and how God just used me, how I allowed God to use me to help and to bless other people. I mean, there were, an instance where someone was contemplating suicide. And I said, oh my gosh, I'm not a counselor. I can't deal with this. I don't know what to tell these people. So as I talked, and at the end, before my treatments were up, the lady came to me. We exchanged phone numbers and everything. And she told me, she just cried and thanked me for being there. And all I could do was cry. And I gave thanks to God because I know it was a process for other people. And because I couldn't go to Afghanistan and there were no jobs here at my particular company for me. So I said, okay, God, how are we going to pay these bills? The bills are behind. Okay, you're on. And God, He allowed people to just start walking up to us, giving us checks, giving us cash, giving us, saying, hey, here's a card. Go to this store and buy what you want. It was just, oh my God, I just feel all over again how it was just such an amazement and a blessing to us because we asked nobody for nothing. But in that process, God said, but as I went through and as people start blessing us, people on our job, people in our church, our neighbors, family members call and say, hey, how y'all doing? Whatever. We didn't share that we needed financial support from anyone. But as I stood as a willing vessel to because if I had not listened, I was just like, what? Cancer situation, whatever. Saying to me on that very first treatment, because if I did not, we may have lost everything. Other people may have died. Other people may have committed suicide. Other people may have stayed in a depressed stage. But because I went forth and I stood as that willing vessel, I'm telling you, it's possible. All things are possible if we just believe. So I just want to encourage you today and motivate you and say, no matter what you're going through, no matter what it may seem like, it can be the worst of the worst. But I'm telling you that it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And at the end, I just want to say thank you. Not Cancer, My Journey for Your Healing. And that can be, you can contact me at notcancer@yahoo.com. That's notcancer@yahoo.com. Thank you so much for your time and God bless.
Welcome to the TED Talk on how to combat anxiety when you can't pray it away. My name is Trinetta Powell of TrinettaPowellConsulting.com, and I am excited to be here with you today to help you gain a better understanding of anxiety. So you're probably in the room because at one point or time and another, you have experienced a sense of overwhelm, you're stressed out, your business owners, your moms, wives, husbands, all of the above, right? So at some point in your life, you've just felt where you just had this impending stress. Today to help you figure out how can you do that. So my goal is for you to walk away from this TED Talk and and some tools that you can use today to help you get through it. Okay? All right, so start. Let's first talk a little bit about who am I? You want to know, I'm sure, who I am and what I do. So some fun facts about me. I am an awesome cake baker. I am from the South, from Mobile, Alabama, the Gulf Coast, home of Mardi Gras and great seafood, German chocolate, and sour cream pound cakes. I'm a mom of 2 boys and 3 bonus kids. We have a blended family, and I am Gigi to 7 beautiful grandbabies. Now, I know I look young, the skin looks good. Spoiling those babies to death. I am also a wife of 15 years to my wonderful husband, William, and I decided to start a business in the middle of the pandemic last year. I know, crazy when you talk. I'm a licensed professional counselor. I run and operate a successful private practice for women of color in the state of Texas. My practice focuses on women of color who are struggling with anxiety, finding themselves in some unhealthy thinking patterns, unhealthy relationships, who are seeking me for help to be able to get off that hamster wheel of thinking and find some peace and rest in their life. So also, I am a private practice business consultant. So I help other mental health clinicians get started in building their own private practices. Are kind of stuck in this place of imposter syndrome and limiting beliefs, and they're not allowing themselves to move forward in life with the dreams that God has placed in their heart. So I come in and help them remove that blockage, release those limiting beliefs so they can live the life that God has ordained for them. So those are some fun facts about me. So let's dig into the work, okay? Anxiety. So what is it? Many people have different definitions of what it is. We describe it in many different ways. Here, a nice general definition of it is a mental and physical reaction to a perceived threat. Some of us may call it something in more simpler terms, what may be like, I just worry a lot. It's just that uncontrollable worry and the overthinking and the what ifs that kind of go in your mind all the time over and over again. Everyone experiences stress and anxiety at one time or another in their lives, but there is a difference between stress and anxiety. So stress is a response to a threat in a situation, and anxiety is a reaction to that stress. So I'll say that again. So stress is a response to a threat in a situation, and anxiety is a reaction to that stress. So how does it show up? It shows up differently for different people. Some of people really most commonly express that they have that sense of uncontrollable worry. What if this happens? What if that happens? I start the business and the business fails. What are people going to think about me when I do this? Just that overbearing thinking of letting someone down, letting yourself down. Also, there's maybe muscle working on your business or at home doing things, and your body is just tense and tight. Your jaws may be clenching, and you don't even realize it. Some headaches, and of course, poor sleep. That running of the to-do list. You can't just shut your mind off at night. Eat. You just have this. Some people may call it a nervous stomach, and increased heart rate. So all of these are common things that may show up. It's not the complete all list of things. Did you know that anxiety mostly shows up most common in women than men? And for me, that's not a surprise, because women, especially women of color, we tend to take on this role of being, we put the S on our chest and we feel like we're Superwoman and we can do it all. But when we take on that persona, it has weight that comes along with it. And sometimes that weight is just too much. And we get that feeling of anxiety. And another statistics by the National Mental Health is that, and that's kind of where, not to tell my age, but that's kind of where I am. I'm 43, and I really started to feel that increase of anxiety at 30. It's just something about 30. We turn 30 and our body just starts to break down and we gain more responsibilities. And toward the late 40s, we may be becoming more of a caregiver to some of our parents. So there's just more things added onto the plate. The plate is just running over of responsibilities. So let's look at some different types of anxiety. So here, I'm only going to talk about 3. There's several different types, but these are just some general ones. So we have GAD, which is generalized anxiety disorder. So this is when we have that excessive amount of worry in different areas of our life. So it could be about work, school, if you're a student, home life, marriage, parenting, running a business, all those things. Also, there's panic. So this is more of an extreme anxious response where a person may actually have a panic attack, and then phobias, which a lot of people are familiar with, where you may have an intense fear of a situation or a particular object. So for me, my phobias are heights and snakes. Like, do not put me on a roller coaster. Do not put me in a room full of snakes, or we're going to have a problem, okay? Yeah, I don't do reptiles, y'all. I don't. The cycle of anxiety. So we need to understand better it and manage it better. So here at the beginning, we have anxiety. So we are exposed to building that overwhelming feeling. And then what are we going to, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. Whatever, but you're just going to try to find a way to get out of it. So when we do that, we have this short-term relief. You're okay for the moment, but what happens is when you're re-exposed to that thing or situation, the anxiety grows. It just grows and grows. So then we're back in the cycle again, back in the situation, dealing with the same issue, anxiety up, we're going to try to avoid it, short-term relief, exposure again, anxiety grows. So how do we break the cycle? How do we deal with it when we're finding ourselves in these situations? So let's take a look. Typically, like I said, as a Christian, I grew up in the South. So of course, I am missionary Baptist raised in the church. You talking about church on Sunday. You should pray about everything. What's the scripture say? Worry about nothing. And we tell them we got an issue going on and we're looking for them to pray for us. Now we have small groups or life groups. So we may call up our life group sisters or couples or what have you and tell them what's going on and try to get prayer from them. We're reading our Bible and we're saying our scriptures. And, you know, we go to bed and we wake up and we're still worried or we're still stressed out. So then you may go like, I'm going to just drink me a glass of wine. I'm just going to go out Friday night. It's going to be all right. You may call a friend and try to talk to them about it. Temporary. It's just temporary. So you prayed about it. You asked for help. You asked other people to pray for you. You drank the wine. You talked to the friend, but still, the anxiety is still there. The stress is still there. So what I want to talk to you about now is how do we treat it? How do we treat it? So there's a couple different ways. Like I said, I'm a licensed professional counselor. So in my practice, there's treatment models that each clinician may choose to do where it's appropriate. So we have exposure therapy. So this is kind of a type of therapy that's used when it's more of the phobias. So the clinician will help the client slowly visualize and expose themselves to the thing that's causing the intense fear. Then we have cognitive behavior therapy. So this is more of when we're looking at those unhealthy thinking patterns that's causing us to stress and turn those into healthy thinking patterns through different types of techniques. And relaxation skills actually can be a part of cognitive behavior therapy. So with relaxation skills, we think we know how to relax, right? We're going to take a nap. We may take a vacation. But there's additional things that you can do to help yourself relax that you may not be knowledgeable of, or that you just quite honestly just don't know how to do. And that's where a therapist can come in and help you. And then the other treatment method is medication. Now, medication is not for everybody. That is something that definitely has to be determined between your therapist and a psychiatrist. But evidence has shown through studies that medication and therapy together produces the best results for relief. So that's always my suggestion with clients. If they go the medication route, definitely make sure you're staying in therapy to get the best result. So now we're going to take a minute, and this is where I'm giving you those tools that you can use now to be able to help yourself after you leave this conference. I know you're gonna be like, I know how to breathe. You sitting in your chair watching this TED Talk and going like, yeah, I know how to breathe. I know how to breathe, Trinetta. But I promise you, you're not doing it the right way. So when we're talking about breathing and meditation in the sense of finding relaxation and relief from anxiety, it looks a little bit different. So you would find yourself a place where you can sit, where your feet can be flat on the floor, and you can be comfortable. And you're going to do something I call with my clients the 4-4-6. Now, there's many different ways you can do breathing exercises, but we kind of concentrate on the 4-4-6. It's easy. Sometimes I have them write 4-4-6 on a sticky note on their monitors at work or on a notebook where they can see it so they can remind themselves to do it when they feel stressed or overwhelmed. So what the 4-4-6 is that you're going to inhale through your nose for 4 seconds, and you're going to be counting to 4. You're going to hold your breath for 4 seconds, counting in your head 1 through 4. And then you're going to exhale through your mouth for 6 seconds. So what happens 5 times so you feel like your body is starting to relax again and you're feeling better. But you can't count and think the thoughts at the same time. So it's a distraction method. So try it. I challenge you to do that. If you feel like you need a guide, there are some great apps out there. One is called Headspace, another one is called Calm, and then there's a Christian-based app called Abide, A-B-I-D-E, like Abide in Him. Get it? So yeah, you can try those apps. I love them all. I've used them all myself personally, so I'm not telling you anything that I haven't used and found helpful. My clients have found it helpful. And they're great. They have additional things like meditation music and meditation stories, which I like the meditation stories to listen to at night to help with going to sleep. I have yet to hear the end of a meditation story. They're good. You're out in like 3 minutes, I promise. So the next strategy or tool is thoughts, like taking your thoughts captive. We are emotional beings, right? We can get caught up in our feelings real quick. And doing that also causes us to get into this cycle of negative thinking. So our thoughts can be negative, leading to you feeling bad, shame, and guilt, which leads to an unhealthy behavior. So how you think affects how you feel, which affects how you behave. How you behave affects how you feel, which is going to affect how you think. They're interconnected. They're all 3 intertwined. So taking those thoughts captive is an excellent way to help manage your anxiety. All right, grounding. Now, grounding is something that is used more if you're kind of in a space where there's a panic attack happening, and you want to find a quiet place if possible. Again, have a seat somewhere where you can sit like the yoga lady, or you just put your feet flat on the floors, and you're going to use your 5 senses. So again, this is a distraction method. You want to get out of your head and just get your attention focused on something else. So you can identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can feel, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. I know we're in a pandemic right now, and so some of us are in the office, some of us are working from home. But if stress and anxiety is something that you do experience, I always suggest keeping like a candy jar or something, or on your desk where you can grab that mint or that chocolate or something that you can use with this grounding method. And the last tool that I want to talk about today is finding a therapist. Sometimes we do the breathing, we go on the vacation, we take the enough. that's when we probably need to go into actually making an appointment with the clinician. And I know this is hard for a lot of people, and it takes a lot of courage to do that. But so I want to make sure that I don't leave you today at least giving you that information as well. So there's a couple different websites if you're specifically looking for a clinician of color. And one of them is, and if you're a male and you're looking for a male therapist, then there's therapyforblackmen.org, and there's the typical psychologytoday.com. And with all these tools, if you're using Psychology Today, or if you have insurance through your employer, if you're still working that 9 to 5 as an investor for your business, I did it, so I totally understand. But you can request what you want. You can tell them, I want this ethnic background of this type of therapist in this area, and of this gender, and they can find it for you. So don't be afraid to ask for what you want. This is your time where you want to feel safe, where you can be able to get the services that you need. But therapy can be great. I mean, I may be biased because I am one. So I have a treat for you. So when we were talking about earlier in this talk about taking your thoughts captive and learning how to take that negative thinking and challenging those irrational anxiety, fear, worry thoughts, I've created a 4-step process where you can do that. And I want to give it to you guys as a iconic conference. So take out your phone, take a picture of this slide right now, like take the phone out, take the picture. I know the phone is sitting next to you. It always is. And take a picture of this slide so you can have the information for the link. And at the bottom, you see there's a coupon code. So, and make sure you're entering that coupon code iconic so you can receive this gift for free. I promise you, it is going to change your life. The feedback that I've already gotten from this has been amazing. It will help you challenge those thoughts so you can find some clarity and peace in your life, and you deserve that. We are living in a crazy world right now. There's so much going on, and we have to have tools in our toolbox to be able to deal with it. If you want to reach out and connect with me, I would love it. On social media, on Instagram and Facebook, you can find me at Trinetta Powell, or you can contact me at www.trinettapowellconsulting.com. You can go and implement immediately so you can find peace in your life. Be blessed.
Hello, I'm Cynthia McAllister, owner of the IT company Quality SAP, and the author of the book, Yes You Can, 10 Great Ways to Market Your Business. So I want or a goal that you're just wanting to accomplish. Maybe it's something that you said it's just not the right time. Change jobs, or maybe you want to go on your own and start a business. So I guess I got to figure out, so what's holding you back? What is stopping you from taking the jump and making that leap of faith? Think about that. So for me, growing up as a child, I had so many influences. I mean, just like any other person, environment, but for me, the biggest influence was my parents. So my mother and father had a really big influence on the way I grew up. So my father was an air traffic controller, and in the 70s is when he really got started with that work, and that was a job he was just so passionate about. I mean, he would come home and share stories, and we were just being all excited about it. And as a family, we moved around a lot. So we started off in Ohio, and then we moved to Puerto Rico and different parts of Florida. And when I say family, I say it was my father and my mother and my sisters. And my father working as an air traffic controller was a big deal for him because that was an achievement he wanted to do as he was in the military working in the Air Force. So in strike, like the first big strike that's happened to that organization, people who went on strike. And the strike was really about, wages and over a period of time, those two organizations, they didn't agree. Eventually, the president in August of 19, we're going to fire all of the air traffic controllers. So over 11,000 air traffic controllers, including my father, of course, that was definitely his income was a big contribution to us. And without that, we were like, okay, so what do we do? And my father had to, so that's what he did. So I remember he showed up one day with this old beat up white van. It was all rusty and everything. And we called it the Scooby-Doo van. So his van was so embarrassing. When he would drop us off at school, people would be like, there's the Scooby-Doo van. But you know what? To him, he was like, well, you got to do what you got to do. I need a van. I need a service van. This is what's going to happen. So, he did what he had to do. He used the van. And then the next thing he had to do was get some staff. So he had a cleaning company. He did commercial cleaning and he did carpet cleaning. And he's like, okay, I need some people to help me out. Well, guess who the people were? It was my mom, myself, and my sisters. So we started off being the staff, helping dad out. I remember we would go to, he would have contracts with business offices. So we would go to the business offices and help him clean up. But I remember another time where he had a contract with a restaurant. Okay. Now, this wasn't just any restaurant. Okay. He would come home with these big old trash bags full of napkins. These were dirty, filthy napkins. And oh my gosh, the smell, I could still remember it. The smell of the dirty napkins was horrible. And our job was to clean the napkins. These napkins came from a seafood restaurant. So just imagine that. You got all this rotten seafood all put together in these nasty napkins. And that was our job. We had to wash the napkins and fold the napkins and make sure everything was good. But we did what we had to do because he was a small business. And when it comes to small business, you have to use the staff you have around you. You have to use the resources you have around you. But he made it work. And then after a while, my father started getting more business because he was very savvy when it comes to business and he was very professional. And he was the type of person that, he didn't meet a stranger. He would go to the grocery store and he would chat up a storm with somebody. So he would build relationships and then his business started to grow. All that networking, you hear about networking, that's what it is. All that networking helped his business grow. And then one day, I remember he drove up with this brand new white van. And we was like, yeah, the Scooby-Doo van is gone. We was all excited. No more Scooby-Doo van. And the thing was, we as a family, my sisters, my mom, we was so proud of him. So proud to see his achievements and to see him reaching some success in his business. And then we got to the point where we didn't have to be the staff anymore. So we was happy with that. So time went on and he continued to grow. And then in the late 80s, my mom and dad, who were from Ohio, they made the decision, hey, you know what? I think we should move back home. I think we should go back to Ohio. I mean, they were gone from their family for years. And then they decided to go back, go back to Ohio, so pick up the family and leave. So it was summer 1989 is when we moved back from Florida to Ohio. And for me, that was a shock because I wasn't raised in Ohio. I was raised in Florida. So that was one thing. But, it was a lot of adjustments to be made. And I could say about a few months later, 6 months later, phone call rang. So I was the one to pick up the phone. So picking up the phone, hello. So the person on the other line was like, your father collapsed and you need to get to the hospital. So I'm like, oh, he must have fell. Okay, because collapsed. Okay, he fell. All right, thank you. Hang up the phone. I got my mom, woke up my mom, my sisters, like, okay, guys, we got to go to the hospital. Dad must have fell. He collapsed. So we got to the hospital. And by the time we got there, he'd already passed. So my father had passed away 2 days before my 13th birthday. Now, passing away is a very sad thing, but you got to think about the life he lived and the lessons that I learned. Okay? I was young, but I got so much from the time that I spent with him. So he left a legacy with me, and I would not let that go. My mom, who had been the rock for me and my sisters, she had to start brand new and get a job and find work so she could help support us. So while she's doing that, I, as a teenager, I'm trying to figure out, okay, so what am I going to do with my life now that my father's passed? I could do one of two things, make one of two choices. One, as teenagers do, they rebel and they're like, you know what? I don't like anybody. I'm mad at the world and I don't care. Or two, I can remember what he taught me growing up and I could live up to his expectations and focus on my education. I chose option two. I wanted to do good. I wanted to be positive and make sure he would be proud of me. So I focused on my education. My mom got a job working for nonprofit organizations, and she was doing work that she was passionate about. She was touching lives. She was making an impact. And I remember I was there to help her with her program. So she worked at the drug and alcohol abuse. She worked as a drug and alcohol abuse counselor. She worked for the AIDS Foundation, and I would be like the resident photographer for her different programs. And it'd be funny. I'd be watching her, interact with people, and they would just be giving her big hugs and saying how much she's done so many good things to help and to support them. And it was just a great thing to see. My mom was really, really special and doing lots of good things to impact the community. After graduating from high school, I went on to college and I began working as well. I went on to college, got my electrical engineering degree. And then after graduating from college, I got a great job working in corporate America, but it wasn't in engineering, it was in IT. And I, worked really hard. I got to like the top of my craft. And it was about 10 years into it. I had the sense that, you know what? Something's not right. even though when I started my career, I knew in my gut, sometimes you have a feeling about something. I knew in my gut that I would not always be in corporate because I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I didn't know when it was going to happen, but I knew that I wanted to be my own boss and to help other people and grow and do positive things in the community. So it was it was in 2007 that I was on my way back from a business trip. So it happened to be a management training. I was doing the thing there and it hit me. You know how you get thoughts that flood your head that come out of nowhere? Well, that's what it was for me. It hit me. I need to make a change. I need to change where I'm going and I need to make a move. I need to make a jump and take that leap of faith to start my own business. Now, by this time, I had already been over 10 years working in corporate. I knew what I was doing. I knew the people. I knew had the connections, and I knew what I could do. I was confident in my capabilities in the area that I worked in, and I did it. It was April 2007 is when I started my own company, Quality SAP. I started Quality SAP, which was an IT company, and it was all about IT consulting, website development, and it was great. It was a great feeling. And the other thing that I did in 2007 was I got my master's degree in IT management. So I achieved two big things during that year. And my mom, who was my biggest cheerleader, she was like, "Ah, I am so proud of you, and your dad would be so proud of you. And you need to always remember, you're nobody's patty cake." That was one of the sayings. You're nobody's patty cake. So basically, she's saying that you could do whatever you want to do and don't let nobody run over you. So I'm like, thank you, mom. So I was able to achieve that. But guess what? I wasn't the only one that took the leap and was able to follow their passion. My mom, who had spent so much time working for nonprofit organizations, she had it in her heart. She wanted to become a minister. And I was like, okay, all right. So she went through the process. She got ordained a minister and she was able to teach people the word and minister and give them that spiritual guidance. And that was her passion. And we were so proud to see her do what she wanted to do. So not only was she our cheerleader, me and my sisters, but we was cheering her on as well. She was able to travel all over the country and she even got a chance to go to Jerusalem. So that was fantastic. But again, in March 2012, sadly, she passed away. But that's not the end of the story because what she did and how she touched me and my sisters, that lives on. That does not die. She made the jump, took the leap of faith to do what her passion was. I made the jump, took the leap of faith to start my own business and follow my passion. My father took the jump and made that leap of faith to follow his passion. So, what are you doing? Are you sitting there? Are you still thinking about what you need to do? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to jump. So, in 2015, I woke up to a dream. Literally, I was sleeping and then I woke up because I had a dream that was divinely inspired. And this dream was all about bringing it all together. It was all about what I experienced with my father, what I experienced with my mother, and bringing it all together. The idea was to create an app called KeySpot. So KeySpot was an app that was about connecting the community and supporting small businesses. 15, there was not a whole bunch of apps out there. Mobile app development was new. Companies like McDonald's and Burger King, they were just launching their apps. And different stores, they were just launching their apps. So when I had this idea, it was all new. But I knew because of the divine inspiration and because of where it came from, no matter what, I had to see this through. So it took a lot of work. It took a lot of financial investment. It was tough times, but I made sure to make it happen. And in 2016, KeySpot was born. And now KeySpot is all over the country. So we are supporting small businesses by sharing their business services and events all across the country. And we are connecting communities, and we are doing positive things to impact people and their lives. So I made it a mission to not let my parents' passing be in vain. I made the jump. I took the leap of faith, and I am living their legacy, supporting small businesses, giving back to the community. So if you are someone who is still looking and searching for what your passion is, or if you are somebody who knows their passion but is not taking any action, you have to ask yourself, what is holding you back? What is holding you back from making the jump and taking that leap of faith? Because don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. So if you want to connect with me or learn more about Quality SAP or KeySpot, you can find me at www.keyspotapp.com or connect at qualitysap.com. And if you are a small business, a minority business, or a Black-owned business who wants that support, we offer free promotion on our KeySpot app for you, small business. And you can just go to www.keyspotapp.com/free, okay? keyspot.app.com/free, and we will be your partners to help you grow as a business. We want to support you. And don't forget to pick up a copy of my book, Yes, You Can, 10 Great Ways to Market Your Business. Available on Amazon. I'm Cynthia McAllister, owner of the IT company Quality SAP, here to support you. And thank you so much for listening.
I am Zacchaeus Moss, and time, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Now or never. I remember growing up watching a commercial on television of a white gentleman hearing the alarm clock go off. And when that alarm clock went off, he rolled out of bed and he said to his wife, time to, well, you know the commercial, time to make the donuts. He stumbled his way through his bedroom, going through the same routine. Time to make the donuts. That's just like each one of us. That same routine, going to the same place, the same traffic, the same cubicle, the same coworkers, the same frustration, nothing different. Excited about Friday, dreading Monday, trying to get over the hump. But is it time to do something a little bit different? You get the frustration, you get all the things that come with a job, the benefits, but there's still something missing. There's still something that you know there must be more. There is certainly more to life than just going through the same old. What is that thing that's on the inside that you've been ignoring? What's that thing on the inside that you have not paid close attention to? What's that voice that's been speaking to you that you've been ignoring? It is the call to greatness. It is the call to impact. Of course, we all experienced COVID-19 and the impact. And the funny thing about COVID-19 and the impact, it forced a lot of us to dig deep and to look inwardly and really answer the call. To do that thing that we wanted to do all along, but for whatever reason, we wouldn't take the first step. So just think for a second. What if I do that thing that I was called to do? What if I answer the call? What if I move forward? That's something to think about. But when we look at the call, there's a certain anatomy of the call. The first thing is hearing the call. We think about the ears. Did you hear it clearly? What was that whisper that said, this is something that I should do? I've seen other people step out. I'm hearing their stories of greatness. I'm hearing their stories of impact. But what can I do? What voice am I listening to? Is it the voices of my mistakes? Is it the voices of my family members that say, you can't do that? You're not good enough. What is the voice that's coming out? What is the voice that you're going to listen to? That's the anatomy of the call, the ears. Next, then, there is the mouth. Speaking. What words are you releasing? When you hear the call, first, when you hear any kind of call, when somebody calls you up, you first have to answer. You must speak and say hello. You must say something. So when it comes to the call to greatness, what are you saying in response to that call that you know that's on the inside, that's saying, move forward and do that thing that you know that you're supposed to do? It starts with the mouth. There is power in our mouth and what we speak, in what we say, and what we do based on what we say. Then when it comes to another part of the anatomy of the call, you think about the eyes. How do you see yourself in the area of being great and having impact? Do you see yourself as a lowly person that can't? But when you see see this call and who you have the potential to impact, then all of a sudden, everything is so much different. It's all about vision. How do you see yourself? Do you want to see yourself in the same state that you once were? Or do you want to see yourself differently? Next, we have the heart. What's on the inside, the passion? What is that thing that you know that gives you that great feeling, that the energy to move forward, to look at that mountain, to look at that obstacle and say, I can do it. I can overcome it. Even anytime somebody calls you, depending on who the person is, there's a certain response. There's a certain reaction. So think about this. If greatness is calling you right now, when you look at the caller ID and you see greatness, what kind of response do you give it? Before you answer, think about this. Greatness has called before. Did you answer? Greatness has been in a state of call waiting, but you put it on hold. Now or never. Let's think about, now that we've looked at the anatomy of the call, let's transition to, why is the call important? Well, if it's a state that you're in now of frustration, if you're in a state of disappointment, if you're in a state of dread, if you're in a state of lack, now is certainly the time to answer the call, because you have the potential, you have all the tools, you have all the resources to now do the thing that can impact others, the thing that can impact the community, the thing that can change your economic status, the thing that can set a legacy for you. That's one of the things that makes the call important, not just for you, but more so for those that you impact. Let's think about some of the obstacles that keep us from answering the call. Sometimes it's our family relationships. Sometimes it's simply just lack of education. Sometimes it's just lack of get up and go initiative. Sometimes it's just simply the fear factor. Of course, the fear factor is the strongest thing that keeps us from doing the thing that we've been created to do. The call is important, but here's something to think about. The same energy that it takes to be fearful is also the same energy that's needed to carry out the thing that makes you great. So in other words, just as much energy that you have to be fearful, it is the same energy that you could be using to be great and to impact others. Now, we've been looking at this mountain of greatness, and we've been looking at this mountain of impact, and we've been looking at what is keeping me from moving forward. But as we look at this mountain, that time factor is present. Have you ever had a great idea in your head, and for whatever reason you kind of didn't move on it, didn't act upon it, and then you looked at a commercial on television and you saw that, man, that's the exact same idea that I had. That's the same thing that I was thinking about doing. That thing about ideas comes to us each and every day. But the funny thing about it is that our Creator places some great aspects and ingredients inside of each one of us. It is up to each one of us to answer the call, to hear the call, because there is greatness, there's impact that is waiting on the other side of our action and taking the first step. It's a funny thing that the Bible says simply this: many are called, but few are chosen. Many are called. In other words, the call goes out to many people, but few are chosen. Now let's look at this a little bit differently. The call goes out to a lot of people, but only a few choose to take action. Now you think about the greatness, you think about the impact, and knowing that there have been so many calls that you yourself have heard. The funny thing about the call is it is a whisper oftentimes. It may even be a still small voice, but nonetheless, the more frustrated you get, it begins to get louder and louder, and it becomes more frequently. The call comes in more rapidly, and you pause and you think to yourself, what should I do? What can I do? Should I take the first step? Should I move forward? The good thing about it is, if you are being called to greatness, you won't be satisfied until you take the first step. When you're called to greatness, you won't be satisfied until you answer the call. When you're called to greatness, the frustration that you have will not dwindle. It will get stronger. But the good news is, when you turn and look and answer the call to greatness, the excitement, the exuberant, everything that you desire to have is manifested. The impact that you seek simply by answering the call, simply by answering the call to greatness. And it is a personal call. It's a private call. It comes directly to your phone, you being the smartphone, you having all the applications. It comes directly to you. But the funny thing about it is up to you to answer. Sometimes it's disguised as frustration. Sometimes it's disguised as COVID-19. But the choice is yours to decide, am I going to wait? Or am I going to consider the time factor? Because now or never. In other words, if I don't do it now, I never will. If I don't answer the call, the greatness that I am intended to fulfill will never come to pass. So the thing to look at in answering any call is who is on the other end of the call and what's going to be the result of the call. If I don't answer the call to greatness, who's going to suffer? But if I do answer the call, who's going to benefit? So in parting, don't be the one that's frustrated about moving forward. Don't have regret, but think about the time factor. It's now or never. You must answer the call to greatness. You must answer the call to impact, because your community, your family, and everybody you're connected to needs you to answer.
This is Tyran Jackson, owner of Reborn Resilient. I'd like to take a second to invite you to my workshop, the Soulful Success University. This workshop follows my keynote that you should check out titled, My Defining Moment. In this workshop, we lay out the blueprint for overcoming adversity and obstacles, which are relevant to our interpersonal lives, in business, in our health, and even in the relationships that we have with others. I invite you to join me to learn more about how to get past these challenges that may be holding you from reaching your fullest potential. Look for my keynote, My Defining Moment, in the workshop, the Soulful Success University. This is Tyran Jackson. It's a pleasure to connect with you. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Boyd, and I am your reposition specialist. Oh my goodness, are you excited to be here today, to be participating in the BlackCEO Iconic Digital Summit? I know I am excited to be in front of you today, and I hope you are totally enjoying the entire summit. Don't miss a day, because we have some phenomenal speakers. But I am glad that you have decided to stop by and learn more about Mary Boyd, because I am Mary Boyd. Listen, I help women overcome their past, face their present, and purposely walk into their future, and stop living everyone else's truth about them and live in their own truth. Now, I know you are out there, you have a birth in your belly, you have a business in your belly that you want to birth, and you are here to find out, how do I get it done? Listen, if you were like me right? I've been an entrepreneur all of my life that I can think of. I've always had that entrepreneurial spirit. And I don't know about you, but I came from a background in Washington, D.C., right? That's where I'm from, but I live in Atlanta now. And I grew up, dad passed away when I was about 5 years old. Mother never remarried. She worked for the government for years until she retired on disability. So, I had to help. And so I've been working since I was 14 years old. And if you are like me, that money had to go into the house, right? And so you really didn't have it for yourself. And your mind said, when I get grown, I'm going to work, I'm going to make my money, and I'm going to do what I want to do with my money, right? I know that's what I said. And guess what? I did. Uh-huh. And guess what the result of that was? Bad debt, right? Right? Credit loans, oh my God, credit card out the wazoo. See, because I wasn't taught about money. I wasn't taught the fundamentals. My education when it came to money and finances was pay your bills on time. Anybody, anybody out there? Right? Pay your bills on time. That was it, right? So I grew up, even though I had that entrepreneurial spirit, I came in my adulthood still having the spirit, but not knowing what to do with it. Making decent money, working, right? But not having anything to show for it. Constantly being in debt, paying for student loans for school, coach chasing. I'm going to explain that in a minute, right? All of that and still not getting anywhere. And what I have come to understand that there is a mindset behind the money. And that is what I'm here to talk to you about tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There's a mindset behind the money. Listen, it's not enough to chase the bag, okay? Now, between me and you shouldn't be chasing the bag anyway. How about that? All right? The bag is supposed to be there waiting for you. All right? God says, listen, He will create a table before you. All you have to do is walk up to it and eat. Okay? So you shouldn't be chasing the bag. Why are you chasing it? Why is it running from you? Okay? Why is the bag running from you? And it's not that it's not there for you. That opportunity isn't there for you. That you are not able to operate in the gifts that you have, but you just don't have the mindset behind the money. You're forgetting about all the other things that have happened to you in life that has caused you to procrastinate, right? Some people call it laziness. You have a little bit of laziness in you, possibly, right? You are trying to multitask and do 12,001 things at one time, okay? You're trying to build a business while you work a full-time job. You have a spouse, you have kids, and other obligations that you have to meet. And you wonder why you are connecting with this coach, connecting with that coach, connecting with this coach, and all of them are telling you pretty much the same thing. But for some reason, you're not accomplishing anything, right? You're overwhelmed, you're frustrated, you're stressed out, you have this yearning, you want to do it, but nothing is happening. And you're saying, I'm spending thousands of dollars on coaches. These are supposed to be the subject matter experts. These are the people that are supposed to get me to where I have to go. Well, can I be truthful with you? It's not them. It's you. It is not them. It is you. If they're telling you to do 1, 2, 3, and you are doing 8, 9, and 10, whose fault is that? Or if you're not doing it at all and you have every reason, which are good reasons to you, right? You have every reason that you're not getting it done. And they're all great reasons for you, right? That's still not their fault, okay? You have to understand where you currently are in your life, in your headspace, and then start to operate there first and get that together before, okay, before you spend thousands of dollars on coaches that you are not going to do what they tell you to do. Get your life, as they say, first, okay? So, I'm going to touch on a topic, and it is a part of the mindset behind the money. Okay, it's a part of the mindset behind the money. So I want you to make sure that you have pen, paper, pencil, highlighter, everything that you need to take notes, because I promise you that if you just implement these few little steps, it is going to start you on the right track to make sure that your mindset is right in order for you to accomplish your goals, dreams, and aspirations. So, one of the big things are you cannot be everything to everybody. Write that down. You cannot be everything to everybody. How is that possible? How do you get anything done if you are saying yes to everything? You can't. See, Warren Buffett said the difference between successful people and very successful people is that very successful people say no to almost everything. Very successful people say no to almost everything. See, they're laser focused. They're focused on their goals. So, no, I don't have time to go to the cookout with you today. No, I don't have time to go hang out in the mall. No, I don't have time to sit on the phone with you for 2 hours and cut the breeze. No, I don't have time to do a girls' night and do dinner tonight. Now, are we saying that you can never have your time? You can never have your fun time. You can never have your playtime. Absolutely not. That's not what we're saying, right? That's not what I'm saying. Listen, you have to have harmony. I want you to write this down. There is no such thing as balance when you are starting and running your business. Yeah, I said it. And anybody that told you you got to find balance, tell them Mary Boyd said there's no such thing as balance. What is balance? Balance is when you have two things and they are equal, right? They are equal in weight, they are equal in time, they are equal. Now, how many of you know that you started your business? Where's the equality? Where is You can't give everything the equal amount of time. So there's no such thing as balance. But there is a such thing as harmony. You have to find harmony in this journey, right? So again, it's not that you don't ever do anything, you don't ever hang out with the girls, you don't ever do your fun time, you don't ever have self-care, because that is extremely important, right? But there's harmony in that. And you have to find the harmony based on what you're doing and your schedule, okay? In order to get things done the way that you need to get done, okay? Write this down. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus, okay? The stuff doesn't magically appear, it doesn't magically get done. You don't wave a magic wand around like you in a Harry Potter movie, okay? And miraculously stuff gets done. No, it takes focus. You have to focus on your goal, okay? You have to focus on your goal. So, One step about focus is figuring out to do or not to do. That is the question, okay? To do or not to do. You're like, Mary, I got this to do and that to do. I got to take the kids. I got to deal with the husband. I got 5,000 phone calls to make. How do I do this all? Listen, what I'm about to tell you is a secret. Nobody ever told you this before. Make a list. Make a list. Listen, yes, we are very creative people. Entrepreneurs are very creative people. And sometimes we forget about the simplicity of things, okay? I am very creative, and sometimes I make things a lot harder than it has to be. My creative juices start flowing, and then I'm telling you, I get real off, okay? But sometimes a simple list, make you a to-do list. This is what I want you to start. Make you a to-do list, and you're only going to make one. You're not going to have a to-do list for home, a to-do list for kids, a to-do list for the business, because then you're still all over the place. Okay? You're still all over the place. So you are going to start with your goals. Make a list of your goals. And that's all inclusive, not just business. Because guess what? Your personal life is part of your business. There's no separation. Your personal life is part of your business. Your personal life is you. Your business is you. So you can't separate the two. All right? So you're just going to all your goals. Make a list of all your goals. Then these are big goals, okay? From there, step 2 is to make smaller goals from those big goals that you have. You know that old saying, what's the best way to eat a burger? One bite at a time. Well, that's what I'm taking you through, one bite at a time. Now you know what your goals are, right? For the week, for the day. You can do your list for the week. You can do your list for the day, right? So whatever it is, you're going to set your goals. Then you're going to make smaller goals, okay? Milestones along the way. And then from those smaller goals, you're going to create tasks. See, time management is about getting the tasks done that you need to get done in the amount of time that you have. Because we all have 24 hours in a day, right? It's what are you doing with those 24 hours? Okay? So you're going to then create tasks. What tasks do I need to complete in order to accomplish this goal? Right? So again, you're going to write your goals out, what you want to accomplish for the day. You're going to take that big goal and break it down to some smaller goals, some milestones. And then thirdly, you are going to create tasks that will help you accomplish those goals. Okay? Now, again, there's only one list, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to have 3 or 4 or 5 lists and sticky notes all over the place. One. Have your one list and then put that list in order. Right? If taking little Johnny to football practice is a non-negotiable and you are in the car during that time at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., guess what? You cannot have a list over here that says you're supposed to be in a business meeting at 6 p.m. And you forgot all about you had the business meeting at 6 p.m. because the only thing on your mind was to take little Johnny to football practice. And because that wasn't integrated into your one list, you forgot. So a lot of times you like, I got this, I got this calendar over here, then I have stuff written in my hard calendar, and then I got a list over here, and then none of the lists are ever together at the same time, by the way, right? You took your personal list with you in the car, you left your business list at home, but then you think of some business, something that you have to do while you're in the car, but you don't quite remember what it is because that one list that don't make any sense. So just have one list, Okay? Simplify this. Okay? And you're going to put that list in order. You are going to put that list in order. Okay? From most important to least important, right? Everything cannot be done at the same time. Everything cannot be number one on the list. You cannot have 10 number ones, all right? You cannot have 10 number ones that you personally have to do. Now, you can have 10 number ones and some of those things, if you have a team, you can delegate that out to, right? But you shouldn't have 10 number ones that you have to do. Okay, so let's be clear on that. Okay, so make sure you have just one list. Now, I know you all again are going to think I'm crazy. Now, I already told you, just say Mary said. Okay, multitask not. Multitasking is a myth, ladies and gentlemen. It is a myth. Multitasking, that means doing more than one thing at the exact same time. Is that possible? 99% of the time, no. And I leave that 1% of simple stuff. Like I can be on the phone while cooking dinner. Yeah, I can do those two things at one time, right? But I cannot cook dinner and wash clothes at the same time. Because I don't think your washing machine is next to your stove, arm reach, where you can be stirring the pot and putting clothes. I can't even do it. And my rhythm is just off in doing that, right? You cannot do that. What you can do is put the water on the stove to boil. While you're waiting on that to boil, go get a load of clothes and then put it in the washing machine. That is not doing the two things at the same time. That's doing one thing after the other, right? So it is a myth, guys. I just really want you to stop trying to multitask in that manner. And when you have your task list and you have placed your task list in order, right? And you have designated your time in which that will happen, those different tasks, then you will get things accomplished. You won't feel like I'm worn out at the end of the day. And I know I did a lot of stuff. But for the life of me, I can't figure out what I did. Anybody else felt like that? What did I do? I know I'm exhausted. My body hurt. My mind is tired. Like, but I swear, I just don't feel like I checked anything off the list. You're going to stop doing that. And you're going to stop doing that today. Now, I have this funny thing of saying, you're killing my focus, man. Yeah, y'all know I'm a movie buff. I love Chris Tucker, right? And I love how he would say, man, right? Like, he's saying, for real, this is what you're doing? Listen, there are things that are killing your focus. There are people that are killing your focus. TV. I used to be one. I have been released, thank God, from the TV. I can go all day literally without watching TV, right? But that didn't used to be me. I would get so caught up in series and different movies that I would spend more time watching everybody live their dreams on TV than I would actually working in mine, right? Social media is a big one. We are in a time right now that everything is virtual. Social media was already big, but it's even more so now. And they're constantly coming up with different things, right, to keep you engaged. Well, it's great to be engaged, but not to the detriment of your business. Are you engaged to the point where you have spent 3 and 4 hours of your day listening to somebody else talk about something every day and you haven't done anything for yourself? Right? not. Absolutely not. And that stops now. Interrupted calls, conversations. You know, the kids need this, the husband needs this, the wife needs this, the friend needs this, and it's constantly being interrupted. They killing your focus. But if they don't know that you're focusing, if they don't know that between 6 and 7 or between 8 and 10, you are focusing on working your business. So don't call me because I'm not going to answer the phone, right? Don't interrupt me. Set yourself up to where you have done everything that you needed to do in the time frame before you need to focus on your business. I'm gonna give you all y'all. Well, I'm gonna say mothers because I know most mothers do the cooking. But listen, fellas, I know you're in it too, right? Cook meals for the week. That's a freebie. That's a freebie. My mama taught me that, right? I'm a single mom. I work 2 jobs, and I was like, me, and I live in Atlanta, y'all. So y'all ATLians, you know traffic, 285, 85, it's an hour and a half. By the time I got home, who was cooking? Starting to cook at that, right? So on Sundays, I dedicated Sunday evenings and I cooked 2 meals. I cooked the stovetop meal and I cooked the oven meal. And that's what we ate all week. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and Friday was pretty much, you know, you got something out. That was my schedule in my household. So I cooked for the week on Sunday. Again, controlling my time. So when I got home, all I had to do was fix the plate store, stick it in the microwave, warm it up, and my son was fed. And so was I for that matter, right? So I just took my time back. So there are certain things that you have to do, but you have to let those that know or those that would affect your time and what it is that you're doing and that can cause you to get off focus, you have to let them know your schedule. Your good girlfriend that you sit on the phone with for 2 hours all the time needs to know, don't call me at 8 o'clock. I'm not answering. All right? If you don't need your phone during that time, give your phone, turn it off. Or if you can't turn it off, give it to somebody in the house and say, listen, unless they say that they dying, the world is exploding or something like that, don't bring this phone back in here with me because I need to focus. All right? So I have a task for you. I have a task for you in concluding. I want you definitely to improve your focus. Okay. This will start you on the journey of being able to get accomplished all of those wonderful things that your coaches are telling you to do in order to get your business up and running, to scale your business, to take it to a next level, to have that 100,000, 500,000, $1 million year that you need, right? You are going to take a piece of paper and on one side, and if you're a computer person, don't like writing, do it in Excel, however, it don't matter, just do it, okay? On one side, you are going to put focus killers, focus killers. And on the other side, you are going to put focus tips, okay? Now, on your focus killer side, you are going to evaluate your life and be honest with yourself, okay? How long are you talking on the phone with people? Shooting the breeze. How many hours are you doing that? How many hours are you spending watching the 90 Day Fiance or Loving Basketball? I don't even know if that's still come on or not, or Atlanta Housewives, whatever, right? How long are you spending in doing that? Okay? What different things are killing your focus? Okay? And then once you write that list, beside it in the focus tips, I want you to implement some of these things. And this is just a few, and there may be some that you like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. Of course, create your own,
right? Number one, you need to again focus on goals, right? Focus on goals is a tip. So, for instance, if you that multitask thing, right? And you got 5,000 things that you're trying to do and not understanding what's a goal, what's a task, you need to define that and write your focus on goals. These are goals. These is what I need to focus on, right? Again, if you have 1,001 things, is to create you a to-do list and prioritize it. Okay? If you have stuff all over the place and that's making you lose focus because you're constantly, your mind is just in 1,000 different places, okay? Create one to-do list. Eliminate non-essentials. What is a non-essential in your life? To me, like I said, for me, it was TV. TV was a non-essential, right? I don't have to watch TV. I know enough people that watch it when stuff happens in the news, they just tell me what's going on, right? That was a non-essential for me, right? So some things that you just do, like that's just me. Some of that stuff is non-essential, okay? So make sure you recognize that and eliminate it. Schedule time to focus. Yep. Schedule your time where you are sitting down and you're planning. Your focus time is your planning time. Your planning time is your focus time, okay? Where you want to sit down and you just want to take a deep breath, write everything out. You're writing your plan together. You're getting the things that you know you want to do. You are planning your focus time. So you definitely want to do that, okay? I'm going to put my hands on my hip as I say this. No multitasking. Stop it right now. No multitasking. That right? Don't do it. There's no such thing. So if you do the first thing, that will automatically give you the second thing. Okay? You won't be able to multitask because you have your to-do list. Know the warning signs. You ever talk to somebody and they just didn't quite give you the right feeling? It's like, I don't know about that person, right? There are warning signs that let you know that your attention is about to do this or your attention is about to do that, but you're not focused. Okay? Recognize those warning signs and immediately stop it. Okay? You have to learn yourself if you don't know yourself already. You have to learn yourself and recognize those warning signs. Again, continue to identify your focus killers and develop a pre-work ritual, whatever that is. Mine is devotion, prayer. I get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the morning. Whatever your ritual is, so that you're not hopping out of bed and going right to work. Okay, you're having a moment of self. You're taking some self-care. You're having a moment for you. You're breathing. You're getting it together. You're reviewing. You have a pre-work ritual, and then you start your day. So, ladies and gentlemen of our BlackCEO Iconic Summit, I hope that these tips have blessed you today. I hope that you can take some of this and start getting yourself organized, your life together, getting your mind right, and understanding that there is a mindset behind the money. And if you don't have the right mindset, you will be forever chasing the bag. My name is Mary Boyd. It's been a pleasure being here with you. I am your reposition specialist. You can contact me at info@IamMaryBoyd.com. And Boyd is Boyde. Yes, I'm unique. I have an E on the end of Boyd, right? So info@IamMaryBoyd.com. You can connect with me on Facebook at Mary Boyd, and you can connect with me on Instagram at I am Mary Boyd. I thank you all for joining. make it a harmonious day.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to have you here. My name is Ayana Maya, and I go by the Capacity Coach. And I work with women around helping them see their value in their own eyes and increasing what that means to them. And so, how that started for me was what I call my sort of problems to Proverbs story, right? It's my journey into womanhood. And, you know, I had no idea what a Proverbs 31 woman looked like. I wasn't in the church. I didn't grow up in the church. I didn't know anything about the Bible. I didn't know anything about women in the Bible. I just knew that God was calling me to him because he would whisper to me in my ear that he was waiting for me. And I would just say, okay, God, I got it. I hear you. I'm coming. I'm going to get there. But I didn't, that took 35 years. I didn't give my life to Christ until I was about 35 years old. And I would just continue again to hear him whisper in my ear, Ayana, I need you. You need to come to me. And I would just say, okay, God, I got it. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm getting there. And he was just so patient with me. But in coming to him, I didn't realize I was actually starting the healthier path to womanhood, right? Have you ever been so filled up with other people's opinions, what society says, what, you see on social media, what you see in the market about what a woman should be, how she should show up for others, who she was designed to be, how her body should look like, how she should carry herself, right? We're getting all these sort of different pieces of infiltration in terms of what womanhood should actually look like what the journey actually looks like. And, it's defined for us by society, right? We're looking at, just different messages that veer us off the path of who we are destined to be. We have a path, excuse me, that's laid out for us, right? And it's a part of our journey. It's about, us coming from being in the womb all the way to womanhood. We can't block out the outside noise. We're veering off our path and we're having trouble, walking in our identity and who we are as a woman. And sometimes we stumble into it. So for me, what happened was I didn't start my womanhood journey, in the traditional sense. Most people assume that for women, we become one when we maybe get our period or when our body starts to change or, at the pivotal points in our life, those, sort of sacred age moments of 18 and 21 when we're in adulthood. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're in womanhood, right? And so how I define womanhood is walking in your authentic self and your sort of inner superpower as a woman. What is it that we were designed to do? Who is it that we were designed to be? And what is our divine purpose that was instilled in us? For me, I stumbled into it at 5, right? I stumbled into it when I was violated by a man. And you think, well, how does that translate to stumbling into womanhood? Well, because at 5, only 60 months into my life cycle, I already was introduced to thoughts that were well beyond kiddie play and what cereal am I going to have in the morning and Saturday morning cartoons. I was exposed prematurely to what I should have been thinking about at 5. At age 14, I was pregnant. My motherhood journey started at age 14, right? So again, I'm trying to be responsible for things I shouldn't even have to think about at 14. Knowing that I found out I was pregnant, but I knew I wasn't going to bring the baby home, right? And then starting that motherhood journey, actually bringing the baby home 5 years later at age 19, bringing my firstborn son home. And all these ways, and just you just kind of like trip up and say, oh my God, I got to be a woman. Oh, trip up. Oh my God, I got to do this. Oh, trip up. I didn't realize I was a woman, but now I have these certain responsibilities that society has said once this happens, you're a woman, right? So here I am just stumbling into womanhood at different periods of my life. Not the traditional, like, oh, she got her, she got her flowers, she got her period, and now now she's becoming a woman. That was sort of ripped from me at such a young age that I didn't even realize I was starting the process of having an identity crisis. Ooh, that's a mouthful, right? An identity crisis, walking into my journey as a womanhood. Then I became a wife. Wasn't a Christian, hadn't given my life to Christ. And so you're trying to do things based on worldly perspective, and was just failing at it because I didn't really know what it took to be a wife, right? What that meant. So again, another stumble into womanhood and trying to figure it out and trying to align myself, with what society is saying and what I'm actually doing. And the weight just started to compound because I just felt like I was not hitting the mark. Like it just kept coming harder and harder and harder to live up to this ideology of who a woman is supposed to be to her family, to her husband, to her, the world. Who is she supposed to be? What is it supposed to look like? And then by living up to the definition of what I thought was a woman was just so compounding that I eventually got to a point where the burden was so heavy that I sat in my kitchen. I had dropped my kids off at my mom's house, and my brother had come out and he was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." Um, but I wasn't. I just couldn't live up to this expectation that I thought I needed to be this sort of perfect woman, um, in order to be, I don't know, I fulfilled, happy, fill in the blank. Were you frustrated? Like we get to these points as women where we're just not feeling as powerful as we know we can be. And it's frustrating to see your power and not be able to get it. It's almost like you're always almost there, almost there. And it's just so defeating to see it. So I had gone home that day. I had already given my life to Christ. So this is, about a year or so into my faith walk, and decided I was going to take my life because I wasn't meeting the expectations. I felt that. I felt that, just not feeling like I was being seen, not feeling unloved. I didn't know who I was in Christ. I didn't know what type of mom I was anymore. I didn't know what type of wife. I didn't know that I was actually helping my husband. I didn't feel like a helpmate to him. And then also just recognizing like my friendships were suffering. I wasn't connected with my family the way that I used to be. And I just felt extremely lost. I felt extremely frustrated. I was not in a place to consider the cost of my presence being gone. And I felt that all these people that were in my life would benefit dramatically if I wasn't there. They wouldn't have to experience the brokenness of me. They wouldn't have to push through and deal with my issues. And I didn't have to project my problems and complain and, just self-loathing. They didn't have to deal with that. And I wouldn't subject them to that anymore because I didn't feel that that was fair. Right. And in the moment, I have the knife at my throat and I'm ready to, excuse me, I'm ready to end it. The house is quiet. Nobody is home. Perfect opportunity. And God literally comes right down. He comes right down to my ear. And I could feel the wind of his whisper in my ear. And he says, ask for help. And in the moment, I still have the knife at my throat. I'm now sobbing because I'm not alone. I thought I was alone. And he came right down and he spoke to me. And he said, ask for help. So I pick up my phone and I have the knife in my hand and I have the phone in this hand. And I reach out. And it's funny because I have a small hand. So I don't know how he made it work. He made it work because my fingers are small. And I reached out to a Facebook group of women that were part of a church that I was attending. And it was just a group for us women to connect at a deeper level. And all I typed was, I'm ready to end it. I don't know what to do. And within minutes, they started sending me text messages. I even had a couple call, and I just didn't have the courage. Like I didn't have it to answer the phone. I didn't know if I wanted somebody to talk me out of the decision that I had made, right? And they started responding to the post, and God was like, just read it. And in the moment, I like he completely used that opportunity in my lowest and darkest moment as a woman to reshape exactly who that is, what a woman is in his eyes and not mine. He used a group of women to rally around me in my darkest moment and what could have been my final moment. He completely derailed it and interceded on my behalf because I couldn't do it for myself. Right. I was just feeling so frustrated that I wasn't hitting all of these targets as a mom, as a wife, as a daughter, as a friend, as a sister. You name it. I wasn't feeling it. But the sweet part about what he did was after I had received all these messages and I was just sitting in my kitchen on the floor, just weeping, and it just felt like there was a cloud around my house. Like it was just, you ever know those dark days? Like you're looking outside and it just gets kind of dark, like it's sunlight at first, or not even, it's just daylight. And then all of a sudden it just feels very dark. And in that moment, when I sort of felt like, wow, there's like something over what I thought maybe was the enemy, like, come on, you can do it. You can take your life, really turned into what felt like God's covering. And he met me right in that moment. And he said, it's not about your titles. Yes, I've afforded you the opportunity to become a mom, to become a wife, you were born to your parents, so you're a daughter, you had siblings, so you're a sister, you've met people along your journey, and you're a friend. But it was never about, any of those titles, any of those roles. He said to me, I designed you first to be a woman before you were anything else. I fashioned you in the womb to be a woman. And can I tell you the power and the divine purpose that he laid on my heart that day in that moment? Like the reason I was wanting to take my life is because I wasn't living up to the world's expectation of womanhood. And he was about to reshape it. One of the first things that he showed me was the term Ezer Kenegdo, right? That was the term that was used in Hebrew translation for helpmeet when he created Eve out of Adam, right? That I was specifically designed and fashioned in such a way to help. And so I thought, well, everybody helps. That's like very basic, God. Because you got to talk to him in a real way. So I'm like, that's mad basic. Like everybody helps. Like, duh, that's what we do. And he said, no, 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 no. I want you to look up help. I want you to look up what it actually means to help. And so as I started getting into sort of my true nerd power, right? I do word studies, such a nerd that way. And I learned that in order to help people, you have to have a certain level of inner strength to be able to pour from in order to help somebody, right? Because you're looking at where that person is, you're seeing that there's a disconnect, and there's something in you that you have to give, that you have to pull from in order to be able to help them. So he said to me, I have not only equipped you, but I have equipped all women with the ability to help. And with that comes a level of strength. It comes a level of endurance and will, like you have to be open and willing to help people. There's a level of nurturing that you have to have. And the world has told you that that is not a strength, that that is not something that you should be proud of. But it is the very thing and the very reason that I created women in the first place, is because I needed to equip them to handle the battlefields of the certain areas of their lives, i.e., your roles, right? Walking into motherhood, the baby isn't born and they say, Here's a manual for this child, and you're going to deal with this at this age, this age, this age, and this age. Good luck, Godspeed. They don't do that. You're literally walking by faith, step by step, moment by moment, every single day. And the strength that it takes to pray for your children and your husband on a daily basis when you don't feel that you can even pray for yourself. The strength that it takes to clean the house, do the laundry, cook the meals, help with homework, do the parent pickups and drop offs, do all the grocery store runs, do all the things day in and day out that as women, we're told these are the things that we're supposed to manage within our home. To do that when you're at a level of sheer exhaustion, to continue to show up for your family every day, despite having a 9 to 5 and a side hustle, right? We're dualpreneurs, we're mompreneurs, we're managing our children, and then we have to train them on top of that. So you're talking about battlefields that God has put us in for his glory. Why? Because he's equipped us with the strength. He's equipped us to endure, to go through the struggle, to go through the process, to help train a child as they should go so that they can become the adults and make their contribution to the world, right? We do have a heavy responsibility as women on our shoulders when we're walking into these spaces. And it doesn't matter if you are, I know I've referenced moms, and I know there may not be, everybody who's listening may not be a mommy on this, who's listening, excuse me. But aunties and sisters and like a mom and stepmoms and grandmoms and, my best friend's mom, and you're always in a capacity where you're able to help. And that requires a tremendous strength. And I couldn't see how strong I actually was because I could only see the problems. I could only see the problems. And God said, well, yeah, you have these problems, but in the proverb of who you are, it is the strength. It is the getting up early and praying. It is the going out and gleaning and making sure that you're making a contribution to your family. He said, as a wife, this blew my mind. As a wife, you are the COO of your household, not the CEO. As for the husband, but you, honey, you are the COO. I mean, it just completely transformed the way that I was going to show up in my house for my family. Like, I am the chief operating officer. I handle the operations of the house. You know what that means? That means I handle the appointments. I handle all the parent teacher meetings. I handle all the play dates. I handle all the food and the nourishment. I handle all the routines and the training and development, right? And then aspects of discipline. We share that with, me and my husband. And when I walked into the authority, when I walked into the authority of being a woman, it just completely, it just changed everything, right? And so with him showing me Azer, what I learned about Azer Kenegdo is that that's also a military term. Like the only real other times that it's used in the Bible is in a military reference, right? And I learned that they're warriors. Hello, they're warriors. And he said, Ayana, you are a warrior in womanhood. I'm gonna let that, I'm just gonna, right? A warrior in womanhood. And I said, well, God, what does that mean? I feel it. You done told me I was a COO. Hello. I done got a whole title change. I said, praise God. And then he said, well, you're a prayer warrior, aren't you? You pray over your family. I said, yes. And then he said, don't you, what, oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm losing it. He said, you're a warrior in motherhood, right? You go out every day and you fight for your children. He said, you're a warrior in sisterhood, right? Not just your biological sisters, but you go out and you champion for your friends, and you motivate them and you encourage them, right? You get into community with women and you support them. So you're a warrior in sisterhood. I said, okay, amen, God. Okay, keep going. All right, I'm getting this. Okay. And then he said, you're a wife warrior. You come behind your husband and you support him because what? Behind every Black man is a Strong Black woman. Yes, y'all are getting it. Y'all are getting it. Amen. And then he said, when you combine all that together, what is that? I said, a warrior in womanhood. Amen. And then because he had given this not just to me, but he told me this is for all women. I said, but God, do they know this? Is this a secret between me and you? He said, oh, absolutely not. And that's what I want you to know, that you are a warrior in womanhood. You can get out on the battlefield of life daily and show up as a warrior deep down in your root. You hear me? In your root, the things that people can't even touch. You are a warrior at your core. You see the value that you were born with? I mean, that is God given. That is a vertical download. Hello, you were given that when you were in the womb. When he says, I fashioned you in the womb, listen, he knew what he was doing. I just didn't know until I had that moment. And so, he's looking at how you can really help, right? We treat that as some subservient wife, or a disconnected mom in some way, and we just minimize the strength and the power of helping, and that's really our superpower, because we're able to bring things to the table that it's not a male bashing moment, but men just can't, because of the way we were designed, what we were called to be, who we were called to be. If we were called to be like men, we would be men, but we weren't. We were called because it was not good that man was alone. And so God did something, what? Good. Good, y'all. We good. Okay, I hope that just freed somebody, because I know it freed me again. And so let me ask you, now that I've shared my story, why this matters, why I had to give you context, right? Where are you in your journey to womanhood? Are you still operating in possibly a weak mindset, and you need to transform to a warrior mindset? Because it's okay if that's where you are. I was there. I hope your situation is not as dire as mine was, and that it takes you to get to a point like that. I pray that over you in Jesus' name, right? But are you ready to walk in the power and the divine purpose of being a woman? Are you ready to own your warrior, your inner warrior? Are you ready? Name her, honey. Mine is Michelle. I don't tell too many people that, but her name is Michelle. And when Michelle comes out, she walks right into her power. You see, Beyonce got Sasha Fierce. Hello. You see? So find your inner warrior. See how, she can come out and really, truly be a help, be of help. So when I realized this, here's what happened. The deeper part of it. I realized I could break the cycle. Now, I mentioned to you, I am a mom. I have 4 children. I have 4 that are living, and I have 4 that are no longer with me, right? But I'm still a mom, and I have 1 living daughter. And when I look at her, if I hadn't decided to become a warrior in womanhood, if I had went through with my foolish plan to leave the earth, who would she become? What would I have passed down from generation to generation? Who would her children become? To my 3 boys, if they have daughters, who are they going to become because of who their grandmother was? What space their grandmother would have been in? You see that generational curse that passed down to pass down? Sometimes it's not sometimes, it's not just wealth. It is also character, right? So becoming a warrior in womanhood, it requires you to forgive yourself and let go of the bitterness. It requires you to look in the mirror and free yourself. It requires you to accept what you can change and what you can't change. It requires you to die to your old self and move forward, because a warrior cannot walk in bondage. A warrior cannot walk in fear. A warrior cannot walk in hurt. And a warrior cannot fight a good fight without a plan. It is a choice. You have to choose to live every single day and operate and becoming that warrior in womanhood. You deserve it. You deserve it. 3 ways that I started that journey. I studied other strong women, biblical and not. I identified the need to heal. I canceled the narrative negative that I kept, the negative narrative, excuse me, that I kept telling myself. And I brought it to my therapist. And then I had to forgive myself and offer myself grace too, right? Because God extends it to us and we can also extend it to ourselves. So here's what I'll say to you, to my future warriors. I see you, I love you, and I'm praying for you. I'm on the battlefield right next to you. May you see your value, may you own your value, and may you live out your value every day. I thank you so much for joining me and taking the time to listen to this message. You are a warrior in womanhood, and I am standing right beside you. We got this. So let's go, because it's time to show up.
Before I begin the meat of this message, I want to pose a question to you. How do you live after you've died? I know, that's probably a bit more existential than you were looking for in a keynote speech, right? Well, this goes right up there with what's the meaning of life and which came first, the chicken or the egg? But what I'm asking isn't at all odd. Men and women for millennia have been searching for the answer to this very question. And honestly, the closest we've gotten recently comes from, well, where all good answers to meaningful, thought-provoking questions come from. Pixar. Okay, because we're family and I like you, it's only right that I preface what I'm about to say by giving you the obligatory spoiler alert warning. So I apologize in advance, but don't say that I didn't warn you. So on Christmas Day 2020, Disney Pixar offered up yet another bit of cinematic, self-reflective genius in the form of the movie Soul. The story of full-time middle school band teacher, part-time jazz aficionado, Joe Gardner, who finally gets the chance to play at the best jazz club in New York City, just to have that dream taken away from him when he falls down a manhole and finds himself in line on a long moving sidewalk heading for the great beyond. Y'all, Joe dies, okay? And he's not particularly pleased with his new location in the space-time continuum, so he does everything he can to get back to his body and his life. Now, again, because we're family and I like you, I'm not going to tell you what happens next, except to say that he finds the answer to my question. But can I be honest? I mean, really, truthfully, completely transparent? I didn't need to watch Soul to find the answer because, honestly, I've already figured it out. Okay, maybe a better response is I've already begun figuring it out. See, the reason why this movie resonated with me so much is because I am Joe and Joe is me. So let me explain. In the movie, we don't ever find out how old Joe is, but if you look at him, I'd put his age around 40, although he could be older because we already know that Black does not crack, but we'll go with 40. So at what would be considered middle age, he finally gets the gig of a lifetime. Things finally seem to be going his way and life is good, great even. Then everything is upended by an unexpected situation that ends up taking his life. And that, my friends, is my story too. In 2018, just 3 months into my 45th year of life, I fell down a proverbial manhole when I woke up to discover I was having a heart attack. And not just a regular heart attack, because as my daughter often tells me, I don't know how to do anything regular, but a widowmaker heart attack. If you are unfamiliar with this type of heart attack, it's one so severe that the person ends up dying, which is what happened to me. My heart stopped twice on the way to the hospital, and then 7 more times after that. The doctors told my family that there was a 50-50 chance that I would not make it through the weekend. The chaplain told my husband to get my affairs in order. I found out later that I started bleeding uncontrollably and they couldn't figure out why. Every pint they put into me flowed back out. And my mother said all that she could think about was that her only child was going to bleed out and die before her eyes. Thankfully, I survived. And when I was told how slim my chances of survival were, I began to think of all the ways I was going to live my life differently, better. After all, many didn't make it, but I was one who did. And if this was where my story ended, well, me and Joe would be twins, and we all lived happily ever after. The end. But you know that's not how real life works, right? When I regained consciousness, the very first thing I realized was that I was partially paralyzed from the waist down. That's a whole nother story. Then, while I was in recovery, I developed infections in my right leg and left foot, which ultimately resulted in my right leg being amputated above the knee and my left leg below it. Did I mention I was a runner? 5K, 10Ks, half marathons? Yeah. And I loved shoes. The employees at DSW Shoe Warehouse knew me by name. And here I was at 45, facing life as a partially paralyzed, bilateral lower limb amputee. When we think about death, we often think of it only in terms of the end of life. Indeed, death is defined as the action or fact of dying or being killed, the end of the life of a person or organism. When we say she died, we usually mean she passed away, gone on to glory, or some other euphemism that we've concocted over the years. But death, dying, doesn't just pertain to the physical loss of life. It pertains to the loss of a life, the one you lived before you fell into a manhole or left the hospital physically, emotionally, and spiritually changed. It's the life you lived before you lost your job or your house, your marriage or your business, your child or your parents. It's the one you lived before you lost your dreams. I mentioned at the beginning that I didn't need to watch Soul to figure out the answer to my question because I had already begun figuring it out. But please make no mistake. This was no easy journey to discovery. The adage, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, takes on a whole new meaning when they're being thrown at your head. And that's what I've been doing the past 3 years of my life, learning how to take life's lemons and make lemonade, and lemon pound cake, and lemon meringue pie, and one hell of a good lemon drop martini. Now, I realize that my story isn't your story. And I also realize that some of you have never had not one crappy day, month, week, or year in your life. So this message ain't for you. But thanks for listening. But for everybody else, let's work on answering that question, shall we? What I am going to share with you now are the principles of the raft. There are actually 15, but for sake of time, we're only going to cover 5. Before I begin, let me explain that RAFT is actually an acronym for resilience and flexible thinking. I know, clever, right? And flexible thinking and resilience mean our ability to bounce back and pivot when necessary. Had to do a lot of that in 2020. So, if you're going to come back to life after you've died, you need to be able to do both successfully. So, let's start with the resilience principles first. Principle number 1, practice self-awareness. So, emotional intelligence is defined as our ability to identify, assess, and control one's emotions and the emotions of others. And according to Daniel Goleman, who's the preeminent researcher on this topic, one of the 4 components you need in order to have emotional intelligence is self-awareness. And to find an excellent example of what this looks like, we just need to channel our inner Shakespeare just a little bit and take this advice. To thine own self be true. In other words, be authentically you. That's what self-awareness is. It's all about understanding and embracing who we are and what we value and what we believe. Now, what does that have to do with resilience? Well, if we are going to build true resilience, we have to know what sets us off so that we can then have a plan to overcome the obstacles. Practicing self-awareness means being able to accurately evaluate ourselves objectively and take an honest look at who we are, especially when we are facing challenges. Now, remember, we are our most authentic selves when all hell is breaking loose, and our ability to persevere is contingent upon us being honest with ourselves first. Can't be honest with anybody unless you're honest with yourself in the beginning. All right, so principle number 2 is prioritize self-care. One of the funniest shows of all time, in my opinion, is Parks and Recreation. If you're unfamiliar with the show, but you are familiar with The Office, well, it's what The Office would be if it were located in the Parks and Recreation office of a small Midwestern town. In season 4, 2 characters named Tom and Donna celebrate their favorite day, October 13th, Treat Yourself Day. This is the day that Tom and Donna set aside every year to, well, treat themselves. Whatever they feel like doing that's going to make them happy or feel good, that's what they do. Now, while the writers made up this day for the show, the idea is a great one, and one we need to practice ourselves, because the truth is, you can't recover from any issue or setback if you don't take the time to treat yourself. We've all heard the adage, right? You can't pour from an empty cup, which simply means you can't give what you don't have. We can't be resilient if we're worn out or sick from taking care of everything and everyone else except for ourselves. We need every bit of strength and sanity to tackle obstacles as they come. So we have to be good at taking care of ourselves first. All right. So principle number 3 is push out fear. Answer: snakes, worms, bugs, unicorns, and dragons. Question: what are things I've been afraid of in my lifetime? Okay, I'm not afraid of unicorns and dragons anymore, but both of them kept me up at night when I was a child. I was scared they were under my bed, conspiring to get me. Mind you, I had no idea what they would do if they actually got me, but I didn't want to find out. I'm not sure what was going on in my 6 or 7-year-old mind, but it was the 70s, and the movie The Last Unicorn and the television special Puff the Magic Dragon gave me nightmares. It's only been recently that I've been able to watch The Last Unicorn without getting the willies. And that's because I figured there wasn't a really good reason for a 48-year-old woman to be afraid of unicorns. So, what does any of this have to do with developing resilience? Well, I'm glad you asked. One meaningful way to become more resilient is to face our fears and then push them away or leave them behind. This is especially important if what we are afraid of falls into the category of irrational. You know, that's that type of fear that is so unhealthy that it keeps us from moving forward. And resilience is all about moving forward. We understand that some fear is healthy, right? It was fear, after all, that told our prehistoric ancestors to run from the big furry thing with the claws and teeth. It's healthy fear that helps keep us safe when we're in a dangerous environment. But any fear that keeps us from living our absolute best lives is something we have to face and move beyond. All right, so those are principles of resilience. Now, let's tackle two of my favorite principles of flexible thinking: slay the sacred cow and learn to take risks. So, principle number 4 is slay the sacred cow. Now, you might be asking, what exactly is a sacred cow? Well, once again, I'm glad you asked. So, a sacred cow is defined as someone or something that is considered to have a status that allows it to avoid any criticism or questioning. And then there's my definition of a sacred cow. And that is any idea, concept, or rule you refuse to give up because you're stubborn and you don't like change. If you're of the school of thought that says, this is the way it's always been done, and this is the way it should always be done, go ahead and quit right now, because you're never going to accomplish anything meaningful. What's the definition of insanity again? Doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. Now, before you get angry with me, I hear you. What if what you've been doing has been working? In response to that question, I present you with one of my favorite all-time Marvel comic book characters by the name of Shuri, also known as the technologically brilliant younger sister of King T'Challa or the Black Panther. As far as I'm concerned, she is the ultimate cow slayer. In a conversation with her brother about his latest protective suit, he questions why she created something new when the old suit was working just fine. Her response is this: just because something works doesn't mean it can't be improved. And that, my friends, is the definition of what it means to slay a sacred cow. If we are to embrace this very first concept of flexible thinking, we have to be, well, flexible in our thinking. We have to stop holding on to things that no longer serve us, even if they still work. And that's so that we can move forward. All right, principle number 5, and the second principle of flexible thinking is learn to take risks. Some years ago, a story was floating around social media about a college student who had a fascinating response to a test question. The student was to respond in essay form to the following: what's the riskiest thing you've ever done? His response: this. As a former educator, I loved this response because I understood what he was doing. By making the word this his whole answer, he both answered the question and provided an example. He responded to the question, what's the riskiest thing you've ever done, by doing the riskiest thing he'd ever done. Brilliant, I tell you. Had he been my student, not only would he have gotten credit for the question, but I might have slid him a couple of extra points or 2 just for being creative. Now, the next person who tried to answer the question that way with the same response wouldn't have gotten credit. But that's what happens when you take a risk. The definition itself says as much. Risk: to do something that may result in a loss, failure, etc. The key word here is may, as in it's possible that this thing you did could result in a loss or failure, but it's not certain, so try it anyway. Now, honestly, that's why so many of us are risk averse. We don't want to do anything that may result in a loss or failure. But what if you applied a little flexible thinking to that definition? Let me offer you an alternative. Risk. To do something that may result in a gain or success, etc. See, the problem with the word risk is that it needs a good PR campaign, one that highlights the positive aspects of taking risks and not the negative. So, if we focused on the positive instead of the negative, people might be more inclined to take leaps of faith. Leaps of faith. Isn't it interesting that when we see this phrase, leaps of faith, we don't have any negative feelings about it? No one has ever used I'm a leap of faith averse as a reason why they didn't want to do something. And yet, taking a leap of faith is the exact same thing as taking a risk. Leap of faith. To do something even though you are not sure it is right or will succeed. That you are not sure part means there's a possibility that, which means may. Go back to the original definition of risk. It's the exact same thing. So, what might taking a risk look like in our lives? Well, in my life, taking a risk looked like the very first time I posted a picture of myself post amputations. Scary moment, but I did it anyway. So, what about you? What might taking a risk look like? If you don't know right now, that's okay. The request I'm making may be easy in theory, but putting it into practice, that's entirely different. So I challenge you to do what I asked my students to do, what I tell myself to do every time I expose myself to new environments and to new people, fully embracing my new normal. Do it scared. So, if you've gotten nothing else out of the time that we've been able to spend together, I hope it's that our ability to live after we've died comes from our willingness to change the way we think. No one can make us do it, and no one can tell us how long it should take either. This is a journey unique to each of us. But until we decide to take control of where this journey takes us, we're going to be stuck right where we are. Choose not to get stuck. Choose instead to live again. Choose today to grab your raft and go. Don't worry, you still have plenty of time.
I wear my red heels because I am healed. I am the righteousness of the Most High. I wear my red heels because it reminds me that I am already healed. My journey, authorizing your destiny. I am Latrina Rochelle Graves McCarty from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, USA. Today, you will be given the 5 W's and 1 H method, which will allow you to compose your own journey, destiny, path, and life. I guarantee you will enjoy the ride. In every situation, you should understand and evaluate each context, objectives, and constraints. This detailed analysis of each fact allows you to approach a problem in the best way possible. In other words, to achieve this systematic thinking, you should use this simple, reliable, and versatile tool. The 5W and 1H method is an acronym in which every letter corresponds to a question: what, who, where, when, how, and why. This technique allows you to understand a situation, to discern the problem by analyzing all the aspects. It allows you to discern the information needed to better understand, encompass, clarify, structure, frame a situation. As this way of thinking allows you to explore all the dimensions from different perspectives. This tool is used for journalists. They use it all the time and is applied to different contexts. It will help you ask the right questions, expand your inquiry, and obtain the right information, which in turn helps you to find the better solutions. This method is used as a guide. Who? Discover who you are. That is number one. I am enjoying the journey, but it has not always been this way. I can remember my earlier years as this shy, timid girl who was so shy that her palms would sweat, her knees would be on the edge of buckling, even at the thought of public speaking. And I had to conquer my fear of reading to an audience decades ago. I did not think I would survive my 6th grade reading class. Grade school was a blur. If there were a yearly award for shyness, I would hold a title each year. I remember reading aloud sessions, just 3 more classmates before it was my turn. My mouth was too dry to request a restroom break. My hands would sweat as if I had just beat my best friend in a freestyle sprint race. The problem was we were not on the playground where my classmates would marvel at my work with a kickball. I dribble the ball as if I were the daughter of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We were in reading class. 1 more classmate to read. I was next. I glanced at the clock again. Maybe we would have a fire drill, but it'd be real. The entire south wing of the school would be engulfed in flames. But after all, we had exited safely from the building. The 6th graders would lose all of their materials. Then later, we would learn that our new literature books would not arrive until the beginning of the summer break. And then, by then, I would be well on my way to junior high school. However, that was my imagination. It was just my imagination. Now, last year, I had the privilege to speak to a select group of junior and senior young ladies at my former high school in Moss Point. One of the students asked me when I fell in love with writing. I shared my story of fears, from fear to faith. I had to fall in love with reading first, and I did. My sister Sabrina introduced me to Danielle Steele's romance novels at the early age of 12. I was in love. Now, as a mom, I wanted to instill those best practices early in my children, and now I'm an English teacher. I have the privilege of instilling all those same skills to the next generation. I am teaching 9th grade English, and my students are pulling together an anthology book project. So my students were required to choose a personal novel and compose a narrative essay, whereas they identified and related to the main character. There is no way one can separate reading and writing. As I continue to pour into my students, as I continue to pour into them, it is my hope that they will have a glimmer of who they are and be able to recognize their purpose. The who is understanding who you are and what your passions are. Number 2, the what. What is your purpose? As a former young lady, it was instilled and ingrained in us that a man would find us. A man would find us. This was the same goals of all my friends. We thought that we must be engaged right out of college, settle down, and have 2.5 children, a dog, and a white picket fence. No one ever asked me about my purpose. No one ever looked beyond the what if I never got married or had children. And in my case, becoming a widow at age 39. I had a 13-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. After losing my best friend, my husband, this gave birth to my purpose. I started writing as a coping method. It allowed me to get through some tough days. In 2014, I wrote my first one-act stage play, which became a light series sequel, which includes Just a Little Sunshine, Only a Shadow, and After the Rain. I then wrote a 6-act play, which is Off the Court, and a live performance is on YouTube at LGN Productions. My first novel, Olivia's Journey, was published in October 2018. In the summer of 2020, I hosted a book club, which centered around my first novel. I wanted to form a deeper bond with the ladies, for we all have similar paths. After the book club, I wanted to stay connected with them, and we invited more ladies to come as well. So I created the private Facebook group, My Journey, Authorizing Your Destiny. We decided that a weekend getaway was needed. So my first My Journey virtual weekend getaway was birthed last December. Each of the ladies chose a chapter, and I encouraged each of them to rename that chapter and make it their own on a virtual platform. It is my desire to have a weekend getaway each year, and hopefully this year we'll be going to London. Next year, I hope to have the second book of the series, the second book of the series, Her Detour, written. This year's event was free. However, I encouraged everyone to purchase the book and visit the My Journey online bookstore where you purchase your t-shirts. And of course, we wore our heels and we had our pearls. The what to do. What should you do? What should you do? Start small. Just do something. I am so grateful for the opportunity to share my experiences with so many. I encourage single women to be comfortable in their singleness. Life happens. It is up to us to compose our own stories. We have to compose our own stories. Number 3, where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? I started with the simple, the obvious. I started writing. After I discovered it was my passion. I also encountered myself around like-minded individuals. However, you must remember that it's your passion. Don't lose yourself trying to entertain every idea. There were times I had to get alone. I remember writing the last few pages of my first novel. I checked into a hotel, grabbed dinner, and wrote well into the AM. I finished it. I have two businesses, LGN Productions and Mississippi Speaker Connection. And I do the same. Finding that alone time, finding those moments of no distractions is key to me. It is during those times that I know I hear directly from the Most High. He is my navigator. It works for me because in that place I grow. It is during that intimacy with Him, He displays His love. He nourishes you before He releases you with confidence. That is all you need. And you know for a fact that all will be well. Sometimes you may be perfectly fine walking in your heels. However, at times He may allow you to rest in His arms as He carries you. Writing Olivia's Journey was my alone time with Him. Every project that is conceived is our moment. Number 4, when. Now, at some point, you must begin. Why not now? Why not today? Make a commitment to do something in pursuit of your dreams every day. What I like about my brand, my journey, is that it is a visual affirmation that everything is going to be all right. Even if you miss a day of pursuit, stop beating yourself up. If you don't commit to a fast or to a diet and fail, many of us do. The key is to get up, keep moving. It is finishing the task. In a fairy tale of tortoise and the hare, both finished at their own pace. Yes, the hare was foolish, but finished the race nonetheless. And know that it is not a competition. Everyone has his or her own journey. You are author. You are the composer. Just like everyone has his own set of fingerprints, you have a gift and talent to share with the world. Many are waiting to hear from you. Yes, you. I didn't think I had anything to share with anyone. My late husband was the life of the party. He was a Marine veteran, high school teacher, and coach. His time on earth had a purpose. I strongly believe that he lived on purpose. And each year I honor him and present a scholarship to a deserving graduating high school senior in his name. His legacy lives on. I see it in his children, that same fire and passion that he had. My children are Anna and Joshua McCarty. They make me smile at their zeal and their passion. I am so grateful that I decided early on to demonstrate the example. For I know children close their ears to advice, but open their eyes to example. Obedience is better than sacrifice. As a single woman for over 10 years, I discovered what I was searching for was already inside of me. Whatever I thought my children lacked or needed because the absence of their father, they got it from the Father, the Most High. He does not disappoint. When I completed the 8th and final chapter of Olivia's journey, I realized 8 represents new beginning. I believe that every day is a new beginning. The red hills represent forgiveness, which is a reflective of the healing process. So, your win is every day, even if you don't get it right. Number 5. Number 5 is the why. Often we ask ourselves, why me? I had plenty of conversations with the Father. My biggest argument we ever had was, but I did not sign up to become a widow and a single mother too. Before I got married, I endured some hardships and pain as a single woman, but the loss of my husband is something that I would or could not have ever imagined. I lost my soulmate. I lost my best friend, the father of my children, the rock of my family. I had to rely heavily on my writings to get through some tough days. I began writing professionally and reading and writing as an escape. As a result, I was able to launch out into the deep with limited distractions. I chose not to pursue nouns. What are nouns? People, places, and things that would distract me from my purpose. At times I did, but I didn't stay there. I encourage those who have tuned in to know your why. A little over a year ago, I created Mississippi Speaker Connection. It is a community and collaborative effort designed to instruct as well as educate aspiring public speakers. It is designed as a networking resource for professionals as well as novice speakers to collaborate. They collaborate. One key, or the main key to this open forum, is for our guests to know and recognize their why as it relates to any given topic. I know, right? A little shy girl from Mallsville, Mississippi. Now I believe that I was born with a voice. I was born with a why. Experiences have allowed me to move from fear to faith. So I choose to wear my red heels and keep it moving. Why are so many people successful in the industry? Because they keep it moving. They don't allow their attention to be distracted for extended periods of time. You heal and you move on. I view life as a race because it is. Every one of us has an appointed time. It may take us years at the starting line, getting ready, and setting before we are ready to go. Just go. Ladies, instead of wearing your heels, put on some red chucks. The how. Final point. I remember trying to figure it all out. After I realized that I was already an overcomer fear, I majored in broadcast journalist. Here I was, a broadcast journalist, and I'm minored in speech communications at the University of Southern Mississippi in Hattiesburg. I just knew I was going to be a high-profile journalist. However, I discovered my passion for instructing. I'm a certified teacher in speech communications and English, and I hold a master's in English. Recently, I realized another passion, and so now I'm pursuing a PhD with the sole purpose of continuing my journey, because it ain't over. The question is how. I would encourage anyone to take time and be still. Turn off radio, podcasts, Clubhouse News, all platforms of social media for a season. Get quiet and be still. Once you know and hear some directions, get quiet again and give specific instructions. The blueprint may come in a form of a friend or business partnership. I always enjoy my writings alone. This is what I like. I do enjoy collaborations. However, I am the sole member of LGN Productions. I love it. It grants me relaxation because if I mess up, no one will ever know. But that gives me the free range to explore, add or subtract without distractions. Write the vision. Run with the vision. Make it plain. My journey allows me the liberty in authorizing my destiny. My journey brand is under the label of LGN Productions. Olivia's journey was birthed when I decided to re-enter and explore the dating scene. Now, Olivia's journey is fictional. However, it is a collection of my journey as well as the journey of my friends and my imagination. The novel is dedicated to my late husband, and the theme is crystal clear. One must have a clear purpose and be willing to go wherever that path may lead. The poet Langston Hughes puts it best. I have discovered in life that there are ways of getting almost anywhere you want to go, if you really want to go. Let's go over the 5 W's and the 1 H. Who? Discover who you are. What? What is your purpose? Where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? When? Now. At some point, you must begin. The why. Often ask yourselves, why me? Well, why not? The how. Write the vision and run with it. 5W1H method allows you to construct your thoughts and ask the essential questions to decipher a situation. In terms of project management, this is an irreplaceable tool which may be used in multiple contexts. Establishing a communication plan, defining a project, or even crisis management. Take it all one day at a time and enjoy the journey. By Christy Barley. These were the words my late husband, then boyfriend, would quote to me often, but it has taken me 10 years to walk in it. Sometimes a longer journey, we fall, and perhaps may even stumble or trip on our own feet. But we do not stay there. When we get up, we get back up again. And at times, we bounce back with the spring. This is what I live by. This is what I have decided to live by. And this has helped me with whatever life throws my way. For it is your journey, your destiny, your path in your life. I want to thank everyone for giving me an opportunity to be on this Black CEO iconic platform. I want to thank you so much. My journey, authorizing your destiny. Here are my two LLCs. And of course, here is a review of the methods. Please review them. Take notes, jot it down, do what you can in order to continue moving forward. And of course, this is my very first novel. I am hoping to have the second written by summer, Her Detour. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, bring back up your slides. I want you to reshoot that section again. Just going through them, but I want you to actually read through the questions because you went too fast for the review.
Okay.
So like actually do a review with them. Okay.
Okay, I can do that. Oh, sorry. Just 1 second. Okay, can you see? Can you see the share screen?
Yeah, it's up. But say your power word because if not, it's not going to. It may not show. Okay. So say your power word. Hold 1 second, and then go ahead and proceed.
Yes, ma'am. My journey. My journey, authorizing your destiny. I'm so grateful to have these two LLCs, LGM Productions, which has the fictitious label, My Journey, and Mississippi Speaker Connection. The 5W and 1H method. Number 1, who? Discover who you are. Number 2, what? What is your purpose? Number 3, where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? Number 5, when? Now. At some point, you must begin. Number 5, the why. Often we ask yourselves, why me? Why not you? And finally, how? Write the vision, make a plan, and run with it. Olivia's Journey. It is my very first novel, and I am creating the My Journey series as we speak. There will be three books under the label of My Journey. And please, please, please look out for the brand name, My Journey. Thank you so very much for having me.
Good evening and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to present with you today. My name is Tyran Jackson, and I plan to cover with you some information regarding being inspired and facing adversity and how you overcome it. However, I'm not going to present it in a traditional style. I'm going to teach you guys some things related to what I call the Soulful Success University. Basically, I'm going to cover with you guys points of success that you can take away and apply in business, in your personal life, in numerous areas as it relates to when you face any challenges, any obstacles, or anything that might be preventing you from getting to where you need to be. However, I'm going to put a spin on it. I have an interesting and traumatic story in which I want to share with you all part of my blueprint towards overcoming the adversity that was faced. And in doing so, share with you guys a little more about myself, my journey, and identify ways that things can be taken away from what I went through and applied with what you're going through in your business, in your day-to-day life, and in the long-term perspective of what you're going to face. So with that, I'm going to open up a PowerPoint presentation and share with you guys the walkthrough of the Soulful Success University. As you can see, this is intended to provide resilient inspiration and give you guys an indication on some of the things that we can take away from the story that I've gone through in order to provide success to you in the future. First off, I'm going to start off with giving you a little bit of background and a little something that I want you to understand as it relates to me as I get into this story. First off, I hope you had a chance to watch my keynote speech earlier, my defining moment. Within there, I'll go into some details of my personal story and issues in tremendous detail. However, I'm going to give you a brief recap as to what got me and led me into this position. I'll start off by saying this. For me, it all started 2.5 years ago. Life was great. Look at that handsome couple on the screen. That was myself and my wife. 2 years ago, we went to the Bahamas and we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary. At that point in time, we both were rising in our careers. Family life was great. We had a very strong, powerful, great relationship, and we were looking to be able to connect, spend some time together, and do some things that we hadn't had a chance to do just because of how hectic and busy our lives were. We got to the Bahamas. First 2 days were phenomenal. We got to have a great time. The vacation was great. Got to have some delicious dinner, delicious food, go to the beach, have some drinks, just enjoy our time reconnecting with one another. Things were wonderful. Things were great. We thought this was the best vacation that we had been on. And we were sitting there as we were sharing with each other, going over through some of what our dreams and fantasies for what we saw ahead. When you get to that time to connect with that special person and you get the chance to actually, unwind, relax, and get to think ahead about how great things are going to be, knowing that things have already been great leading up to that. And that's one of the things that we were really into. So this was a picture that was taken on the second day of our trip to the Bahamas. As I said, things were great. The third day, we were planning to go on a boating excursion where we were going to enjoy ourselves and get to see more of the island and just embrace our relationship and get stronger within that relationship. However, there was a change in plans, an unforeseen tragedy. If you see the picture on the left, you see a boat burning. Why is that boat burning, you may ask? Well, my wife and I, we got on that particular boat and started our excursion that morning. 5 minutes into the trip, the boat exploded. I was left on the surface of that burning boat, face down as those flames were rising. My wife, she was thrown off the boat as a result of the explosion. Without going into complete detail, my wife, she died as a result of that accident. She was able to survive 2 hours before she was announced deceased. Along those same lines, I had significant bodily harm. As a result of that accident, I lost part of my left leg. I was broken in multiple places. I was knocked unconscious 5 times. I had to go through a tremendous level of physical recovery just to get back to where I am today. I was going through mental issues because I was struggling. I came through a state of depression that I had to fight out of. I had PTSD for a period of time. I had memory loss, things that you wouldn't even fathom on top of what I was already dealing with the emotional and physical pain that I was going through. And I was even in a state where I questioned my faith in God, because I asked myself, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to us? Malika was a great person, a great woman. She lived her life the right way. Why was she taken at such an early age? Why was I in this state where I was on the verge of dying myself? And I didn't know if I was going to survive. So things went from being wonderful, great, and perfect to, in that defining moment, my happy life that I was living was interrupted. And then I'm in a state of, what am I going to do? As I say, at this point, I was at the lowest point imaginable in my life. I was in true despair, and I didn't know what I was going to do. So with that background, let me transition into what Soulful Success University is. And what I want to do is be able to teach you guys some principles that I've learned and experienced as I've walked through this journey from that time 2.5 years ago until today. First thing you may ask yourself is this for me? Well, as we go through this, I want you to ask yourself several questions as we go through this process. One, if you've ever had something bad happen and you didn't know what to do, and you ask yourself, well, what will I do now? You're sort of lost, you're sort of confused. Then Soulful Success University may be for you. Now, as you know, we're facing a difficult, unprecedented, unforeseen challenges now. We've got, things dealing with COVID. There's a lot of things. It's the way we operate our business that we have had to change over time. We may be working a 9 to 5, and that may be going well. It may not be. And there may be some struggles from an entrepreneurial standpoint with your own business. So with these challenges, you got to ask yourself, do I have a clear strategy on how I'm going to get out of it? Maybe you've had a situation where you've either had to go through a significant change. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you've gone through divorce. Maybe you've gone through something that has changed life as you know it. If that's the case, then Soulful Success University may be something that is very beneficial to you. If you're dealing with adversity and you're feeling this sense of just being stuck and can't get out of bed, can't move, can't proceed with progressing your life, and you need to figure out how to recover, then some of the points that I'm going to go into may be ideal for you and may be helpful in going through this process and learning more with regards to soulful success. And then just in general, am I in a state of despair? Do I know what I'm doing next? Am I just going through life and not really making any progress or taking the right steps forward? If the answer to that is I don't know, or yes, I am in that state of despair, then Soulful Success might help add some clarity into some of the things that you may need to do in order to progress and move forward with your life. As a result of my experiences, I've had to go through a great deal of stress, of obstacles, of challenges, and my original plan was completely demolished. But in the midst of it, I've been able to find my purpose. And that purpose has come through the pain that I've endured, but it's also allowed me to be able to help others and be able to develop my business and expand in different ways. So with the situation that I was dealt with, considering that I've been able to find ways of being able to apply some of the things that I experienced into success, there may be ways within the Soulful Success University that you could greatly benefit from learning some of the principles that we'll cover here. So I want to start off with giving you guys some of the main takeaways that I want to share with you guys. And this is an introduction to a more extensive program, but in this workshop, we're going to cover just the high level points of it. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about some of the details of what I faced through my recovery from that defining moment to where I am today. As I stated, to me, part of the primary objective of this is to find your purpose through pain. And what I'm going to share with you is just my personal roadmap to recovery from the setbacks that I happen to face. Along those same lines, things became clearer for me. So I'm going to go through my process of exploration In doing so, that created clarity on the new purpose that I had in my life, because the purpose that I believed I had before that defining moment was not the same as the purpose I realized as I've gone through the last 2.5 years of my personal journey. I want to work with people to help them understand how to identify what that purpose may be and the ways and techniques to pursue that purpose. And in addition, I want you to walk away feeling somewhat inspired and motivated as well. We all need to get a clear focus on how to get back on track when we've had to face this pain or this adversity, whether it's from a business perspective, whether it's in our personal lives. For me, I had to go through a great deal of physical recovery, as many others may have to, and then the emotional setbacks that come along with maybe losing someone or having something traumatic happen to either ourselves or people that we know. In doing so, I want to share with you guys the principles and the way that this course is set up, because our foundation covers several different key modules in which I want to make sure that we touch on. These are go through phases through my journey and takeaways that I have from each. The first one is just the rebuild or relapse, that option there. And when you're in a situation, right after that situation occurs, that tragedy occurs, you have to get your plan together sooner or else you can fall backward. Mirror manifestations, looking at the person in the mirror and being able to figure out what is he or she going to do next. I'm going to cover with you how to be resilient by design, because resiliency is so critical and so important when you're facing these challenges and adversity, because we're all going to be knocked back, knocked down, but resiliency is defined by the means of being able to bounce back and recover from any type of tremendous trauma. I want to share with you about the tribe of transformation, because this is something that encompasses more than just yourself. There's others that's going to be involved. There's no single person who has found success by themselves. And sometimes we need to factor in how we're going to integrate the people that are involved in our lives. And in some cases, maybe have to find other people to be brought into our lives in order to help us to move forward. From stress to success just covers with dealing with some of the things that may cause us tremendous frustration and challenges, and just the issues that we're dealing with, and get ourselves from that state to that future point to where we're actually thriving, where we're actually getting to where we want to be. And also cover how we want to learn how to lead with love. I think there's tremendous leaders out there in the world, but one thing that I realized through my journey is there's an element of love that comes in with everything that we do. And if you want to touch and inspire people, you have to actually have a genuine love and use that love in the practices that you actually uphold and carry through. And then finally, I want to touch on the future forward. As I said, I'm going to share with you my journey, my path as to getting to this point, and then some of the things that can be taken away and applied in your journey, in your experiences, going down your path to where you're trying to get to in life. One takeaway I want you to understand as I go through this, because I was knocked down beyond what I ever imagined, but I chose to be resilient. And keep in mind, resiliency is a choice that we all can make for ourselves. So as I get into this, the first element I want to share with you about is the rebuild or relapse. And in my case, this was the immediate aftermath of the defining moment, the accident. As I shared, after the explosion, my life changed completely. My wife was taken from me. I suddenly became a single father. I was broken in so many ways, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And just getting through that shock is the first thing. Just being able to survive that moment. One of the things I want to talk about is just the things that I had to deal with or had to use in order to get me through those moments. As I stated, the first couple of days, I was in tremendous pain. I had to go through multiple surgeries. I had to get transported from one clinic to another hospital and go through several emergency surgeries just to survive, just to live. At that point, I didn't necessarily have the means of being able to determine what the next action was going to be. So I was somewhat out of control of what was going to happen. But I also knew I needed to try to get my mind in the right place in order to get through these challenges. In doing so, one of the things that I took away as I was starting to get past the initial surgeries just to survive was I had to come to grips with the fact of my wife was gone and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I had all of these feelings and emotions inside. And so for me, one of the greatest steps that helped me start to make sense of what was going on, because it was all such a blur, was I needed to start journaling. I never was really someone who was great in documenting and recounting everything that happened. But this was a means of me, from an emotional standpoint, being able to put on paper, not just sort of what happened, but some of the feelings that I was going through emotionally, knowing that my wife was gone. I started reflecting back to some of the times early in our relationship and some of those great moments. And in some ways, it brought sadness. It brought tremendous sadness, but it was the first step. I had to do something because I didn't want to fall into a tremendous state of depression. I was already dealing with a high level of tremendous physical pain, and life for me was not comfortable at all during those times. I couldn't move. It was a struggle to eat. It was a struggle to just get through those moments. But as I was able to move towards those, getting through that first week, that immediate time in the aftermath, I was being pushed to try to do things even though I didn't want to. While I was in the hospital, I was being asked to start doing a little bit of occupational therapy. I could barely get out of the bed. I couldn't get out of the bed. They had to teach me how to push myself out of the hospital bed with one arm because I was in such pain and all of my other limbs were damaged. But doing these things was just, I didn't recognize it at the time, but looking back, those were the things that gave me that initial push in order to start the process of healing. As far as dealing with others, because in that immediate moment, I really wanted to be a recluse. I couldn't deal with talking with anyone that wasn't in my close or immediate family. And as you can imagine, there were a huge number of friends and family and people who knew Malika and people who just knew of the story and knew of us that wanted to reach out to me. But I was not in a state of mind of being able to communicate. I was drained. I was physically drained. I was emotionally in despair and didn't have it in me to go through that. There were numerous requests for news interviews and people who just wanted to talk. And I knew I wasn't in the place to do that. One of the better decisions that I made was not to do that. And my family was with me during this time to sort of shelter me from some of those things, because all they were going to do were trigger back those thoughts, memories, and emotions of what happened. So I want to say that because in taking those steps to avoid too many additional distractions that were going to take me back to a bad place, and also understanding that the immediate needs for me at that point were to make it through the physical surgery and just try to keep my sanity, coming to grips with the fact that my wife is gone. One of the things I recommend when dealing with a traumatic situation and is in that aftermath, that immediate time once it's occurred, the first step I want to say is you need to learn to assess what the situation is and start the process. Start the process. Like I stated, me doing that occupational therapy was me doing something to get a process started. Me being able to journal and to document things as it related to what my relationship was and the person that I lost helped me grow emotionally. Even though it was a small step, it was a step in the right direction and allowed me to begin making progress. This can be taken over into the business world. You know, sometimes things may not go as we wanted to as far as our business. Our sales numbers may drop, or we may have something drastic change the way we operate. But one of the things I want to recommend is that we all assess that situation and then start making some type of action, doing something that may push you in the right direction. That's how we begin coming to grips with the fact that things have changed. My mirror manifestations. This takes a look at taking a real look at yourself, taking a real look at that situation and coming to grips with what reality is. As you can see, that man on the right side, that's myself. And that was the first time that I actually looked in the mirror and took a picture and actually paid attention to me. This was 2 months after the accident. Prior to then, I rarely wanted to see anything related to what I looked like physically. I had to come to grips with the fact that the life that I had before was gone and that it was gone forever. And I also had to come to grips with the reality of my situation. It took some time, but for me to face that reality and not want to be in denial, there were plenty of times where there were family and even some friends wanting to talk to me and share with me, things to get me off my mind, off of what was truly happening as I was starting to recover. But there did come a point in time where I had to try to gain some closure on what happened and what was going on. Some of that closure came for me when I got an understanding of really what happened to my wife, Malika, from the accident. As I stated, she passed away, but she was alive for 2 hours after the accident occurred. Based on what was shared with me at a later point in time, she had tremendous damage to her lower extremities. If she would have survived, she would have had a very poor quality of life. And I wouldn't have wanted to see her suffer like that. She wouldn't have wanted to suffer like that. But finding that information out did make it a little bit easier for me to understand why she was taken in that situation and not spared. Thankfully for me, I've been able to physically recover and get past my injuries, but the outlook for her wasn't going to be so great. So understanding that gave me some solace in knowing that at least she's not suffering here. And along those same lines, I had to get even closer to the Lord than I was in the midst of getting through the challenges that I was facing. I had to get a better understanding on death and the transition of those from this earthly world to the spiritual world where eternal afterlife is had. So in consultations with my pastor and other people who helped me understand the word and the reasoning why some of these things happen, I had a greater understanding and at least a greater sense of comfort in knowing that Malika was still going to live on forever and that she was going to be an angel for myself, my son, and those that she touched. Also, just knowing her legacy, she was able to touch a great number of people. She serviced people in different capacities from various organizations, from the church, and just all around. If there was a way for her to volunteer and help people, she did. She left she was a beacon of light to a number of people in this world and helped make this world a better place. So knowing that her legacy was somewhat set and in place gave me some acceptance towards the fact that even though she was no longer here, she did make an impact on the world. As far as myself, standing in this mirror had me face my fears, knowing that the initial moment where I had to notify my son that mom isn't coming back, I was afraid of doing that. That was the hardest thing that I had to do. He was staying with family in the US while we were in the Bahamas, and to make that phone call was one of the most difficult things. But there came a point where I knew I just had to do it. Knowing that there's a fear that now I am the only parent. There was a level of comfort that come knowing all I had to do were the things to be a good father and that she was going to handle everything as it related to being a mom. She was the president of the PTA association for the school that he went to, was active and involved in a number of different committees, and did a great job of parenting him and giving him that motherly love. Now that's taken away from him. And now I've got to figure out how am I going to try to even come close to doing those things. So there was an anxiety and fear associated with all of a sudden being a single parent, not just a single parent, but a single parent with disabilities and hindrances and limitations that I can't even get up and do the things that I would normally have been able to do before. I also had to come to the mental acceptance of the fact that I was not the same, that I was never going to be able to walk in the same way that I had walked previously. I was never going to be able to run and play basketball and just move without thinking in the ways that I did before. Looking at this picture in the mirror made me come to grips with that. And so sometimes we find ourselves in denial of things, but we have to take that moment to look in the mirror and see exactly where we are. The takeaway I want us to understand from this is sometimes you do have to accept that certain things will never go back to how they used to be. Now, this doesn't prevent us from being able to move forward into a better place, but it does make it where the sooner we come to grips with that past is really in the past, the easier it's going to be for us to take that first step and move forward. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about resiliency. And just my resiliency and how important I think resiliency is when you're dealing with troubling situations and challenging obstacles. In the midst of my story, I had multiple times where God could have took my life as well. I survived that initial explosion. I was left burning on the boat, and there were things that happened that got me off of that boat. Other passengers from a second boat were able to get me off before I burned to flames. But I could have been taken at that moment. As I was in a Bohemian hospital, I was laying in the bed, and through some of the operations that they attempted to provide and do, my health actually got worse. My left foot, which was 80% separated from my leg, was attempted to be reattached. In doing so, it caused infection to spread throughout my body. As I was laying in that bed, all of my vitals went from a state of being in a stable condition and showing and registering green on the EKG monitor to suddenly getting to a concerning state, turning yellow, to all of a sudden turning red. My blood pressure got extremely high. My heart rate just laying in the bed was up to 150 beats per minute. I had a temperature of 104 degrees, and I was sitting there saying to myself and talking to God, coming to the realization that I was going to die in that bed. Now, through a number of things that happened that I had no control of, I was brought over to the U.S., taken to a trauma unit, and they had to do emergency surgery to take my leg. And in doing so, that's kept the infection from spreading. Now, I wasn't out of the woods yet. I still had to go through many more surgeries over the course of that next couple of days. And there was a time where I went through 4 surgeries in a day, and my vitals dropped again. But later that evening, I actually started showing signs of recovery. I could have been taken at that moment as well. And by the time I had gotten past that in my conversations with God, it became clear to me that at least physically, the worst was behind me. If he wanted to take me, he could have taken me in one of those 3 times. And that there must be a purpose for me to be here still. I came to understand that if I'm still here and I got a purpose, I might as well keep pushing forward. I might as well do what the doctors are saying. I might as well start to accept the fact and embrace it that I'm going to still be here. At that point, quitting was not going to be an option. At that point, I chose to have the will to live, the will to keep moving forward. And I said to myself in the hospital bed that it's going to get better. And as that was happening, my faith in the Lord and my words were starting to get increase, even though I was still physically broken and emotionally shattered. But yet I wanted to make sure that I was driving forward and that this will was going to push me not just to live, but to thrive. And I say all of this to say, even though this is dramatic and this is significant, it still parallels with what many of us are facing in our lives, because we're all going to have setbacks of some kind. The thing is that at that point, when I was in the hospital bed, I did make the decision I was going to do whatever I needed to in order to at least have the best quality of life that I could. And that God was going to create a way for that to happen. We all must be willing to be resilient in those moments. And it's a choice for us to be resilient. And that's a choice we should make every day. So when our business is not going as it should, when our sales may not be getting as many as we should, maybe enough people aren't visiting our website or clicking purchase, that's fine. We have to figure out ways of being resilient through those difficult times and thinking that we're going to still push through, because that positive effort, that positive energy is going to be what drives us through getting through that storm and being on the other side better than we started. Another element to the Soulful Success University that I like to touch on is just how it is when we have to incorporate the people in our lives. This is our tribe of transformation is what I like to call it. And for someone, and some of us, we may find ourselves to be, somewhat extremely prideful and reliant on ourselves more than we may need to be. I want to emphasize within this program the importance of having trusted friends and family. For me, as I was starting to recover, some of these people who I got to know and really trusted, they helped me provide some emotional stability and counsel me and give me some understanding on how to deal with this loss and some ways that I should think of it outside of the way that I've been thinking before. Sometimes when we're left to our own thoughts, especially with dealing with something that is negative and traumatic, we may look at it from a perspective that isn't going to be helpful for us to get to a point of thriving again. Having those right people who could give me some advice and help me understand that life is still going to go on and that I did have a purpose that maybe I didn't understand at that time helped me keep moving forward. And I also want to point out the fact that some things that I learned throughout this process was that I had to be vulnerable than I'd ever been before. I had gotten out of a habit of being the one who provided answers all the time and had to be in a situation where I was somewhat helpless. But I had to understand that I'm going to need other people to help me do the things that I needed to do. I was confined to a wheelchair for essentially 2.5 months. And for a period of that time, I had to be pushed around. And this was so much different than what I had been used to. But it took me relying on my family, on my sister, on those who were closest to me to help me do things that at that point I just couldn't do myself. And the lesson that I took away from that is it's okay. It's okay to be vulnerable. Sometimes the help is there, but if we don't ask for it, if we don't reach out for it, we may not receive it. And we may make things much, much harder than it has to be on ourselves. I had to learn how to accept help. This was something that came over time, but I realized that as long as I had people who were genuine and had the right approach and were really wanting to do the right thing for myself, for my son, and in Malika's loss, that they were going to actually help me get through with things. I had a number of people provide a meal train, provide food for myself and my son when we got back home, and help take care of things, because at that point I couldn't cook, I couldn't drive, I couldn't provide anything for myself and my son. So that was extremely helpful. I had people push me as I was starting to get a little frustrated and discouraged with the physical therapy that I had to go through, but encouraged me that I needed to do these things. I even had people who were willing to work out, stretch, and do things with me in order to give me that support in order to keep moving forward. And then I also want to point out, as far as some of us, we do need to understand that there's an element of being humble and learning to appreciate what people bring to the table for us, how we need to value them, and that we start to see that there is a beautiful light within people, and that some people genuinely care. And that opened up my eyes and my heart to wanting to not only appreciate the fact that they were doing these things, but that I allowed myself to be vulnerable to allow them to do those things. And my takeaway is that I want you to think that, you know, you have to be strong enough to stand alone at times, but you also have to be smart enough to be aware and know when you actually need help. And it takes a great person to be brave enough to ask for that help when they know that they need it. And my tribe, my group, my people who were there for me did a tremendous job in doing that when I was at my lowest points in the recovery process. Now, from stress to success touches on part of that tribe, but it goes to the next level. There were things that I knew that I needed that my tribe could not necessarily do completely. As far as being able to deal with the grief and deal with the loss emotionally, figure out how to put those pieces of my life back together, how to deal with the emotional pain that my son was enduring. I needed professional support to do that. I had never been to therapy before, but I knew that I was going to need somebody to help talk me through how to deal with such a change that was going on in my life. I knew that I needed to actually learn how to walk again. Now, as crazy as that sounds, once I healed to a point where I could get a receiver prosthetic, it wasn't as easy as popping it on and just taking steps and walking. There was a level of recovery physically that I had to do, a lot of therapy, a lot of physical training that I had to actually go through before I could even get to that point. I had to have someone push me into doing those things. And I had to have tremendous support from a physical therapist who would help me get through those things. As I stated before, I suffered from a degree of memory loss and PTSD. And anyone who has had to go through those issues and challenges, it's not something that you just happen to overcome by yourself. So I did have to go through numerous steps of neurological tests to understand if my memory loss was going to be something that was permanent or if it was just going to be something that was temporary. And if it was an issue that I needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So finding the right resources and people to help me get through my needs and make sure that those needs were met is something that takes some of that stress and anxiety off of yourself. And what it did was it really helped me to move forward at a quicker rate. My healing that was going to happen, hopefully naturally, was accelerated because I was able to find people who were experts at what they did and understood how they could help improve my quality of life and take the steps that I needed to in order to move forwards at a quicker rate. There's an element in there that I want to make sure that from a business standpoint, we understand. I needed somebody to help me figure out what I was going to do with my career and give me some life coaching that allowed me to expand from looking at what was directly in front of me over the course of the next 2 to 3 months and think about it from a longer term perspective. This led me to change from being an engineer previously into taking steps into entrepreneurship. And if I didn't have that, it would have been much harder to see what that vision was going to be for me in the future. As I was recovering and even got to where I was stronger enough to even help other people who were going through amputations or going through sudden mental or physical pain and just getting the news of that, or even others who have lost somebody close to them, I was able to see that there was a joy that I found in being able to talk with them and help them get through the challenges that they were facing. because we're not made to be able to endure these pains by ourselves. And sometimes walking through that journey and having that experience makes it easier for the next person who has to go through it. So as I got this help from the right people, I was able to use that and integrate it with what I was going through in order to help others. What some of this professional support and aid actually did was, as I mentioned before, it expedited my healing process and my recovery process, but it also decreased the likelihood of me making poor decisions and possibly relapsing to a greater state of depression or not being equipped to deal with the grief. And this happens, the takeaway that I want us to understand is sometimes we do need to find the right people and figure out how we're going to incorporate them in our life. This goes back to needing help, but sometimes there's specialized help and a specialized level of knowledge that certain people have that are going to help us understand things better and get things off the ground as it should be. For all of you who are part of this Black CEO Iconic Conference, you're taking steps because you've taken the step to learn from people who have already accomplished things, seeing people who have already faced struggles and battles within their businesses that you may be seeing and facing today. There may be someone who's going to provide you coaching in the future that you're going to learn and meet from this conference that you wouldn't have before because they're speaking to something that you specifically need. And in identifying what those needs are and actually going forward and getting that support, you're doing yourself a major service in trying to progress at a faster rate. So keep that in mind. We're not going to all be able to do everything by ourselves, and we do need to recognize when we need help. Another element to my recovery that tremendously helped me was the need to learn how to lead with love. And I want to paraphrase this as just understanding what my priorities and purpose were. As far as clarity on my priority, I want to take you back 4 years ago. Malika and I, we had a conversation, and it was one of those what if conversations. What if something happens to me? And I remember it clear as day. She said, if something happened to me, I have several things I want you to do. I want you to move forward and be happy. And I don't want you to grieve too long. I don't want you to get stuck in a place where you can't move forward. I want you to make sure you do everything in power to make sure that our son is taken care of and that you're raising him to be the man that he needs to be. So in my process of recovery, I constantly reflected back on those words that she shared with me. And that became some of my motivating force in order to keep pushing, keep moving forward. Times when I didn't want to do the physical therapy in order to just get to a point where I could walk again, so I could be functional, so I could be able to be the dad that I needed to be for my teenage son. It drove me into doing those things. When I knew that I was going to have to ignite a career again and be able to get out of bed and start grinding, start working, start doing things to make things better for myself and my son, her voice was still in my ear. And that really gave me a true sense of what my priorities were. And then the purpose came not only in doing what I needed to be a better father for my son and a better individual on this earth, but to, as I stated before, I found that there was joy for me in helping others to succeed. Others who were going through traumatic surgeries, or others who have lost either their significant others or have lost their job and didn't know what they were doing. As I was healing, I was trying to heal other people. And that purpose just became more and more clear as I did more of this. So it started to make it clear what God wanted me here for on this earth still. So I want to leave you with this portion. Let that love and let that purpose that you happen to have be your guiding light. And as you learn to help others, you don't realize it, but you're helping yourself develop and heal and grow throughout this world. This can be used in business and personal. This can be used in every aspect of our life. But learning to love others and learning what that love is that you want to apply will help us all move forward in this world. Finally, the last point that I want to touch on that the Soulful Success University is going to give you more detail on. It's just the overall change, your mindset and perspective. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, I learned that even though I had a great first half of my life, that I don't spend too much time looking backward at what it was and trying to get back to something that I had. I treat it as if I had to close that book and I had to create a new book, and I'm moving forward into the new chapter of that life. And I look ahead as to what's to come. And I try to make sure that the things that I'm doing are preparing myself to meet that future desire, that future expectation, that future goal. We can't go back and change what has happened. And when adversity hits, that's something that we can't go back and affect. I've had to transition to what my new normal is and accept it. As I stated, changing career, and I have a new focus on what's to come and where I'm headed. And then in the process of going through this journey, I found that there's a level of self-discovery where I found my authentic self. I found things that fulfill me, have a better understanding of how to love myself and love others, and using my purpose in order to impact people in ways I never imagined. And what I see now is that positive attitude that comes along with it, even though it was a major, tremendous setback, actually leads to progress and results are achieved. And as you start achieving more of your goals and your results, that attitude is only going to increase, and you're going to want to touch and help more people in a positive light in this world. So keep this in mind. In challenging times, you must have the strength and the integrity to be honest, not only with yourself, but others, on where you are currently and where you're trying to go in the future. With that, that's a short introduction into the Soulful Success University and some of the things that I want to share with you. My name is Tyran Jackson. I am the owner and principal of Reborn Resilient, and you can find me on the internet, on the website at rebornresilient.com. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn under my name, Tyran Jackson, or under Reborn Resilient. Be on the lookout. I'm going to share more of my story in my upcoming book, My Defining Moment, and there will be more insight into the Soulful Success University going forward. Thank you all. I hope you're having a wonderful conference and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping in to this workshop. I want to applaud you first and foremost because you are the most important piece of the next 45 minutes that we're going to spend together. You are tired, you're exhausted, you're doing a million things, right? You're running all around being Superwoman and Superman, but you chose to show up for yourself, right? You chose to prioritize self-edification and self-investment, right? So that you can better run your businesses. So I want to applaud you for that. Keep that same energy. I know it gets tough at times, but there are people, a full tribe of leaders who are ready and waiting in the sidelines to help you. I am one of them. I am Casey Richardson. I am a founder, a published author, and a coach and consultant. I lead a network called Blaze Women's Network. Blaze stands for building leaders and accepting zero excuses, right? We need accountability. We need people to push us to our limits and past them as well, right? So I hold intentional space for Black women, because so many times we're left on the sidelines. And so many times we're blazing trails but we don't receive our flowers. Right? So many times we think we have to be Superwoman and we kill ourselves in doing so. So I hold intentional space for that. And then I do one-on-one coaching and consulting with so many amazing, incredible, dope entrepreneurs. And that's absolutely a joy. So without further ado, I want us to dive into this content. So today we are talking about automation in our businesses. I'm pausing so that you all cut this part so it's a smooth transition. So I came here today to tell you that if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. I don't care how swift you are. I don't care how long you've been in the game. I don't care what your GPA was in college. If you are doing it wrong, if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. Because there are only so many things that our two hands can touch, right? There are only so many things that our minds can think about at one time and do things well, right? And execute with precision. So I want to talk to you about business automation because it is absolutely critical for your peace of mind, for you getting the rest and recovery that you need, for you having consistency across all elements of your business, right? And for scale, because what you're doing today, if you're doing it all, it may be getting you through somewhat right now, but as you stack on top of whatever you're doing right now, more and more clients, more and more products, quicker and quicker velocity, that foundation will crumble and break if you do not have automation built in. So let's dive into this. Today's workshop will cover the following. We'll talk about the benefits of automation, just to spell that out for everyone, the criteria for automation, because it kind of helps, people get actual use cases for them. We'll do an activity where you're going to get a score on your automation as it stands in your business today. We'll do some reflecting because that's important, right? I will be intentional about reflecting and being sober-minded about where we are today. We'll do another exercise, a little more robust. If you have your workbook, you can work in that workbook. If you don't have it, it is absolutely fine. You can do the exercise on a piece of paper. We will talk about some mindset principles. We'll talk about some automation principles, some things you need to make sure you remember and keep in mind for the long haul. We'll do a recap of everything we touched on in today's workshop, and then I'll share some contact information with you so we can stay in touch. So let's dive in. Benefits of automation. So when you choose to automate, there's nothing barring you from it. Anybody can do it. I'm going to prove that today. When you choose automation, you have higher productivity. One person can do a certain number of things, but bots, right? Formulas, systems, computers, software can do so many things in the same second, right? So that's huge. More reliability. Things are prone to human error, right? We fat finger mistakes all the time. We have typos when we're emailing very quickly all of the time. We skip steps sometimes, right? When we're trying to go at a higher velocity than we may normally go at. So automation is great for that. Increased availability. I talked about this, right? Getting your time back. You need that. Like, it's so critical, not just for your business, but for your health, for your sanity, right? For self-care, for self-love, etc. You will have greater performance. You will reduce operating costs, I promise you, especially if you build this now to support your business. As you scale, a lot of your automation costs will remain fixed. So that means whether the output is 10 units or 100 units, if your cost is a flat fee per month, you achieve operating efficiency, which gives you more cost reduction per unit sold. You will reduce errors. You will have improved client satisfaction, especially when you get to that point of consistency, right? Clients will be absolutely thrilled that email automations come like that, right? That reminders for things come like that, right? Where you remind them something's left in your cart, or there's automatic triggers when certain things happen in processes and they think that a person is doing it, but it's really, right, AI, it's really technology. And then last but not least, you have capacity for high level tasks, right? So really thinking about the creative and strategic things that are important for your business so that you have time to manage it versus being in the weeds of everything, right? What should be automated? So these are some, I'll throw out 4 tips for you or thoughts for you on thinking through your business and what you can automate. If you have tasks that are repetitive in nature, right? No matter who is booking it, no matter who's doing it, no matter who's buying it, certain things need to happen. Those are excellent processes to automate. Welcome emails, right? When somebody signs up for a list is an easy thing to think about, right? But there are so many other use cases for that. So start thinking through some of these processes that you repeat over and over and over again. Processes that don't require human intervention for completion. There are some things that it doesn't need a person to think about, right, and make a decision on. It's if A plus B equals C, we don't need a person to sign off on that. But those are the processes that are excellent candidates for automation. Processes that need consistency across the entire company. If you know that you will cringe to find out that your marketing team is communicating this message, right? Your sales team is communicating a different message. Your operations group, right, is operating at a different set of principles, and their messaging is different as a result. These processes, those processes are very important to think about how you can implement automation so that you have consistent messaging, consistent branding, consistent core values, etc., right? Consistent standards even across your entire business. And lastly, for processes that need to be error-free. Like if there are certain things where you have very, very little or no margin of error, you need to automate those processes so that you don't even worry about it. You can take that stress off of your plate because you know a system will formulaically, right, get it right every single time. All right, pop quiz. All right, so pull out your pen, pull out your paper. I want everyone to dive into this activity right now. You have to be honest with yourself. I'm not grading this, right? You are grading yourself, but it's so important to find your blind spots, right? So I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the clock right now to list out the automation tools that you currently have in place for scheduling. Go. Think. If you have more than one, that's absolutely fine. Put it on the list. Just scheduling. Think about, what happens with booking. If you're sending the email and saying, give me a good time to catch up. Okay, does this work for you? Okay, great. I'm going to go and I'll put that in the system. That's not automation. All right. Timer is up. Next, I want you to think and write down about the email marketing tools that you currently have in place. Go. And this is the automated ones, the ones that give you automation. If you have more than one, list it out. 15 seconds on the clock. 10, 5. All right, time is up. Nice job. Stay with me here. Customer relationship management system. So we call these CRM tools where that is automated. Start listing now. For those who are thinking about what that is or wondering what that is, these are systems that allow you to have notes about your clients, when your last, touch base with them was, when the next one is scheduled for, what their address is, what their phone number is, right? It could hold notes for you so you know how to market to them more effectively. Those are CRM tools. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1. All right, time is up. Now, social media posting. 30 seconds on the clock. You know how this goes. 30 seconds, write down all of the automation tools that you have for social media posting. 25 seconds on the clock. If you are currently drafting your stuff up, pulling it into Instagram, for instance, hitting send yourself, that is not automation. That is a person doing it, right? List the tools that you are using to automate social media posting. 3 seconds on the clock, and we're out of time on that one. All right, tracking and to-do lists. 30 seconds on the clock, go. If you have tools that currently automate the way that you track tasks and have to-do lists, list those out and list all of them. right? If you have more than one. But it must be a tool. Writing on a legal pad does not count, nor does writing on the Post-it note that you stick on your bathroom mirror. Nice try, but do not do it. All right, 3 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. Next, project management tools. Automation for that. The timer is going now. So think about hubs that you use to communicate with your team members, right? Or external partners on certain things. If you're picking up the phone and calling them and you guys are jotting it down, that does not count. I mean, automation tools, right? Where the platform is allowing you to manage projects. It is giving you a timeline. It is giving you stages and allow you to make notes about that, etc. All right, 2, 1, we are out of time on that one. Good job. You're killing it. You're killing it. You're being honest with yourself. Now, 30 seconds on the clock, cloud-based file storage. Go. If you're saving it on your desktop, not talking about that. I'm talking about the cloud-based storage systems you use so that when you go to Dubai and you don't have that laptop, you can roll up to a separate computer and pull your stuff up from the cloud. That's what I'm talking about, okay? So 10 seconds on the clock. All of your cloud-based storage tools that you use, list them out. 2, 1, out of time. Payment processing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out all the payment processing tools that you use. So if you are currently only accepting cash and you're going to the 10 bucket, finding the nickels and the pennies to give the cash back, that does not count, okay? I mean the tools that help you to accept credit cards, right? That helps you to accept other modes of payment, right? And tracking that and providing receipts, etc. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1, out of time. You guys are killing it. I love it. I see those lists coming in. I see some sweating bullets coming too, but that's fine. Visual and graphic content creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out the tools that you currently use to create visuals and graphics, right? If you're in business, you need that. Branding is everything, right? You want to be recognized. You want to have a certain identity. You want to come off as having a certain personality, right? In your branding. So list the tools that you currently leverage to do that. And if you have no tools, we got to think about that, right? 6 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, beautiful, killing it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, drop shipping and custom printing. 30 seconds on the clock. If you currently use drop shipping, and what drop shipping is you design a product, right? Or you pull in a product, you choose a product, and people place orders. You get the money, but you're not fulfilling it. Someone else is shipping it, right? Someone else is providing the receipts, right? Someone else is keeping a tally of inventory, etc., what's left, etc. That's drop shipping. Custom printing, you can create the shirts, right? Get these things made. You're not in the lab doing it yourself. And time is up. Nice job. You're hanging in there with me. This is for your business, right? The sweat is worth it. Next, we have virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the current platforms that you leverage to acquire virtual assistants or acquire freelancers. Maybe you need a logo made, right? Maybe you need somebody to do a specific task and it's a one and done type job. List the platforms that you currently leverage to find those people. If you're not leveraging a platform and you're calling around, you asking cousin Bobo them, let's think about that. Time is up. You're killing it. Next, legal documentation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the platforms or tools that you currently leverage to get assistance with legal documentation. If you're winging it and doing it by yourself, you cannot put yourself on the paper unless you're an expert in that field, right? But again, we're thinking about tools. We're thinking about automation because if we're doing it all, we're doing it wrong, right? So list that out. 8 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. You're hanging in there for yourselves. I think it's beautiful. I mean it. All right, time is up. Now, expense tracking. We love budgeting, don't we? Don't we love numbers? Yes, we do. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the expense tracking automation tools that you currently have in place. I'm not talking about the spreadsheet that you built 3 years ago. Not talking about that. Automation. Tools that actually show you what you spent last month, that actually tell you what you can file certain things as on your tax returns, tools that give you graphs to show you trends, tools that give you a view of your cash flow, right? That give you a view of your net worth, that give you a view of how you're doing on your budgeting. Time is up. That was painful for some people. I felt the cringe. I felt that energy, but it's all good. We're going to get through this together. Now, customer-facing document sharing. Time is going, 30 seconds on the clock. List the automation tools that you currently have in place for client-facing document sharing. Some businesses may not use this, but for those that do, right, this is an area for you to think about and list what you're currently using. We have about 12 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, and 1. All right, customer support. Now, this is an area where people don't think about often. Time is going on the clock. List what you use, but we think that we have to be the one handling customer concerns and things going back and forth, etc. But some people know, some of you, I see you smiling. Some of you know that that's not necessarily the case, right? You can leverage platforms and automation tools that can handle customer support for you. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Killing it. Surveys and data collection. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. What tools, what automation platforms are you currently using to collect data from your customers, to conduct surveys, even for your employees, right? Because we know that feedback is important. If you have blind spots that you're not attending to, if you're not getting feedback to understand in a robust fashion, right, how people are receiving and perceiving what you're doing, you're losing. So list out what you're currently using. Kudos, because I know all of you are using automated survey and data collection platforms. Now, website creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. What platform are you using to create websites? If we have coders in the room and they're building everything from scratch and using HTML code, dope, beautiful. That does not count, right? I'm talking about websites that you use that automate things for you so you're not keying in code. We have 7 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, time is up. Sexy category down here, bots and AI. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. List the platforms that you leverage for automated artificial intelligence execution. Bots executing on things. 19 seconds on the clock. It's time to think big if you haven't thought about this before, because why not, right? Why not? 8 seconds on the clock. Think about that. Write it down if you have this category. If you have an automation tool in this category, kudos to you if you do. And we're moving on. All right. Ticket selling and event management. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. Write down the ticket selling and event management platforms that you're using currently. So if you're selling raffle tickets in the church parking lot, right, during the homecoming potluck event, that does not count. I'm talking about automated platforms where people can purchase without you touching it, right? Where you have a list of registrants without you having to piecemeal it together inside of Excel. 4 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. We're done on that category. And last but not least, webinar, live session, and or online course platforms. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List all of the automation tools and or platforms that you use today to execute this, right? Anything that you can think of, right? If you do Facebook Live, that counts. IG Live, that counts. If you're using Zoom, that counts, right? 3 seconds on the clock, finish that up. Beautiful job. I'm so proud of all of you for doing that inventory exercise. That was absolutely tedious, but so important, right? For you thinking about how you can go higher into the next level. So I want you to figure out what your score is, because you have an automation score based on what you just did. So go back through your list and award yourself 1 point for each tool and or platform listed. Hence, there were 20 different categories. So that'll give you a gut feel about how well you're doing on the automation front, or how lacking you might be today, right? I'm going to give you some time to tally that up. I'll put 30 seconds on the clock. Every single platform that you listed gets 1 point. Just total all of them up and see what your score is. I know no one has a 1. I know no one has only 5. I just know it, not this group. All right, 10 seconds. Let's button that up. 5. All right, beautiful. Again, and you should give yourself a round of applause, because things like this can be painful, right? And we know we should do this, right? We hear it all the time. We read the memes on Instagram that push us to kind of assess things, right? But this is what that looks like. This is what that feels like, right? And we got through that together. I was able to hold you accountable in doing it, but I'm absolutely proud of you for engaging in this exercise. So now let's reflect a bit, right? Let's think about the current state. You just scored yourself. In your opinion, are you leveraging automation in your business across all 20 categories today? Future state. Can you be more intentional about automation implementation going forward? So the beauty of being an entrepreneur, the CEO, the founder, etc., is that you don't have to go through protocols to make changes or recommend changes, right? You can be as flexible and as agile as you would like to be. So if you can be more intentional about automation implementation going forward, I need you to circle those categories on your list, right? There are 20 different ones. Circle those categories so that you can be thoughtful going forward about beefing that up some. And then budgeting, this is critical. This is oftentimes skipped in decision making, and it should always be there. Does automation implementation fit into your budget today? You have to be sober minded about that. And if not, how can you make room for it? I talked about scale earlier, and I'm gonna pound on that one more time, because when you build the foundation in a way that's sustainable, your business can grow and grow and grow without crumbling at the bottom. So if you are building your business where you are the customer service person, you are the marketing person, you are the product development person, you are the operations person, you are the CEO, right? And you stack more and more on top of that, that foundation is not sustainable, period. I don't care how dope you are, right? It's not sustainable. But if you build your business and at the foundation, you have automated processes, platforms where you can stack and stack and stack, grow and grow and grow, and that AI technology won't go out on you, that software won't go out on you. You have built a sustainable business, right? And so it is important to think about, if there are constraints on your budget, how you can maneuver things around, how you can change your sales target so that you can get extra income, etc., right? How you can get grants even, right? To give yourself that added resource, right? That added capability via automation, so that you are built to last for the long haul. All right, great job reflecting on that, making your circles. I'll give you a few more seconds to button that up. If you don't know the answer to the budgeting question, that means you have some homework to do, right? Google and see how much different services might be, and look at your budget, see if you have room for it. Now, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. You said, what services, Casey? I'm gonna help you out in every single category. Yay! I feel it, I feel it, I feel it. So now it's time to pull out your workbooks. Again, if you don't have your workbook, it is absolutely fine. Get another piece of paper, because I just know that first piece of paper is full of all the automation tools you already use, because you're absolutely dope. And if it's not full of that, you're still dope because you've written circles and you've written notes and you've asked yourself questions and you challenge yourself to be more intentional about automation implementation. So let's pull out a blank piece of paper now, or leverage the workbook that you have, right? And we're going to do an activity. So for each section I'm going to give you, I mentioned that there are 20 different categories, right? There's a 4-part question to each. For every tool that I give you, ask yourself, do you use this tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit into your budget today? And what is your target start date for you? So if you say, yes, I'm going to use this, I like it, I'm going to implement this, put a date on it. Put a date on it. Okay? All right, so for scheduling, Acuity, answer those 4 questions. Calendly, answer those 4 questions. Mixmax, A.AI, right? And we're going to do that for every category. So the beauty of this is that you actually get some recommendations on tools that you can use, right, to implement automation if you don't have it already. And even if you do have automation already, you can look at some of these other competitors, right, some of these other peer products, and see if they might have added benefits that you don't have today, or see if they might have cheaper plans that you didn't know about, and you can save money, right, by switching over. Email marketing, these are the tools, some of the tools that are out there for that. MailChimp, Active Campaign, ConvertKit, Mixmax, which is a Gmail plugin, HubSpot, and Drip. I'm going to give you a few seconds to answer those 4 questions across each of those platforms. Yes, each of those platforms, because each platform has its constraints. You might say no to 3 out of 4, right? But think about each of those and do extra research on ones that you're not already familiar with, so that you can make sure you're in the best positioning possible. CRM. Now, a reminder, that is client relationship management. So critical for beefing up your marketing. So critical for checking in with your clients. And it's like, oh my gosh, you read my mind. How did you know my birthday? Oh my gosh. You can answer that however you want to, but you really know because you have a dope CRM tool, right? So Zoho CRM is a tool. Fresh Sales, Copper is a tool. Insightly, Less Annoying CRM, Nimble, Keep is another one. Keep is pretty popular. All right, so we got that. Beautiful. Social media posts. So these are some of the tools that you could use, and answer those 4 questions, right? Planoly, Zoho Social, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, Buffer, Loomly. These are some of the tools that you can use for social media posting, and it's automated, right? You can literally schedule when these posts and not worry about it again. You don't even have to touch it, right? All you have to do is sit back and watch the likes come in and respond to comments that people are making, but you get back hours of your time, literal hours of your time, right? So answer those 4 questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit your budget today? What is your target start date for use? Because if you answered no in all of these areas and you see that there's an opportunity to implement automation in that category, you need to be saying yes to one of these, right? Or at least finding a different one that serves your need, right? But this is free game, right? Like this is gonna save you so much time. There's no reason not to use something like this, right? All right, so tracking and to-do lists, right? Todoist, TickTick, Microsoft To Do, Things, OmniFocus, Habitica, Google Tasks. These are great for tracking. These are great for creating to-do lists, keeping yourself kind of on task, right, and oriented in your mind. Would highly recommend using one of these. You might have a use for some of these. It just depends, right? Different functions within each of these. But ask yourself the 4 questions. And then project management. So we have Asana, Trello, Coda, Notion, Basecamp, Airtable, and Monday. Great for collaborative projects. You can kind of see people's progress updated real time. You can see, everyone will be able to see the same end date. It won't be something that gets translated differently, right? Once it gets to the 10th person, we know how that game goes. In elementary school, we start whispering in someone's ear, and by the time it got back, it's something completely different. Use a project management tool so that everyone's on the same page. They have the same information, and at times when things need to shift, right? Everyone is updated at the same time. It's very valuable. Cloud file storage, OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, Box, and iCloud are some of the platforms that can be used. Again, answer those 4 questions. You need to be walking away with something from this, right? More edified than you were before you came. So be very intentional about this and take this seriously. Payment processing, PayPal, Stripe, Square, Shopify, Etsy, Affirm, Acuity Scheduling. These are tools you can use to accept payments, right? And it automates those things for you. It receives the money, it sends the receipt. If the card doesn't work, it schedules itself to do a retry in the next 24 hours, right? It sends you a notification if a subscription payment fails, right? So that you can do some follow-up and see what's going on there, like do some customer reach outs, right? Huge. And they have hardware too, so you can on the go be able to swipe people's card as well. Visual content creation. Write these down. Canva, Adobe Spark, Unsplash, Icons 8, Drawkit, Remove BG, Headliner. Ask yourself the 4 questions. There might be some other ones out there. If you had some on your list already that's not listed here, beautiful. So long as you are using some automation tools, right? Especially for graphics and visual content, because you want your color schemes to be consistent. You want the personality of your brand to be consistent, right? Excuse me. So get a tool so that you have that consistency without thinking about it too much. Dropbox or drop shipping and printing, Spocket, AliExpress, Printful, Suppliers Data, SellWho, Blurb. These are great platforms to use, especially if you don't have time to manage inventory. You don't have space to store inventory, right? But you still want to sell consumer goods. And they could be computers even, right? Like AliExpress gives you a myriad of things to sell. You just choose your niche and they handle the shipping, right? They handle the sourcing from suppliers all over the world, right? They pass on the payment to you via one of these payment processing tools that we talked about in the last slide. But it takes a lot of the work out of that whole end-to-end process for you. Printful does the same thing. You can create custom printed shirts, for instance, right? But they do the shipping. They send you the money, right? They do the packaging, the labeling, etc. Virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. Major key right here, because if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. So go ahead and take you $5 and find a freelancer to build a logo for you, right? Some logo options on Fiverr, right? That's one of the options here. Upwork, you can find freelancers, contractors, virtual assistants there. Envato, TaskRabbit, People Per Hour, 99 Designs. Answer those 4 questions about these options, right? And choose a start date for one of them. Legal documents, Up Counsel, LegalZoom. It makes it so easy to find a legal resource on demand. Like, that's so valuable. That's so valuable, and it'll save you headache, money, right? Reputational risk down the road when you have your ducks in a row on demand up front. All right. Expense tracking, QuickBooks, self-employed and online are very, very popular. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have heard of that tool. Very robust. There's also FreshBooks, Expensify, Wally, Concur, Clarity Money, and Mint. I will just throw out there that Mint is really, really good for managing your personal expenses as well. I think having a view of kind of where you're on a personal front as well as the business front is important, because both of them, right, give you peace of mind, gives you precision, gives you important planning, financial planning. So answer those 4 questions about these tools. Customer facing document sharing. There are many out there. I just have a few down here. If you use something different, that's great. You got a point for that, right? But listed here is DocSend, Quiller, PandaDoc, Prezi. Answer the 4 questions on those. Customer support, right? I talked about this. What if you don't have to be the person, right, that's handling the inquiries that come in randomly, right? That's handling, just general customer support routines. There are platforms for that. Intercom, Zendesk, Discus. Great platforms. You should definitely look into it. If you already are, amazing. You got a point or 2 for that, right? But ask yourself these questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit in your budget today? What is your target start date for use? All right. Surveys and data collection. So there's Airtable, Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, Typeform, FormStack, JotForm, Quillitrix. Answer the 4 questions, right? Some of you might remember taking surveys via one of these tools. You pass that valuable information on to that company for free, and you never thought about implementing it into your own business, right? This is a light bulb moment for a lot of you. Use the tools. Most of them offer free trials. Most of them even offer free plans where you get some features for free. Definitely start implementing this. Ask yourself the 4 questions and hit a start date on there. Website creation, Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, Lead Pages, ReadyMag, Universe, Strikingly. All great tools for website creation. You can try to build it yourself from scratch if you have that gift. You could go out and pay a person a few $1,000s to create a website. You could, right? It depends on what you want. But there are some tools out there that automates this whole creation process for you for a fraction of the cost. So I would say lean into that. Bots and AI, Q&A Maker, Landbot, HubSpot, Chat Fuel, FlowXO. And I do not need you to just say, wow, who knew? I need you to answer the 4 questions, put paper to pen, and put a start date. If you have some light bulbs that have gone off in your head about how you can implement and integrate these into your business. The final stretch here on this activity, ticket selling and event management, Eventbrite, Sparkso, Cvent, Paperless Post, Splash, Tito. If you've never used an event management service before, check these out. It will make your life a whole lot simpler. Webinar and live sessions and or online courses. Webinar Jam, Twitch, Thinkific, Teachable, Podia, Mighty Networks, Kajabi. Great tools to use to offer webinars, live sessions, and online courses. Great tools. And again, you achieve scale because whether 2 people are in the room or 200, what if that price is fixed here, right? But you get the income per registrant. Let's build it in there. All right, beautiful job. Hand clap again on finishing this assignment and putting your target dates out there. We have the rest of 2021. Let's get it. Let's go. So I want you to make a vow that you will commit to results, not activity. Gone are the days where you're working all day on these these monotonous tasks, these small tasks that take you all of your day, right? And you think you're productive because you've been doing something all day. Nope. Commit to results, not activity. This is a key mindset shift, okay? But vow to me that you will do this. If it's not getting you to an output, increasing the revenue, giving you time back, increasing the customer, right? We're not committed to it. All right, I heard you, I feel you, beautiful. Now, we're gonna reclaim our time, fam. Don't waste time on busy work. Let the tools do the work for you, period. So as much as you can, automate, period. So we have time to spend with our families and the people that we love the most, so we can be present at the dinner table, right? So we can be present on the phone, in the phone conversation we're having with our family, and we have more creative juices flowing to bolster our businesses even more. I know y'all with me. I know you got it. All right. So quick tips I want to share you around automation. Make sure that the platforms you choose provide consistency, right? I think we get that out. I don't have to give examples on that, but make sure it's reliable enough to provide consistency. Make sure that you approach this in a step-by-step fashion. I do not need you tomorrow to start 13 different platforms. That makes no sense. Take a step back, look at what's most critical, look at where you can start, and then over time, right? Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, depending on the intricacy of the different tools, implement more and more in a step-by-step fashion. Flexibility, you want flexibility, right? You want a platform that is going to be able to handle the business growth that you will achieve, right? If it's going to break next month, if you triple your income and you triple your velocity, that might not be the best tool to use, right? So think about flexibility when you're choosing. Simplicity is important. Make it simple for the customer, right? And make it simple for you. And then lastly, training. Too many people skip out on this piece. You need to learn how to use the tool well, right? So once a month, hop in on, their blog page and read a few blogs for a few hours, right? Once a month, hop in on a free webinar training they're giving around their tools and new launches that they've done. And if they want feedback, give that feedback so that the tool gets better. But those are the 5 main things that I would recommend to you to keep in mind as you automate your systems. So takeaways, because we've gone through a lot and you've done a lot. I'm so proud of you. I'm still covering my hands for you. You guys are amazing. So we learned the benefits of automation. We learned criteria for automation, right? How we know when a process needs to be automated. We did the automation scorecard assessment. We looked at over 100 automation tools that are recommended to check out or implement into your business. That's huge. You have all that information you're walking away with. We did an assessment of future integrations, right? So you asked yourselves, okay, can I do this? Should I do this? What's my start date? Do I have budget for it, etc.? So you have the start of a plan. And we've talked about some principles to live and lead by, right? Mindset principles that we want to keep in mind, kind of our rubric for judging whether a system is worth using or not, etc. So kudos to you for getting through that. Again, I am Casey Richardson. I am the founder of Blaze Women's Network, where we are building leaders and accepting 0 excuses. I am also a one-on-one coach and consultant. I am a published author as well, and it is my joy to serve the folks that are so magical and so often overlooked, trailblazers who are underserved. That is what I do. So I would love to keep in touch with you. I've provided my contact information right here. I'd love for you to join the tribe and the email list. So if you want to keep in touch with Blaze Women's Network, go to blazewomensnetwork.com. We have a Facebook group, Blaze Women's Network, and Instagram, Blaze Women's Network. If you want to keep in touch with me, I want you to. My website is casey-richardson.com. My email address is contact@casey-richardson.com. My Instagram is I am Casey Richardson. Ignore the .com right there. It's just I am Casey Richardson. My LinkedIn is LinkedIn/in/I am Casey Richardson. And lastly, I provided my phone number, my business phone number right there as well. So I mean it. I want you to get in touch with me. I want you to connect. I want you to be edified. I want you to have community. And I just love speaking to people in the terms they understand, with stories they understand, with context that they understand, so they don't water down who they are, because it's time to be free and it's time to flourish. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, everyone. Good day. My name is Obioma Martin, and I am so elated and excited to have this time to share with you. And so the message, the title, if I have to give this a title on today, I want to talk about the amazing you and how the amazing you just need to breathe, right? Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself, because I want to give you some context before I give you the content. That's really important as we kind of get started in this conversation. And so I started out not where I am today, being amazing. I own that today, amazing you. I own that. And it is, I feel, my responsibility to make sure that everybody understands how amazing he and she is, because we are, right? And we are because we were born amazing, right? And so my name is Obioma Martin. That's why I'm saying amazing and not amazing, right? I am amazing and you are amazing as well. But again, I didn't start out that way, you guys. The truth is, I didn't believe that about myself. And when you come into this journey of entrepreneurship, being a small business owner, being a mompreneur, a dadpreneur, whatever hats you wear, an executive, whatever hats you wear, you don't always start out with the confidence that you need to really launch strong, to start strong. And so let me just kind of tell you a little bit about where I started, right? And so I started, you guys, in a place where I was honestly very broken, depressed, suicidal even, and I was a business owner. I was a small business owner, entrepreneur, married, making 7 figures, okay? And so the reason why I need to tell you that is because I'm not necessarily a person that you kind of come in contact with and that you would necessarily be able to even believe anything about me, because I definitely don't look like where I started from, and I definitely don't look like what I've been through, right? And so what I want to say to you on today is that your past does not have to dictate your future. But this is where I started at. I started at a place where I was already doing really well. I was already doing really well. I was already soaring. At least that's what it looked like on the surface. On the surface, everybody was saying, wow, you and your husband are a power couple. Wow, you and your husband are this, and that. Wow, all of these amazing things are going on. And so all they saw was the surface. All they saw was the mask. And unfortunately, when we look at people, when we look at celebrities, when we look at people that we deem to be successful, what we are seeing is what they want us to see. But nobody really knows what goes on behind the curtain. And people absolutely did not even fathom what was going on behind my curtain. See, the truth is, even though I was soaring in business, my home was a mess. And I definitely didn't have the faith, the courage, the tenacity, or the confidence to think that I could even be doing anything that I'm doing today. See, nobody never told me or gave me permission because I thought I needed permission. I thought that I needed validation. And I don't know where you are in your journey, but I remember struggling in my journey. And I remember specifically in 2016 when what I knew for 18 years, the nucleus of who I thought that I was as a mom, as a wife, as an entrepreneur, as an educator, as a trainer, and all of these different hats that I was wearing. People had put me up on this pedestal and I was wearing a mask because I was ashamed and I was embarrassed. But when people saw me, they was like, wow, you are amazing and you're this and that. But I didn't feel amazing. I didn't feel amazing. I didn't feel like what people saw and what it was that they were seeing. I didn't know who that person was. It was hard for me to identify with the person that they were seeing. People saw potential, but I didn't see potential. But I was producing. Because one of the things that I've learned how to do and do well, and I'm sure you can identify this, is I know how to work through. I know how to work through. See, that was my coping strategy. And so as long as I was busy, as long as I filled my time with being productive, nobody would ever know. And I wouldn't have to deal with my ish. I wouldn't have to deal with the stuff that was going on in my house because I just masked it with work and everything became, oh, I'm not available because I'm working. And legit, I really was working. But what I didn't know is that work became my coping strategy. What I didn't know is staying in school and learning as well as teaching became my coping strategy. What I didn't know is how traumatized I was by life. What I didn't know was how traumatized I was by the things, the events that had happened early on in my life and different relationships. And all throughout my life, specifically through my young adulthood, starting at around age 20, kind of throughout in my 30s, where I was in business, but I struggled. I struggled. I struggled in a nonprofit space. I struggled in a corporate space. I struggled in all of these different spaces because I was trying to carve out a little space for me because it was this big pie and I just wanted a piece of the pie. I didn't necessarily want to take anybody contract. I didn't want to take anybody contract. I didn't want to take anybody clients. I really felt like, the sky is so big and why can't we soar together? We're eagles. Why can't we soar together? That was what I believed in my heart and hearts. But other people didn't see it the way that I saw it. And so as I was coming up in business, you guys, I was really struggling because I dealt with so much competition. I dealt with so much backbiting. I dealt with so much negativity and so much cattiness where people, and I'm not talking about just the brown people, I'm talking about all kind of people, right, that did not look like me, had more resources than I had, that were, I felt, attacking me and coming against me and trying to take my piece of the pie. And so I struggled for years. And most of the time, I just kept my head down and I kept working. What I learned to do was be consistent. That's what I know without a shadow of a doubt. I know how to be consistent. I know how to put all of my energy to the grind, and I know how to keep pushing. Because as I already said earlier, working and going in school had became my coping strategy. What I know and what I learned was that if I could just create this world around myself, I could protect myself from all of the things that I didn't want to face. And so I'm sharing this with you because I was a business owner. I am a business owner, but I was a business owner that was thriving financially. And what I want you guys to know today is that you being amazing, what's significant about that is your ability to breathe. I want to spend some time breaking that down because it was in the darkest and the lowest places of my life. It was when in 2016, all that I knew, the nucleus of who I was and who I was becoming, or at least who I thought I was becoming. Because see, my identity was rooted and grounded in a relationship that was falling apart. And I wasn't ready to let go. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. And so as I was kind of going through this, everything was falling apart. My children, my marriage, relationships, business, and I was lost. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. And I felt like I had no one to turn to. I felt all alone. And I felt like I couldn't share my story. I felt like nobody would believe me. I felt like, why was this happening? I'm a good person. I do good by people. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. Why is this happening? And so I couldn't stay there because that was a place I like to call stuck. And I was stuck, but I couldn't stay stuck. And so 2016, September, specifically, I'll never forget it, when I lost everything. My marriage was gone, my business was gone, my contracts was gone. Everything that I felt kind of made me who I was, at least who I thought I was, because at that time I wasn't amazing. There was nothing that I thought that was amazing about me, regardless of what other people said, regardless of what other people thought. I didn't see myself as being amazing. And what I later learned is that this is the number one reason why people who are high achievers and excel end up committing suicide, end up drinking, end up smoking, end up turning to drugs, because life can be so overwhelming. We're so busy, we're grinding, we're getting up, we're eating, we're fixing the breakfast, we're making the bed, we're making sure everybody good, we're punching the clock, we're checking on our staff, right? We're doing all of this, and then we go home and we're making dinner, and it just becomes robotic. And so day in and day out, it's like you're on this wheel, you're on this wheel, you're on this wheel, and the wheel just keep turning, but you're not getting off this wheel. You're not getting off this wheel, and this wheel is taking you nowhere. And so you just kind of become robotic, and you just day in and day out, and you're doing the same thing day in and day out. You're doing the same thing day in and day out. And next thing you know, you look up and 5 years have passed, 10 years have passed. People are dying around you, and you don't even know who you are. And so I want to pause right there, because that's exactly what my life used to be. That's exactly what my life used to be. I was definitely in the rat race. I was definitely on this wheel that was turning, but I was going nowhere. And on the outside, I looked like I was thriving. On the outside, I looked like everything was well. But if I can be honest with you, that mask, that facade was too much for me to bear. And eventually, I just broke down. I didn't have a nervous breakdown, but I broke down, and I decided that I was going to make an appointment to start getting some help, right? I decided, you know what? I don't know what I don't know, but I know that I need help. So let me seek out some professionals who could help me. Now, when all of these things happened, I absolutely sought wise counsel, because at the end of the day, I'm still a mom. At the end of the day, I'm a mom with 5 children, and I became single overnight, literally. I became single overnight. Even though the divorce wasn't final, the separation was there. The separation in our relationship, the separation in us doing business together, it was there. And there were so many things that I didn't know about my business that made me feel inadequate, that made me feel like I wasn't enough, that made me feel like I was incapable. But the truth was everything that I needed to succeed, everything that I needed to become amazing was already on the inside of me. Everything that I needed was already on the inside of me. But I needed to be my own rescue. I needed to show up for me. I needed to show up for me. It was difficult. It was a struggle, but I had to do the work. And so the woman that you see before you today, I'm so proud of. I'm so proud of the woman that you see today. I'm so proud of the woman that I see when I look in the mirror. I'm so proud of what I've been able to accomplish as a result of the inner work that I've done and I continue to do. So the truth is, you could be on top of the world and still be empty, broken, and bankrupt in your emotions and your relationships and your network. Your net worth in terms of the zeros could be in abundance, but you have no relationships. Your people skills are lacking. You are an introvert. You don't even like people. Or maybe you like people, but people don't like you. Whatever the case may be, what I want to tell you today, though, is this. You are here for a purpose, and there are people waiting on you to show up. There was people that were waiting for me to show up, and I didn't know my own brilliance. I didn't know how amazing I was until I started to do the work. And so, what I know to be true is that note takers are money makers. What I know to be true is what you write, you invite. What I know to be true is what is written is real. And it is because of those things that I have now grew into, evolved into what you see. And that is an amazing version of myself. I own every part of me as a business owner, as a transformational trainer, as a speaker, as an educator, as an author. I own all of those hats. As a daughter, as a sister, as a cousin, I own all of that and I embrace all of that. But again, I had to do the work. So listen, this is what I want you to do. For the purpose of taking notes, I want to give you some points. Number one, mindset is everything. You have to make sure that the tongue in your mouth is aligned with the tongue in your shoe. You have to make sure that those two tongues are going in the same direction. Why? Because when you are talking, but your walk is going this way and your talk is going this way, there is no alignment and you're not believable. So the first thing I want to encourage you to do is be crystal clear about what it is you want and what it is you are going to do to get what you want in your business, in your health, and your relationships, and your network, and your community, all of those different aspects of who you are. Be crystal clear about who you are and what you want. That right there is part of the equation. Being crystal clear about who you are and what you want. Then you have to own it. So I spent years working on my mind. I spent years in coaching because I can't give out what's not on the inside of me, because otherwise, what I know to be true is that misery loves company. And so if I'm miserable, how I'm going to coach you out of your misery? If I'm not thriving, how I'm going to coach you and get you from that place of stuck to being bankable, to being brilliant, to being amazing, to having a life that's totally unrecognizable. Listen, you see the backdrop of where I am? This is the clubhouse where I live at. You guys, this was not my narrative. 2016, I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 bath, with me and 3 of my youngest children. Can I tell you that for a whole year, I and my 3 boys shared 1 room. We slept on air mattresses for a whole year. For a whole year. Why? Because I had to rebuild. I had to start anew. I had to find out who I was, because I literally had nothing. I had lost everything. And so I had to start from scratch, and I had to really discover who I was. But for a whole year, I struggled. And me and my boys, we slept on air mattresses on the floor in that 2-bedroom apartment. And we had to share the room because the other room, I didn't have enough money and resources for storage. So I used the other room for storage. So that was the storage area. That's kind of where all of our stuff was. And so we shared the room, and we would go into that room, and that's where we would kind of, get our clothes, and I would go in that room and get my clothes and get dressed every day. And I didn't have a living room, didn't have furniture for a year. You guys, for a year, all I had was a desk and my laptop, and that was my office. And that was my office. And I took what I had, the little that I had, and I made it work for me. I understood that where I was not going to dictate my future, because I had saw a glimpse of my future, and my future looked good. I just was unsure about how to get there. I was really unclear about the steps that I needed to take. And I definitely did not have the money at that time. I definitely didn't have the money at that time. I didn't have the resources or the support system at that time. But what I knew was, let me begin to carve out at least where I thought I saw myself. Let me kind of carve it out. And so I began to get pictures, and I began to put together imagery of where I saw myself. And I remember cutting out pictures in magazines: billionaire mom, mompreneur, boss, healthy eating, all of these different things. And I want to pause right here and talk about the healthy eating, because I was sick for a really long time also. And so I had to get my diet together. I was chunky. I'm not going to say I was overweight, but I definitely was about 30, 40 pounds bigger than I am now. And that weight was a struggle, right? And so there were so many things that was dysfunctional in my life as a result of, or I should say maybe it was the icing on the cake that was being baked. I'll say it that way, because my life was what it was. And I honestly wasn't dealing with the ish that was going on in my life. I was running away from it. But then life showed up, the cake was baked, and the separation and business and marriage was the icing that literally could have taken me out of here. When I finally did decide to get help, I remember the first therapist couch I sat on, and she said, and this was, I want to say this was probably about 2017, 2018. And she was just like, I can't believe you never sat on anybody's couch before. I can't believe you never got help. How is it that you're like functioning and you're not dependent on anything, meaning I didn't need anything to wake me up. I didn't need anything to put me to sleep. I wasn't using any type of substance. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't smoking. I wasn't using drugs, because those are the things that people, no judgment, go to as a coping mechanism, right? But this is what I know. I had faith in God. And I believed that God did not bring me this far to leave me. In spite of my circumstances, in spite of my situation, I said, you know what? God, I believe your word and I believe your promises. And together, we're going to figure this out. I know you already got a master plan. I know you already got a master plan, but I'm not really sure about your plan, so I need help. So I started getting still. And so here are some practical things that I did that is going to really help you as you continue to elevate. As you continue to elevate, wherever you are in life, wherever you are in your relationships, wherever you are in business, you can only get better. You can only get better. And so as you are listening to me on today, I hope that you are able to resonate with something I said, because wherever you are in life, life is going to show up. This is what I know to be for sure and for certain. Wherever you are in life, life is going to show up. Tragedy is going to show up. Adversity is going to show up. Opposition is going to show up. But what you have to remember to do, no matter what, is just breathe. That's what you have to do. So, breathe is an acronym. Breathe is an acronym. And so I want you to write this down as I share it with you. So the first letter, the first word, B, believe. What do you must have to believe? You must believe that you are amazing. Point blank, period, unapologetically. And I remember there was a time when I didn't believe that about myself. And I'm saying you have to do the internal work so that you can get to that place where when you wake up in the morning and you look yourself in the mirror, you're like, yes, right? And not yes with the arrogance, but yes, like I'm doing it. Not I have arrived, but I'm doing it. I'm doing the work. I'm working on me to be better each and every single day. And I like the person that's looking back at me in the mirror. That takes self-work. That takes internal work, right? So I want you to work on your mind every single day. I want you to spend time working on your belief systems. There was a whole lot of things that I had believed about myself that was not true. It was based on things that were said to me over time. There were things that were said to me from different people that I were in relationship with. There were people that I believed in, that I trusted, that had said some things and spoke some things over my life that just wasn't true. And I believed those things. I had to do away with all of those limiting beliefs that was literally holding me hostage. In my head, I was limited by the things that I was believing that were not true. And there may be some things that you have been believing about yourself, about your business, about your relationships, about your health. That's not true. So I want you to commit to being a better you. That's the first thing. I want you to commit to being a better you. Secondly, point number 2. It is imperative that every single day you learn how to release negative people, places, and things. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the people that are not going where you're going. I'm talking about the people that don't get you, that don't understand you, that are only concerned about them. I'm talking about the takers in your life. Oh, my life used to be filled with takers. I can remember I was the go-to person for so long. I was what you call the GOAT for so many people, but When I needed help, there was no lifeline for me. Those people that I was helping, when I asked for help, they were not there for me. And I had to learn not to take that personally. I had to learn that I just needed a different circle of people. I had to learn that the circle that I had was not feeding me. And so I needed to find me a circle of get it people. People that were givers like me, people who were like-minded like me, people who believed in the law of reciprocation like I did. They're out there, but you have to be intentional when looking for them. You have to be intentional about your growth. See, what I know about us, what I know about you, what I know about me is that sometimes it takes a fire to make us move. It takes a fire to get us up. It takes a fire to cause us to make changes in our life. But once we do it, we become unstoppable. And so I want to encourage you today, practice daily, releasing those things, people, and places that don't serve you, that don't feed you, that are unhealthy. Delete them from your space. Delete them from your environment. Delete them from having any ability to take up space in real estate right here. Because this right here is the most important real estate that you will ever have. And when you invest in this, learn how to protect it. Guard your heart. Guard your heart because you're going to need it. You're going to need thick skin as you continue to rise, as you continue to grow, because you're going to grow and you're going to get better. The third point, I want you to embrace the future. I want you to embrace new opportunities, new relationships, life-giving relationships, purpose partners. You may not even know what that is, but I want you to get still and start embracing all that is good that is coming to you because it's coming. When you make a decision to show up for you, all that you want, you will begin to attract. It's coming to you. You just have to get rid of all of the dirty and toxic and all of the bacteria and all of the things that's muddying your water and your spirit and your mind. You just got to get some water, right? You need to get something that's clear so that it can push out all of those things that are muddy and grimy and toxic. You need a whole lot of this each and every day. Literally, you need water. And metaphorically, you need water, right? So, point number 4, accept what you can't control. Accept what you can't control. Listen, you can't control death and you cannot change people. Accept it. The quicker you accept it, the easier everything else will become in your life. You cannot control death and you cannot change people. The best thing that you can do is be a better version of yourself each and every day. So make a commitment to accept what you cannot control and accept people when they show you who they are. Believe them. That's what Dr. Maya Angelou said. When they show you who they are, baby, believe them. Don't try to create a narrative about somebody that's not true. We, me, you, have done, I'm guilty of this. I see things, but I want to create a narrative that's not true about what I see. But life has a way of making you pause. Life has a way of making you pause and face some things. And as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, a mompreneur, wherever you are, as a professional, an executive, baby, accept what you cannot control and accept who people show you they are the first time. Believe what you see. Believe what you see. Learn how to trust. It's not going to fail you. Sharpen your discernment. Point 5. I want you to stay in action. Take action and stay in action. Take action and stay in action. Because guess what? When you are moving and you got things going on and you doing what you need to do and you about your business, can't nobody touch you. Because this is what I know to be true. People are going to talk about you even when you're dead and gone and in your grave. But what I know is that when you're moving, it's hard to hit a moving target. It's hard to hit a moving target. So no matter whatever is going on in your business and your life, your situation and your circumstances, stay in action. Keep moving. Keep moving. Make sure that your hand is to the plow and you always are producing. You always are productive. You got to make sure that you stay in action no matter what people say, no matter what people do, no matter how you feel. Listen, become a great steward over your physical temple, this body right here. This is all you got. This body, this is all you got. Make sure that you are a great steward over this body. Make sure you are doing what you need to do to fuel your body. Drink the water, eat the healthy snacks, eat the vegetables, do whatever it is you need to do because you only have one body. And what good is it for you to have all the money in the world and be sick and not be able to enjoy it? That's not sexy or fun, okay? Trust me, I know. Okay? So be a great steward over your body. Point six. I want you to take time to heal. Take time to heal. That's very important. Make sure that you take time to heal. Healing means that you forgive yourself. You forgive yourself. You forgive yourself of the decisions that you made that resulted in some consequences that you're not proud of. Forgive yourself of some business deals that you did take, didn't take, went left, went right, didn't pan out the way that you thought that it should. Forgive yourself. Listen, you're human. You're going to make mistakes. You're not perfect. And don't strive for perfection, strive for progress. But you have to heal. You have to forgive yourself. And you have to forgive others. Listen, don't take people so seriously because people are going to fail you each and every day. I promise you, especially those that are closest to you. And unfortunately, even the people that you pay, they're going to fail you. It's inevitable. But don't hold grudges. Don't be resentful. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time to be walking around on eggshells and holding grudges against people. And no, every day that you wake up and you have breath in your body, take advantage of that. Because somebody woke up today and guess what? They are literally connected to some type of apparatus that is helping them to breathe. Not you. You are breathing independently and you are breathing on schedule. You are breathing on schedule with purpose and you have life and you have life abundantly because you are not dependent on anybody to do anything for you. So don't negate or take for granted what's on the inside of you and your ability to rise above all of the things that are beneath you and underneath you. Take time to heal. Take time to heal. And my last point, elevation. Now, elevation is a journey. It's not a one and done. Elevation is about you getting to a place where you are making a conscious decision to intentionally grow. You are making a conscious decision to go higher, to go further, to grow stronger, to build. Now, this is what I'm learning, and this is what I have learned, because I haven't arrived. I just get to have the opportunity to pour into you on today, right? But I haven't arrived. But what I can tell you is that I'm your sister in this journey called life. I'm your sister in this journey of entrepreneurship. I'm your sister. And I know that the struggle is what it is. That's what I know. I know that the struggle is what it is. But what I've learned to do is breathe. I've learned how to make sure that each and every day I am investing, I am pouring in to me. I am making sure that my mind is right. Each and every day when I wake up in the morning, I am spending time renewing my mind. Now for me, because I'm a believer, I spend time reading my word. I spend time in meditation. I spend time in prayer. That's how I start my day. And that is what got me from being stuck to equipped. I'm now at the place where I'm equipped. I'm equipped with the tools that I need to succeed in life and to breathe unapologetically. I'm confident because I know who I am and whose I am. And I can go into any arena and into any room and on any platform because I'm confident, because every single day there's a routine that I follow to make sure that my mind is right. Every single day, I'm releasing negative people, places, and things. Every single day. I like to call it, for me, the delete ministry. Every single day, I am intentionally being aware of negative people, conversations, things. I am so tuned into anything that's not serving me, anything that's not healthy, anything that causes me to be sick, anything that disrupts my energy, anything that distracts or deter me from my goals and my mission. I am so tuned in, but I practice being sharpened. I practice being stronger. I practice being confident, and that starts with how I start my morning. Every single day, I am looking for new opportunities, new business strategies, new relationships, life-giving relationships, life partners, right? Purpose partners. I'm looking. And because I'm looking, I'm actively attracting the things that I want to me. I have accepted. Not I am accepting, I have accepted. I understand that I am only in control over me. I don't try to change anybody. I accept people for who they are, because what happens is once you accept people for who they are, you then have the responsibility of choosing how you want to continue to engage with them. The responsibility then becomes on you. No more pointing a finger at them, woulda, shoulda, coulda. No, they showed you who they were, and you made a decision not to believe them. That was on you. Take responsibility for your ish in your part. Now, every single day, I'm writing out my list. I have everything in my phone. I have everything in my calendar, all planned out. Why? Because I'm guarding my time so I can stay in action. And then I'm healing. I'm forgiving myself. I'm forgiving people daily. I say what I need to say. I avoid what I need to avoid. I do the things that I need to do. Why? Because my energy matters, my time matters, and I am worthy of more. I'm worthy of greater. And so I do what I need to do to make sure that I'm not holding anything against anybody. I'm not holding any grudges. I'm not taking anything for granted. And I'm not allowing anybody to consume my space and my time with negativity. I refuse to do that. And then the last thing, I elevate by going higher, by doing more, by becoming stronger. I'm constantly practicing on my craft. I'm constantly practicing on the things that I know that's going to keep me higher, because this is what I know about an eagle. I know that eagles soar, and they soar above the clouds, above the storm, above the rain, above all of that. Eagles, when there's a storm, when there's a tsunami, when there's rain showers and all these different things going on, they're not destroyed by the weather. They've learned how to soar above all of the things that is going on in their environment and around them. And so I would encourage you to do the same thing. That's how you breathe, and that is how you live an amazing life, and that's how you become amazing. My name is Obioma Martin. I have absolutely enjoyed this time with you. You can reach me on all things social media. I am Obioma Martin on Facebook. I am Obioma Martin on Instagram, on Twitter, and you can visit me at my website, amazingyou.com. Listen, for listening to me, I have a gift for you. I have a special gift for you. I would love to send you my digital Breathe journal to kind of get you started, kind of get you thinking a little bit differently. And so if that is something that you would like, please send me an email, obioma at obiomamartin.com. That's OBIOMA at OBIOMA Martin.com, Obioma at ObiomaMartin.com to receive your free gift. Again, it has been my honor and my pleasure to have this time to speak into your future. You are amazing, and never forget it.
What makes you iconic? What creates Black brilliance? See, it's the royal blood that's flowing through your veins. You, king or queen, were birthed into greatness. Greetings, I'm lifestyle and abundance coach Kim Bullock-Hennix, and I have a bachelor's in science and communications and a master's degree in entrepreneurial organizational leadership with an emphasis in Christian ministry. I specialize in abundant mindset, lifestyle change, personal development, revolutionary leadership, and authentic spiritual teaching. However, today, my mission is to deliver a message which sets you apart from the ordinary by teaching you to step into your God-given destiny by dismissing that bankrupt mindset and uprooting poverty, that mentality of poverty, right? And embracing your royal DNA, your spiritual royal DNA. Today, I have 5 powerful steps in this masterclass that I'm going to teach you. It's the art of facilitating systematic processes to enhance your work ethic, because being birthed into greatness requires a great task, and it requires a plan that we're going to execute. The first one, I want you to jot this down. You were birthed into greatness, right? As a Black CEO, we must recognize that you were set apart from the ordinary. See, in Jeremiah 1:5, it states, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew who you were." You were set apart. To be set apart means to be distinguished, to be unique, to make an extraordinary impact on the lives of others, right? See, you were hand chosen to be a royal daughter or son of our Heavenly Father. And don't be ashamed of that. I want you to shine bright like no other. As a Black CEO, you belong in a royal community of kings and queens. Never allow anyone to put you in a box with limits, right? The acronym for birthed into greatness is BIG, birth into greatness, right? Big. You see that? There's nothing small about you when you were created. Know who you are and who you belong to. Your identity unlocks your inheritance. You were birthed into greatness. Number 2, learn royal protocol. To abundantly experience the complete inheritance that Jesus purchased on the cross for us, see, we must first understand our royal identity. Come on, kings and queens. Look, knock, I want you to right now, listen, take the time out, focus, and think about who you are. So I want you to close your eyes for one moment. That's it. Embrace it. Think about your ancestors. Think about the things that you've either done in the past or those before you have done, right? Go ahead and open your eyes up. Because when we operate as royalty, we exalt the highest form of who we are. I learned later in life, listen, this is something else. I got to tell you this story. Many years I've watched Queen Elizabeth. I love the royal family and the royal dynasty. It was awesome watching and learning and growing. As my father was in the military, I had the privilege of actually living in England for 4 years, right? And just studying them. And I remember, I didn't know the difference, get this, between a royal highness and your royal majesty. All these years as a young girl, I was saying the highness, the royal highness, Queen Elizabeth, the royal highness. And it wasn't until one day, after doing further research, right, becoming a royal protocol expert, I had to learn these things. I had to grow and mature and understand what it was about being royalty, the true command and how it fit in the family dynasty. I recognized that all this time I was using the wrong terminology. Yeah, see, God began teaching me more about the design of a royal family. Majesty is the highest royal ranking title given to kings, emperors, queens, and empresses. Highness is a title for a princess or a prince. Come on now. How many of you understand what I'm talking about? You are a princess or a prince in your childhood, in your teenage years. But as you develop and grow, you step into your royal majesty, right? Your position changes as you mature in life. And with each elevation, your title and your responsibilities, they advance into your royal majesty. When you transform from your royal highness to a royal majesty, you are operating in a supreme power and a godly influence to fulfill your destiny. This also is a wake-up call. That lesson that I want to tell you, that story, where I was misaddressing the Queen of England all those years, but it taught me to never allow anyone to address my role incorrectly. Discovering that awakening, it helped me to spiritually identify that God has predestined each of us for a royal ranking in his heavenly dynasty. So we must execute a spiritual ancient wisdom that we attain when we reign supreme in our lives. Choose to wear your crown boldly and represent that royal position that you hold as a Black CEO, as a Black king, as a Black queen. When you're positioned strategically, you flow into the plan of greatness. And you must understand that from the very beginning, God planned a blueprint for your divine calling. I'm gonna say it again. From the very beginning, God planned a blueprint for your divine calling. So every morning when you wake up, what I want you to do, come on, Black kings, Black queens, you see that? Put your crown on. Put your crown on. Never let anyone take this crown off your head, for you are royalty. See, when you bow your head, your crown slips off. Hold your head high, king. Hold your head high, queen. You see that? Or else your crown will fall off. You were birthed into greatness. It is time for you to think and act like a king and queen every single day. Shift your perspective and live by royal principles, because that is in your royal DNA. Learn your royal protocol. Number 3, invest in life-changing tools. See, these tools will help you thrive successfully, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, professionally, physically. Find an excellent coach, mentor, teacher, or leader who's at the top of their game in your industry. And I want you to become a student of success. Study people and their habits, and I want you to implement them. Write down in a journal what you desire. What do you want to manifest? In Habakkuk 2:2, it says, write the vision and make it plain. What are you visualizing for yourself, King? What are you visualizing for yourself, Queen? Have you written down what it is that you desire to manifest in your life? Huh? If you haven't, let me tell you a secret. See, a Harvard business study found that 3% of their graduates from their MBA, look, get this, from their MBA course that they had written down their goals. 3%, yes, you heard it correctly. And those that ended up writing down their goals ended up earning 10 times more. Yes, 10 times more than 97% of the other graduates 10 years down the road. Why is that? Is there a magic trick in the pen? It's something about the power of that pen. So what I want you to do is write down. I don't care if you got to do it on a Sharpie. I don't care if you have to get the best pen that you have. Do what you have to do. My daughter creates flower pens, homemade flower pens. Yes, she's a boss at 14 years old. Started her business at 9. Wrote down, Mom, I want to make money. I want to make more money than I've ever made before, because she got tired of me. I was telling her no. When we got in the store, I was like, look, we can't get that right now. No, Mama is focused. You know, I got to invest in my business. I got some bills to pay. She's like, Mom, I can't. I said, then guess what? It's time for you to start making money on your own. If you're tired of if you're tired of the outcome when we go to the store, it's time for you to bring your own money. So she created an avenue of income. And what did she do? She wrote down ways how she can make money. I said, you make beautiful flower pens, my love. Wrote it down, became a vision, right? So develop a strong foundation of setting SMART goals. SMART goals, SMART. You see, I'm falling in love with acronyms again. This acronym means specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timely. Use the power of prayer and meditation to manifest the life and the business that you deserve, right? Take a moment to reflect and observe your morning routine. Is it conducive to your plan to create a powerful day or a mediocre day, right? Number 4, prepare for maximum success. As we look over our childhood and we reflect on various people that God has placed in our lives, we learn they were simply instruments, right, to help us and guide us along the way of this path called life. So I want you to reach every single day in your toolbox. Use the blueprint, right? That blueprint that God has given us for maximum success. Jot this down. I want you to number 1 to 12 real quick. I'm going to give it to you. The blueprint for the Black CEO that wants to see massive success. Number 1, you got to understand what success requires. You got that? Understand. Number 2, self-discipline. Get into the daily habit of deliberately doing things that you don't feel like doing. That's the power of commitment, right? Doing the things long after the feeling is gone, honey. That's self-discipline. Number 3, self-leadership. Taking responsibility for your achievements as well as your mistakes. Y'all heard that? Both. Now that all of us can boast about our success. Girl, I got it going on. You know, I made this much this year. But when you're wrong, can you admit it? If you can't say amen, say ouch. Number 4, energy. Y'all see the energy that I'm coming with today, because it requires strategic work to become successful. It's important to maintain high levels of energy and flow, to do and lead and have a healthy life, right? Make sure you're getting the amount of sleep that you need. Avoid stressful situations and toxic people. Exercise, work your body, work your mind by meditating. Have leisure activities that are fun, that'll get you to that point where you're just full of energy and you're bubbling and you're overflowing. People skills. We cannot succeed without the help of others. So it's essential that we learn how to get along with others, right? So I'm going to tell you some more secrets. For number 6, put A, B, C. A, the 2 most important words for people skills, thank you. B, the most important word is we. C, the least important word is I. When you're working with people and you're winning, the best way to succeed is by helping others. If you're only focused on yourself, you will not prosper the way that you should. Yeah, I'm not going to say you're not going to make any money, but there'll be millions more when you're serving others. Come from an attitude of gratitude. Serve others. Number 7, faith in ourselves. You got to motivate yourself. If you're not motivated within, how can you motivate someone else? You can't win if you don't love within, right? By studying mental states and attitudes and, practicing every day. What do I need to do to elevate my mind so I can become charged up with motivation? What are you putting in your mind? What are you listening to every day? What are you reading? What are you watching on TV? All of these things are pouring into, I like to call them your channels, right? Your eyes, ears, mouth. What are you pouring into your mind, your body, and your soul? Motivate yourself. Don't wait for someone else to do it. 8, a positive attitude, Always focus on what you have and not what you lack. Look for something to be grateful for. There's plenty that we can complain about, right? But find the good. Let the glass be half full and not half empty. Expect positive expectations, not worries and fears. Enjoy what you have and be enthusiastic about it, right? Smile. It's so contagious. When you see someone, they're just smiling and smiling. If you're a friendly person for the most part, you're going to smile back, right? Let's pray you do. 9, build momentum for massive success. Take one step toward your goal every day. It doesn't matter how large or small, just make the move. Procrastination is the enemy of success. Move every day toward your goal. Do something phenomenal. Accumulate the small steps that'll add up to one big one. So you can look back and say, you know what? I did that. You did that, sis. You did that, bro. 10, have courage. See, the Black CEO entrepreneurial spirit is about taking risks. To develop the necessary courage, you got to get into the habit of stepping out of your comfort zone. Believe in the impossible, right? God said that he came that we have life and have it abundantly, not sparingly or lackingly. Believe in the impossible. Believe that all things are possible through Christ. When you believe, you'll receive. 11, follow through. Don't just make plans. You got to take action behind the plan, right? Follow through. And another thing I'm going to say, keep your word. That's a part of following through. My grandmother used to always tell me, baby, your word need to mean something. Don't write a check that you can't cash. Come on, I'm going to keep it clean. It's the truth. Do not write no checks that's going to bounce. Your word is your bond. Let that be, if nothing else that you hold on to in this world, let your word follow through. And 12, thoroughness. Yep, thoroughness. Develop your character as completely being possible and reliable, right? This is my thing. You have to be decisive, have determination, persistent, organization skills, and time management. Be thorough with what you do. I love it when I hear the guys talking, or your homegirls talking, and they're like, yeah, I like such and such. They thorough. You ever seen that? They thorough. That's one I can catch. Yeah, that brother right there, he thorough. Are you thorough? Or are you shallow? Come on. 5, Operate from a place of power and not poverty. Yeah, I said it. Power and not poverty. Come on, when you're birthed into greatness, there is nothing lacking about greatness. We have to remember that success is a doorway, right? No, excuse me. Let me rephrase that. We have to remember that success is not a doorway. It's a staircase. It's a staircase, taking one step at a time, climbing daily, pushing forward to your goals, to your dreams, to your hopes and admirations. Every day, make one move to your goal, to your dreams, right? Have a power mindset. Let's go over the powerful mindset first. Do what you love, not what others think you need to do, right? Be different and do your best. See, success comes from knowing that you did your best and that you did the best you're capable of doing in that moment. Yes, you'll get better. Yes, you'll get stronger, right? But as time moves on, you're going to learn and grow and understand that every day it's a process. Do you trust the process? Make a SWOT analysis. And in this analysis, what SWOT, S-W-O-T, here I go again with another acronym, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? When you're coming up with your new projects and your new service or your new product, right? Think of all four of those aspects. Create a block. Write down in each area where you can improve. What do I need to do? And see, as a Black CEO, you understand you're going to take some risks, but it's about starting now, thinking big, and stop putting off what you can do today. Don't put it off for tomorrow. Strive to become a market leader. Focus on the outcome. I love it when I coach with my clients and I tell them, look, you focus on your efforts, but you trust God for the results. Every day, if you're doing your part, see, God can't move through a parked car. Get the stepping, as Martin Lawrence used to always say, right? Get the stepping, Gina. I need you to get the stepping, queen. Get the stepping, king. You were birthed into greatness. And the only way that greatness is going to propel forward is that you push. And let me tell you about the power of the push. Nothing on this planet can be born or birthed without a push. You got to push through that canal, that birth canal. You got to push to your goals, push to your greatness. And when we speak about the mindset of being powerful, you're innovative. You learn from your failures. You understand that only you can lead your business the way you do. Don't try to copy no one else. Be an original. Learn continuously and understand that you got some amazing things that you have to do in your life that only you can do, right? So don't worry about trying to be another such and such, trying to be another this or trying to be another that. No, be you. Be you and be powerfully you. Now I want to discuss the poverty mindset, procrastination. See, in order to get what you want, you have to learn to do what you don't feel like doing. And that's about that. Remember, I talked about self-discipline is major when you're birthed into greatness. Too much planning, too much studying, but not enough follow through, right? We're wrapping it up here. Have you ordered about, I like to say 50, 11 courses? Have you ordered all these courses and you see this course, see that course, but haven't executed any of them? Are you an info junkie, constantly absorbing and soaking up info, but you haven't executed the plan? What good is the information? Yes, knowledge is power, but it's only power when you choose to use it. Living beneath your means is also a poverty mindset. To become successful, you have to avoid thinking small and not investing in yourself, right? Don't look at a course and say, I'm not going to pay that. I can get it cheaper from such and such. No, all the years, the training, You hear me? The courses, the credentials, the experience that coach put into her worth and her value, his worth and his value. What they put on that price tag, they know they've earned that, right? So don't be afraid to invest in yourself. It doesn't have to be at the level of a coaching package. It can be a book, something as simple as a $20 book. And you say to yourself, I know I'm not going to read that. Why even get it? I'm not going to get that book. No. Change your mindset from poverty to powerful. I'm going to get the book and I'm going to change my habits every morning. I don't care if you put 10 minutes aside to read a couple of pages a day. That's better than nothing at all, right? Nothing puts a damper on success like a negative attitude. Keep your mind elevated. Keep it positive. Continue to flourish and nourish goodness, right? Possibilities and all these fabulous things that God has already planned for you. Then we got to look at the inability of getting along with others. That's a guaranteed failure. Because what that sister or brother can do, you can work together as a team and be even that much more powerful. And delegation is so powerful. You trying to do everything on your own, let me tell you, overcommitment dilutes your effectiveness. Don't try to be superhero doing everything your own. Delegate, delegate, delegate. And in order to delegate, you have to have some type of relationship skills, knowing and understanding where your strengths are and where their strengths are, but how we can all come together with our strengths and make a dynamic team. The last thing I want you to focus on is knowing that you have the ability to live a life so amazing, so brilliant, right? To be Black excellence. It requires discipline. It requires you every morning calculating, coming up with a strategic plan. I don't like the word hard. As a mindset coach, I believe what you speak about, you bring about. You say it's hard, you're not going to want to do it. It's strategic, well planned, well thought out, executed. If you're doing the work, you're going to understand that, yes, this work, okay, I'm going to put it in now. Success, strategic work, it all takes time. But guess what? So does failure. Failure takes your time. One leads to rewards and the other to pain, regret, and suffering. What is the cost? What price will you pay? Yes, you're birthed into greatness, but will you capitalize on that greatness is the question, BlackCEO. Will you choose to have a life where you look back and say, I'm glad I did? Or will you look back and say, man, I wish I had? When will you begin? Take your power, live beyond your wildest dreams, because you, my king and queen, were birthed into greatness. Crown on. Now, I want to take this opportunity to offer you a special. It's a 45-minute complimentary breakthrough session for anyone who would love to connect with me. I'd love to offer you an opportunity to speak with me. I want to work with you. And just whatever it is that you feel is blocking you, right? From elevating to that next level. We are in 2021. It's time for you to step into that greatness. Own it unapologetically. I'd love to speak with you. Please visit me at breakthroughwithkim.com. That's breakthroughwithkim.com for a complimentary 45-minute breakthrough session. I'd love to speak with you. This is your year, king and queen. God bless you.
Now, how many of you out there are trying to find your purpose? Like, how many of you are going through your life and you're saying to yourself, what was I meant to do? Some of you out there may have already found your purpose, and maybe you're wavering right now and you're trying to figure out, am I on the right path? Is everybody even designed to have a purpose? My name is Anthony Johnson. I'm a life coach and leadership consultant. And I'm glad you're here because that's what we're going to talk about today. Right? How do you find your purpose? And we're going to take a deep dive. What is it? How do you find it? How do you stay on course? All right. So I hope you're excited. I hope you're ready. We're going to get into this PowerPoint presentation that's going to guide me through this, and it's going to guide you to finding your purpose. All right, here we are. That's me. All right. And as we talked about it, right, this is the BlackCEO conference, Black and Iconic. We're all looking for our purpose. We're living in it. We're trying to find it. And, we're moving forward with our lives, right? So walk with me through this journey of finding your purpose. So let's get started. Now, some of you may already be looking at this slide and you're wondering, what is the purpose of this slide? All right. And this slide has only one purpose. It's to grab your attention. All right. And when things are serving their purpose and everything is right with the world, right? Like this slide is meant to grab your attention. I imagine it has. And because of that, I feel good about that. All right. I feel good that this slide has served its purpose, one purpose in time, and that's it. All right. So now that I've got your attention, let's really get into it. Why are we here? Right, not on Earth, but why are we here? We'll get into that later. But why are we here in this workshop? All right, we're here to talk about purpose, and we're going to talk about how we're going to go through these steps. All right, so first thing we're going to talk about is, what is it? All right, like I said, we're going to take a deeper dive into this. What is purpose? Let's define it. Why is it important? Why is it necessary for me, for you, to find your purpose and live in that purpose? And now that I've found out what it is and why it's important, how am I going to find it? And once I've found it, right? Some of us have, like I said before, we found it already. And maybe it's wavering and we're trying to figure out if we're on the right path. How do we stay the course? Right? These are all questions. I don't think this is a topic that is ever going to get old. So we'll be continually discussing these things throughout the rest of our lives. So let's start by defining purpose. All right, if we're talking about the book definition of purpose, by definition, purpose is the reason for which something is created or for which something exists. Like, what was I created to do? What was I designed to do? Right? Why am I here? Like I said, many of us at some point in our lives are asking ourselves this question. What was I designed to do? Does it even matter? Does everyone have a purpose? And I would suggest that we do. I would say everybody was designed and put here for a specific reason. So why is that? Why does it matter? Why is it important for us to find our purpose? I was listening to Dr. Miles Monroe, and I don't know if he was the first person to say this, but he's the first person I heard say it. That until our purpose is discovered, existence has no meaning. Right? Like, until I know what I am designed to do or why I'm here, I am just existing. Right? And once we figure out why we exist, now then life becomes beautiful. Or like maybe this, and our purpose can change at different points of our lives. We can have different purposes for different areas and different sections of our lives. Like, as at one point, this pile of wood was a tree. Until somebody decided to somebody came along and they decided they were going to do something else with it. It was time for a new purpose and new design. But until this pile of wood became a beautiful home. It was just existing, sitting there, had no intended purpose. How many of you feel like that? How many of you have ever felt like that? That you're just going through your day, right? We wake up, we go to work. Now during this pandemic, maybe you go to your living room and you eat dinner, you watch some Netflix, have poker night, girls' night, do something with your kids, rinse, repeat, right? You're just existing, going through life, going through the motions. That's not what we want to do. All right. Once we find our purpose, we stop existing and life becomes beautiful. That's why it matters. We're not here to just exist. So, and usually when we're having this debate of purpose, right, there's always, you would hear at every college graduation, a lot of people trying to say, we talk about passion as well. Those two words are usually intertwined. They come up together, right? And people would say, is there a difference between purpose and passion? Is there a difference? Right? Should I be chasing after my passion or should I be chasing after my purpose? Right? That's the age-old question. And I think you'll hear many people also say, right, that there is a difference. And I do believe there is. But what is it? What should I be going after? First, let's talk about passion. Now, when I think of passion, I think more of emotion. I think of, what do I want the world to give me? What excites me? What gets me going? What gets me fired up? Passion is more centered around yourself. What do I want the world to give me? Right? And it can be misguided at times. Right? Like I could go through a bad breakup and I could be very passionate at that time about destroying this other person's life because that is what moves me. That's what I desire in the moment. But that may not be my intended purpose. Right? It can be very misguided at times and it can change with the weather. Right? That's what I think of when I think of passion. It's more about an uncontrolled emotion at times. Right? We're trying to please ourselves. It is a more self-centered idea. But when I think about purpose, I think about my calling. As we talked about, what am I designed to do? Why was I put on this earth? And not how can the world serve me, not how I can get pleasure from the world, but how can I contribute to it? What do I have to give? How can I serve others? That's what I think about when I think about purpose. Now, and when we're thinking about this purpose and how I can contribute to the world, it doesn't always have to be this big grand idea, right? You can scale it down a little bit and you can say, well, not how can I contribute to the world, but how can I contribute to my community? How can I contribute to the organization that I belong to? How can I contribute to my family, my neighborhood? Right? It doesn't have to be this grand idea, but it's what you are going to offer and give, right? Not what you want to have for yourself. But and let's get this out of the way too, is that your passion and your purpose can also become the same thing, right? That's when we find that sweet spot. And that's when life is really beautiful, when our passion and our purpose are lined up. But they are not always the same thing. Now, you're saying, okay, well, we define passion. We know what it is. We know the difference between passion and purpose, right? We know that, why it's important. So how can I find it? Now that I know what purpose is and I know why it's important to me, how am I going to find it? And there's many steps to this, and we're going to get into that. The first thing I need you to do, though, when we're talking about your purpose is, I think you have to be yourself, right? You have to be living an authentic life. And oftentimes, sometimes, our passion is going to find us. When we are being ourselves, it's going to find us. We'll discover it. And And if I am meant to dance, if dancing is in me, and I am somewhere filing papers and I am not dancing, then how am I going to find you if I'm your purpose? Right? I cannot find my purpose if I'm living my life as an imposter. Right? I have to be my authentic self. And in order to do that, we have to eliminate outside noise. Right? Like, what are people telling you? What are you telling yourself that isn't true? Right? You know, a lot of times people are living lives that they want, that their parents want them to live, that society tells us to live, that your friends telling you should do. Eliminate the outside noise and start listening to the noise that comes from within you. What is speaking to me? Right? It doesn't matter what anybody else says to me. It doesn't matter what anybody else says I should be. Who am I? And that's a question you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself the right questions. And we're going to get into these questions. Like I said, we're going to take a deep dive into this. You got to be asking yourself the right questions. And then once you do all these things, you just have to be still. All right. When you are living your authentic life and being yourself, it will come to you. You have to be still. Sit with these questions that you're asking yourself. Right? When you're being yourself, it will come. So I said I was going to get into these questions, right? So what kind of things can I ask myself to help me find my purpose and to help me live my purpose, to make sure that I'm there? The first thing you can ask yourself is, what would I do if failure was not possible? You know, this is in line with saying, you know, what can I do if money wasn't an issue? All right. Asking yourself this question allows you to eliminate all barriers. It allows you to be free in your thinking, and you can decide, like, now that I'm free in my thought and there's no barriers in the way, like, what would I do? It gives you free reign of thought. And we need this in order to find our purpose, because nothing is impossible. So now if we're having free reign of thought and we continue to ask ourselves questions, the next thing we can ask ourselves is, what do I fear for myself? I think these questions can go hand in hand, right? Because a lot of times most people's biggest fear is failure. So once we remove that, like I said, now we have this free thinking. We can identify what's in our way, right? So we have to remove those things in order to find our purpose. So now I've identified, you know, what would I do if failure wasn't possible? What do I fear for myself? What do I fear for the world? When I ask myself what I fear for the world, now I'm identifying a problem. And if I'm identifying a problem, now I can be a part of the solution, right? What am I offering to the world? And also, as we stated, right, I'm saying world like it doesn't have to be big. Change that word if you'd like. What am I offering to, you know, what do I fear for my community? What do I feel for my children? All right, maybe you grew up in a low income area and you went to low income schools, and part of your fear is that kids from these areas and these neighborhoods are going to always be at a disadvantage because of the level of education they're receiving in comparison to other schools in higher income areas. You've identified a fear that you have for the school system. And now how can you, if that's something that you fear and something that you are feeling deeply, how can you contribute to that? Right? Ask yourself, what do I fear for the world? What are your greatest accomplishments? Like, now you're diving into yourself a little more, right? Figuring out what you love. Now, you may have accomplished a lot of things in your life, many awards, but maybe your greatest accomplishment has nothing to do with an award. Maybe you worked for a mentor program and you see your greatest accomplishment was you helped students who were failing their exams to pass. You saw that as your greatest accomplishment. There was no award for that. But within you, you're like, man, I love that. That made me feel good. That made me feel like I was contributing. That made me feel like I had purpose. What are your greatest accomplishments? What am I naturally good at? Right? As we said, passion can come and go. You know, we can be passionate about learning something new. Your purpose is already in you. So a way to help discover that is to figure out, what am I already naturally good at? Are you naturally a good coach?